Hello and welcome to the first GWENT Open in 2021 Season 3. My name is Pavel Busha. I will be your host for the next 2 days. And more importantly, we have a lot of new faces here when it comes to the casters as well as the players. But I will now give the voice to our casting crew. Standing by, Watchflake and Shinmiri. Take it away.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. As Berja said, this is GWENT Open number 1, Season 3. I suppose I am part of the old guard, but there's so many familiar faces that still remain here for GWENT Masters, and one of those faces is my co-caster here, Shinmiri. Shinmiri, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, thank you, Flake. It's an honor and privilege to cast alongside you, my friend.
Wow, that is, okay, well, I will send you the money that you've requested for that particular statement, but yeah, thank you, that's very kind. It is, again, like I said, this is Season 3, the first Open for this GWENT Masters season, and thanks to you out there, the community, your passion and your love for this game, and your contributions, we have more than doubled the prize pool. Again, $10,000 is basically what we're coming in with, but because of your purchases in the shop, you have upped it. Yes, you have doubled the offer, Billy May style, to over 20 grand USD for this tournament.
Yeah, indeed, and thank you all for that support. And if you wish to continue supporting the GWENT esports scene, you can also purchase the Great Oak Bundle currently in the shop, which will boost the prize pool of the Season 3 World Masters event, currently scheduled for December 2021. Look at that nice Great Oak card back and border and squirrel avatar. What a cutie.
Yeah, nice little dichotomy of the very ominous, spooky-looking tree and then the cute little squirrel. Why not? Let's get both of them going there. Now, it is worth reminding you, not that you necessarily needed to be reminded, but we are doing this in an online format. We are busting through time and space and just tearing through the space-time continuum here all the way to the Delta Quadrant, if necessary, because we're all in the comfort of our own homes doing this tournament. The casters, the crew, and obviously the players are playing from home. All matches will be broadcast with a delay. We're coming from the future, I guess, kind of. And we're all alive. The robots haven't taken over yet. But it is also worth noting that Twitch Observer is online should you wish to follow along and play the home game yourself. So you can buckle up into that and, at least follow along with what's going on through Twitch Observer.
And not that you needed even more incentive to watch the GWENT Open this weekend, but we have some very special rewards for you for watching. There are no more random drops, but instead there are predefined rewards awaiting for you for each 2-hour milestone that you reach. So those are the first 2 hours. After the first 2 hours, you get 50 meteorite powder, 4 hours, another 50 meteorite powder, and a Pavko Gale avatar. There you have it on your screen right there, the magnificent Pavko Gale. At 6 hours, an ultimate keg, and at 8 hours, a second ultimate keg. So lots of goodies up for grabs this weekend. Make sure you link your Twitch and GOG accounts to take advantage of that.
Yeah, it looks like that picture looks like somebody asked him to share a punch key, and he's like, are you serious? I just got these. Like, he's got that kind of like, get out of my face, I'm eating look. Nonetheless, before meeting the players and beginning this competition, friends, I just want to remind you what is going on in GWENT right now. And part of that is the fact that there's just 2 weeks left in the Yennefer journey. So if you've been grinding and kind of wondering, do I go ahead and pony up a few bucks to buy the premium pass and think that maybe there's a little fear of missing out at this point, but there's so much that I've already missed? Well, if you do purchase the premium pass, everything kind of just ramps up retroactively. All of the cards, the keys, all the goodies that you might have missed out on will then be credited to you should you decide to buy the premium journey pass now. So if you're at level 78 or 80 or God forbid 69, you can go ahead and get everything prior to that into your account. So go ahead and make sure you do that. Go check that out right now.
Yeah, and it's also worth mentioning that everybody's favorite seasonal mode, Battle Rush, is currently live until next Tuesday. So don't miss out. I know I've been having a lot of fun in that mode. My viewers have been loving it. The roping out, the crazy clown fiestas in that mode.
Yes, Clown Fiesta is the game mode that I'm waiting for specifically. That's where I might shine. Whereas this, Shinmiri, is funny because this is basically a mode where you start with a rope. So it basically is, it's right in your wheelhouse, which is fantastic. However, which is also worth noting, ladies and gentlemen, that there have been minor changes to the Masters format and how the game and the tournament are basically unfolding. So we did go ahead and we have contracted Gwent's original heartthrob, the Backstreet Boy of Poland himself, Pavel Bursha, to explain to you what this new competitive system looks like.
Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT, the Witcher Card. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Master. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each ranked season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the Pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, including online qualifier tournaments. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the Pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Master tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined in a best of 5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now.
Well, there you have it. That is the path laid out for you, friends, if you choose to walk it. If you want to make it to a GWENT Open, GWENT Masters, that is the way to do it. There are various different ways. They're not that easy. It's a mix of skill, grinding, and all of that stuff comes together, and here we are. And there are some players that took that treacherous route to where we are right now here at GWENT Open #1 for Season 3. So we're going to go check out exactly what who those players are, rather, as we take a look at the players and the prize pool that they're just getting just for walking through the door.
Yeah, and as you can see, everybody is getting over $1,000 for showing up, thanks to you guys boosting the prize pool to over 20,000 USD.
Yeah, we've got Shaggy and versus Forever YOLO, Bart 933 against North America's last bastion of hope, Red Rain.
And on the other side, we have Tobliat, previously known as Tailbot, switching it up a little bit with his name here, and Cams 134, both veterans of the GWENT Masters circuit. And rounding out the lineup, we have Just Headbutt Play, also changed his name from Gravesh, as you guys might know him. He's made some previous GWENT tournament appearances. And the one and only Piable, defending champion of World Masters Season 2 here. No slouch to the game himself.
Yeah, the whole Tobliat tailbot kind of scenario here. I have my own suspicions, my own little conspiracy theories here that Tobliat is kind of like sort of going from Coke to New Coke, and eventually we'll have Tailbot Classic, which everybody will be pining for eventually, and then that's just basically a ploy to boost revenue in that way. It's just, listen, it's marketing, it's capitalism, that's just the way it goes. I see right through you, Tailbot Tobliat, but it's all good. Now, that is my opinion. As disjointed and weird as it may be, you also have your opinions, and we want to hear them. So why don't you use the hashtag GWENT Open and tweet about it and let us know, who do you think's going to win? What's going on with with Tobliat's / Tailbot's name? Why is Cam's 134 not Cam's 135? Where is the improvement in his name game? It's just, these are all things that we want to hear about. So go ahead and use those tweets and let us know what you think.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the brackets today. We are at the quarterfinal stage. We have the matchups ready. First up today will be Shaggy Nuts versus Forever YOLO, a veteran versus a newcomer to the scene. Then we have Tailbot versus Cam's Polish Civil War going on in the second match of the day.
Yeah, and Bart 933 will be taking the lean cuisine himself, Red Rame. That's right. I mean, lean in the sense of just kind of leaning back. That's kind of where we're going there. And just Headbutt Play versus Paya Bowl is rounding out the bracket here for the quarterfinals.
Indeed, and I want to remind you guys that about the coin flip situation, the player in the top of the matchup will be going first, or blue coin, 3 out of 5 games, and the second player will have red coin, or going second, 3 out of 5 games. These are best of 5 series, so if you want to get the game and play yourself, you can go to playgwent.com, and also make sure to check out our social media at playgwent on Twitter and Facebook.
Yeah, and that's one way to do it. Go ahead, check out the game for sure. And the prize pool for this particular Gwent Open, like we mentioned, there's a base of 10 grand USD. It's a lot of cabbage right there, but we are doubling it up again because of your efforts, your passion for the game, your purchases of in-game content and cosmetics. You've doubled that prize pool up another 10,700 USD, which is fantastic and awesome. But what happens with that extra money? Well, it basically has to do with what the stakes are per matchup. There's an additional $1,000 up for grabs in each of these matchups, and based on what your record is, you take a stake essentially associated with what that record is. If you sweep, it's all yours. You take home. Hope you got some deep pockets for that money. But if you split, well, then it's a 3 and 2. If you win 3-2, it's 60% share is yours. But either way, there's some money, some extra cheddar to be had, and it's looking pretty decent this time around.
Yeah, indeed. And let's not keep our audience waiting. Let's introduce the first match and players. It's going to be Shaggy versus Forever YOLO. Ryan Godric has done some great interviews with these two players to get their mindset coming into the tournament today. So let's hear from them.
Hello and welcome, Shaggy, to yet another Gwent Open. Congratulations for making it already into the Open. I think that's already quite the achievement. After making 4 consecutive top 4 finishes in a row, I think you must be pretty happy to finally make it after all the hard work you put in there.
Hello there, Ryan. It's good to be here, and yeah, it's like a big rock rolled right off my chest when I qualified to the Open at last qualifier last month. Because yeah, after making top 4 in every single qualifier beforehand, I really wanted that win super badly. Like, would have felt a bit disappointing to not make it in the end. But yeah, it's really good to be here. I'm super happy.
Thank you very much. I would love to know from you, as an Austrian, you're basically have been here from the start of the Gwent scene. I mean, you've played in Season 1, and there were at least one other famous Austrian Gwent player and life coach back in the day, but who would you say, or what would you say needs to happen so that we see more Austrian Gwent players?
Yeah, it's not just life coach, also Game King, who I used to be good friends with back in the days. He's like an old mate of mine who sadly doesn't play the game much anymore, and we don't have much contact anymore. But either way, I'm not sure I can offer too much for Austria specifically. Like you could make some mountain-themed Gwent advertisement or something, but I don't think it's like quite that much you can or even want to do for Austria specifically. To be honest, like Austria is a pretty small country. The amount of players you can gain there is not the biggest. But in general, what I can say about Austria, like there's a lot of gamers, but not that many card players, so you could take it like two different avenues, right? You could either try to get more people into card games in general to get people into Gwent, or just advertise Gwent specifically more. And yeah, something I would have thought would be basically free advertisement or a very good way of promoting the game a bit is if it was coming back as a minigame in Cyberpunk, which sadly didn't happen, but I think that's like a kind of a missed opportunity for Gwent to grow a bit, that CDPR just advertises it a bit on the side in its other mainstream games, basically. And yeah, outside of that, I think the advertising budget for Gwent is not the highest, and I've personally not really seen Gwent ads much at all, so I think just in terms of advertising, there's a lot more that could be done. But in general, like I think Gwent is an amazing game. It's in a good state at the moment. It's fun to play. So, like if people just check it out and if people know about it, I think the player base in Austria would definitely grow.
On that point, I guess maybe the advertisement is just that advanced that obviously you're playing Gwent, so there's no need in spending money on advertising it to you.
That is true. Yeah. I mean, obviously with like all the information and analytics that you have about target audiences for advertising online, active Gwent players might actually not even see Gwent ads because they already play it, and there's like people like, I don't know, some form of information is being sent to the advertising firms basically or something like that. I'm not sure, but it's
the
possible.
big data thing. Yeah. First of all, a huge shout out and sorry to Game King for getting Game King. Obviously, a legend.
He will
in the
forgive you.
I think so. He's a very nice guy.
Yeah, he's super wholesome.
One last question for today. What are your plans for this year? You've qualified for this Open and you're already playing qualifiers for the next Open. You obviously took part in Opens last year. So what are your goals? What are your ambitions for this year in Gwent?
Well, my main goal, my main ambition is qualifying to World Masters. Like, I've been going hard on ladder and just playing Gwent a lot, grinding a lot, just to make those top 8 finishes every month. Collect enough crown points to qualify to World Masters. But in general, my goal is just stream Gwent, compete in Gwent, make World Masters, make it to as many Opens as possible, win as much as possible in Gwent this year, basically. Like, I'm focusing quite hard on it, and yeah, I just hope that I can like finish this year as one of the top Gwent players and having like achieved a lot and accomplished a lot and also achieved good tournament success, basically.
Well, I hope you enjoy your time along the way, and thanks so much for taking this time for this interview, and I hope to see you soon.
Thanks, Ryan. I hope you will.
Hello and welcome Forever YOLO. Congratulations for making it to your very first Gwent Open, an official Gwent tournament. I think people already see your name very often on the top of the pro ladder, but still I would love to for you to give an introduction and an explanation on who you are and what you represent in the Gwent scene.
Yes, hello, glad to be there. So my name is Artur, I am from Ukraine, and in real life I'm studying to be a programmer, and in my free time I like to play Gwent cards. And many of Gwent players may know me as one of the most toxic player from the ladder, but in real life I think I'm kind of good person, and sometimes Gwent makes me a bit rageous and so on.
I think everyone knows that little guy in your head that just gets a lot of emotions while playing card games or any games in general. So I would love for you to tell me a bit more about the whole year that you've got in mind, because it's the first Open of the season. Obviously the main goal for most players is to reach that Masters tournament, but what do you have in mind? What would be a successful year for you?
I think a successful year for me might be similar to every competitive player. my goal is to win Gwent Masters, of course, and I hope that I'll try my best in this season. Of course, it's very hard, and for now, I'm not think that I'm as strong as most known competitive players like Tailbot or Pajabol, but I'm really trying my best to become one of the most stronger Gwent players. Yeah.
Awesome. I like that ambition. One final question. Why is Skellige your favorite faction?
It's a long story. I think it's all happened when I was playing in open beta test, and one of my friend, Eugene Krabs, now currently he's banned because of bug using. He recommended me to play veteran decks, and I really enjoyed this gameplay, and I start to take top 100 in Common Ladder in every season with this deck, and now Skellige as strong as they used to be in open beta test, so that's why it is my favorite faction, I think.
All right. Thank you so much for that insight, and good luck for tomorrow's games.
Yes, thanks.
Well, Shinmiri, there's a lot to unpack in those interviews, specifically with Forever YOLO, the self-proclaimed toxic player. I think we have our first heel of this matchup here. The first heel of the tournament is Forever YOLO, but lots of confidence from both of these players, Shinmiri, but also we want to know what you think in terms of who might win here, as we did put out a poll on Twitter to figure out what your thoughts are of this first matchup. Is it more leaning towards Shaggy, or is it leaning more towards Forever YOLO? I mean,
there
any
you have
thoughts?
it.
Yeah, what do you think about these
There
ones
you
right
have
here?
it on the screen there. 80% in favor of Shaggy. I mean, I'm not that surprised. Shaggy's been a big name in Gwent for a long time, ever since Gwent Open #1, way back in the day. Forever YOLO, this is his first appearance at an official Gwent tournament. To be honest, I didn't know too much about Forever YOLO coming into this, but after seeing his interview, I like him already. He seems like a humble guy. Despite the self-proclaimed toxic player on ladder, maybe we'll see something like some bad manners emoting in the tournament or something. We'll see. But also, what stood out to me is his favorite faction, Skellige. He loved playing veterans back in the day. I mean, I feel like we share a common bond, me and Forever YOLO.
There's the toxicity right there. The fact that the favorite faction is Skellige. I'm sure that probably a few.
He didn't say Lippy, okay?
I was just about to say there's probably a few filthy Lippy games under his belt too there. But besides that, we don't know if he's bringing Lippy yet because we haven't seen the deck list. So why don't we go ahead and dive right into those? This is the arsenal that each of these players will be bringing to the tournament, beginning with Shaggy, representing Team Aretuza here. Shaggy of Austria is bringing a familiar four, if you will: Line Pockets, Arrakis Swarm, Blaze of Glory, and Double Cross. And if we dive in right away to this lined pockets list, Shinmiri, a lot of this seems fairly straightforward in terms of what we've got here. A couple spicy little picks here like Saul and Kurt.
Yeah, this line pockets list is for the uninitiated. It's a crimes deck that's looking to play a lot of crimes, a lot of intimidate that boost themselves from crimes, and buff the Herald Gord by playing all these special crimes throughout the course of the game, and play that big Herald Gord at the end. Some of the interesting choices is not playing Jacques de Aldersberg. That's been cut for cards like Heatwave, Siggy, as well as Saul and Kurt, as you mentioned. Saul is a pretty unique choice in this list. He doesn't really have crime synergy, but he is an engine that boosts himself by upwards of 3 points a turn. Kurt is really flexible as well. And then his next list, the Arrakis Swarm list, it's an interesting variant on a pretty popular list on the meta, in the ladder meta and at tournaments these days. This version is bringing Portal with Onel Conquerors. Normally, you wouldn't play the Devotion Onel Conquerors in a lineup that has neutral cards like Portal and Oniromancy. But Portal has a nice little loophole here where it summons and doesn't activate the deploy ability that would destroy the Devotion Conquerors.
That's right. You got to get the Gwent legal team on this one because there is a little bit of a loophole, like you mentioned, with that portal bringing out the Onel Conqueror for potential 14 points of thinning tempo, which is really nice. In terms of control options with the Arrakis Swarm, I mean, control isn't necessarily what this is leaning towards, but you do have double natural selection. I would suspect to maybe get rid of some of those Skelligan problems like the Brockvar Hunters that might ping away a lot of your swarming drones. There's also Heatwave. You do have Dorigaria Vol and Parasite, so some options there, but no Earden in this list. We have no Earden on that one. Moving on now, Blaze of Glory. Here's one. This is a list that's been very popular. It's pretty much the major representation of what Skellige is these days. Just on the back of Iced, the potential that Iced can bring, that burst potential with a Yuta of Dimon to go ahead and, paired up with that Iced and the leader ability can really swing things. Now, that is obviously a very lethal last say in a third round if necessary, but you can still rely on some old favorites, Shinmiri, like Harold on Cry. Now, I don't want to date myself here and say I'm old, but there was a time once upon a time where just going into round 3 with a fully flipped Harold was enough to really win you the round. But you are the Skelligan ambassador. I don't hold that against you, but you could probably chop this list up a lot better than I can.
Yeah, I've played this a lot. I think Harold does still maintain most of that status that you mentioned. If you can get to a long round 3 with Harold intact, this list is very fearsome with a ton of damage removal options and a lot of good engines as well. Moving on to the 4th and final list, Double Cross. This is a poison assimilate deck, and first, this particular list was kind of first discovered a bit over a month ago when a Chinese player got a very high score, like 2650 MMR, with a variation of this list. And community members dubbed this deck the Meta Breaker. It's a Nilfgaard combination of Assimilate and Poison. Really interesting card combination like Gorther, Gavade, and Cantarella, which is kind of new from this deck, allows you to replay that Joachim Duet up to 4 times in one game in combination with Coup de Grace. What do you think about that, Blake?
Well, I think 4 Joaquins is maybe 3 Joaquins too many in certain situations, depending. But you're like you said, the Meta Breaker, Shinmiri. At what point does the Meta Breaker become the meta? Because I'm pretty sure that I've run into this list countless times. And I mean, what can we say more about this list? The fact that this list is a big thorn in the side of lined pockets, a list that likes to, occupy a lot of real estate, create those pockets of crown splitters, and Double Cross likes to pollute your lanes. Again, back in the day where row limits didn't exist, that wasn't a problem. However, now that real estate is very important. It's like it's as close to the Toronto real estate market as you'll possibly get. Every space is so expensive to lock down. You got to make sure that you're using that wisely. And a deck like Double Cross can really just pollute your lanes and make it really awkward for you to deploy units. So Double Cross, a phenomenal list that I'm really I like to see this in action, especially when it's just poking away at line pockets and really annoying that list. Now, moving on now to Forever YOLO's list, as we see no team affiliation here. He is a lone rogue, and look at that beautiful profile picture. It looks like he just got discovered by Dr. Dre. Like that is a photo. And similar lists coming through here, Shinmiri. Line Pockets, Arrakis Swarm, Blaze of Glory, Double Cross.
Same leaders, but with some variation. A lot of these deck lists have been proven to work on the ladder and in tournaments, so it's no surprise to me that both of these players are bringing these archetypes. But Forever YOLO's Line Pockets, looking a little bit different than Shaggy's, has the inclusion of Jacques as a top-end spender and finisher, also running that Tavern Brawl for that spicy duel on your opponent's side of the board. So Shaggy's going to have to watch out for that.
Yeah, no, definitely. Again, Tavern Brawl can, you can get caught with it. Again, open deck list, ladies and gentlemen. No surprises in terms of cards. However, you can sometimes make mistakes or get pushed into making some poor choices in terms of where you're lining up these units, and Tavern Brawl can potentially find some good value. Now, Arachaswarm, here's a different variant. This one does have Geralt Earden in it. It's not running the portal, so no legal loopholes in this one. However, in Drega Eggs and Drega Warrior, you have your Chimera, a Wild Hunt Bruiser, perhaps to push something in and out of the way of where you need it. Anything sticking out for you on this one, Shinmiri?
This is a pretty traditional list, and the Earden works very well on ladder, has some great matchups against Syndicate, but can also be a liability against deck lists like Skellige, who don't have a lot of boosting, almost no boosting in Skellige, and funny enough, the Earden is a liability against Double Cross Nilfgaard as well, because they can use your own weapons against you, and Earden is really effective against Arachaswarm.
Also, just want to let you know, Triss Telekinesis is a really scary card to play in certain matchups. When you're looking at Arachaswarm with Triss Telekinesis, you're probably looking for something like Bone Talisman or something like Spontaneous Evolution to maybe develop your board some more if necessary. However, when you're locked up and matched up against something like Lion Pockets, there's a lot of extra bronze specials that are going to be floating around that might not necessarily guarantee you something favorable. When you're playing Triss Telekinesis on a board full of drones, something like Swindle isn't exactly what those bugs want to be dealing with.
Exactly.
All right, Blaze of Glory, friends. Again, this is a list that we've seen on the ladder a lot, relying on Iced into Utah. However, something's missing here, Shinmiri.
The Yuta is missing, because Forever YOLO has decided to spare the extra provisions, downgrade Yuta to a 10-point greatsword instead. Maybe he thinks that he doesn't need that exact 12 damage, maybe it's overkill a lot of times, and he can save some provisions by playing that 10-point greatsword instead.
Yeah, and it depends. Sometimes in the mirror, having last say and being able to yeet Utah into a Utah, a little Utah on Utah crime is usually enough to put you over the top. But in this case, a 10-point greatsword can get the job done against most of what you're up against. We'll see how that pays off. Just sort of where those provisions kind of get sprinkled through to improve the bronze package, perhaps.
I wanted to add, I think the extra provisions is allowing him to play Totem, Morkvarg, and Tirgvi at the 10 provision slot. Usually you're only able to play 2 out of those 3. He's able to squeeze an extra Tirgvi in we'll see how effective that card ends up being. And Donar not often being seen in these Skellige lists these days, but Donar can be a nice extra removal as well.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, the leader abilities might feel uniform across many of the players here, but it's these subtle changes, these subtle little uniquenesses to each list that will really provide a lot of the intrigue in a lot of these matchups. Now, moving on to finally Double Cross again. Tale as old as time. These lists look very familiar, but there are subtle differences, but a lot of this relies on a Masquerade Ball finish. We ended with the party, which is usually how it goes, but a lot of ways for these decks to have reach. These Double Cross lists under the 17 provisions. It's a lot of latitude to put a lot of big cards in these lists. Now, Double Cross is not something that you're necessarily trying to pair up with a mass assimilate style deck, but there is a lot of assimilate in here with the Slave Hunters, the Cupbearer, the Brathens. You can definitely get some extra reach with those. Now, a lot of this is going to rely on your Gortha Gved to the location to maybe recycle your Joaquin back into on top of your opponent's deck, which then can get replayed with Cantarella. So upwards of 4 Joaquins, Shinmiri. That's a lot of Joaquins.
Yeah, and this Double Cross deck, originally dubbed the Meta Breaker, now is super popular in the ladder meta. So you know what they say, you either die a Meta Breaker or you live long enough to become the meta yourself, Blake.
Yeah, Chris Nolan himself was going to eventually do the movie rights for this, and then decided, well, you know what, we've done this with the Dark Knight, so we're not going to do it anymore. But what more to say about these lists? Like we said, it's all about the minutia of the deck build themselves. While we might see a lot of the same leader abilities, the minds behind them are where the uniqueness lies, ladies and gentlemen, and it's how you operate these decks, how you pilot them, that we're going to see really who comes up on top. It's not just a coin flip, friends, but still, there are bans to get to, and the banning meta itself is a beast to behold. As we see right here, here are the lists as they have been brought. Pretty much a mirror image of one another, but bam! each of them has their own fears and their own, their own weaknesses in this point, as we see Shaggy will not get access to that Nilfgaard list as Forever YOLO is locked out of the Arrakis Swarm.
Yeah, and like you said, despite having, the same lineup or the same leaders lineup, these matchups are not very straightforward. They're not very binary. Even when a certain deck is favored against another, it's pretty minor. It's like slightly favored. So, and there are a lot of nuances to piloting these decks. And so I'm looking forward to the games. I think these players, these top level players, are going to have a lot of interesting lines of play, some big 5-head moments. So I want to see what these guys can bring. We have different bans here, right? So I wonder what these players are thinking in terms of their overall strategy going into this match.
Well, a lot of the times when it comes to banning a particular deck, Shabiri, a lot of it is just what your comfort level is and what you like to play against and what you dislike to play against. Now, obviously, there in the deck building in the tournament scene, the way that you prepare for a tournament and you're building your decks is sometimes you're just targeting a specific deck and building around defeating that one deck, and that's how you kind of advance, which then factors into certain bans in terms of, well, I can't target this one list and then be vulnerable to this list, so I'll ban it. But otherwise, a lot of the times the bans are simply things that are the reasoning behind them is just lies in the fact that, you know what, this deck is super strong, or I'm just not comfortable playing against it because it beats me. It beats me regularly. Everybody has their kind of their kryptonite, their Achilles heel, and in certain cases, if somebody just can't seem to crack the nut that is Blaze of Glory or Arrakis Swarm, you just lock it out, and it's easy peasy. You walk through it; it's no longer a problem, right?
Exactly. That's what you call comfort bans. And I think, like I said, these matchups are so close, it's not very obvious what is the best deck to ban. I've been sitting in practice sessions with some of these players over the past few days, and that's the sentiment that I've been getting. A lot of them have close considerations between banning deck A or deck B, because they're all kind of close. It's going to be interesting. We'll see how these matches play out. I think we're getting ready to get started with game number 1 between Shaggy Nuts and Forever YOLO.
Yeah, this is it. This is, ladies and gentlemen, the first match of the first quarterfinal here at GWENT Open number 1 for Season 3. It is a Skellige mirror, which is interesting because with the coin predetermined, you'd think that there are certain lists that you want on blue and certain that you want on red. And in this case, on red, having a last say with the iced into Utah. Forever YOLO, however, not playing Utah, rather opting for double great swords. But that is definitely a strength. And in this case, being able to just maybe maintain last say and having your iced basically firing on whatever Shaggy's iced will produce, most likely a Utah, you're finding a bigger pocket of points that you can then remove. Because, firing a 10-point leader ability with iced into a 4-point unit, you're not getting as much value. But having that last say pretty much guarantees that Shaggy will likely have a very tall target on the board for you to go ahead and just, chuck those points at.
The last say is going to matter for that, like you said, but in round 3, not necessarily in round 1. So it really depends on who wins the first round to determine who's going to have last say in the third round.
And there's the standard procedure, friends. The boat comes out to play on the melee row. The Onkrite Longship is it's an annoying little boat there as it sits on the front row and basically gives a 1-point haircut to everybody who drops onto the battlefield. And for looking at Forever YOLO's potential response, well, opting for the Tursic Invader here, but there is option as well for Forever YOLO to establish boats of his own. Now, there is the raiding fleet and a boat as well in there, so there's the thinning potential. Vabjorn's open for a potential Blood Eagle, and Shaggy, just slow development here, just dropping of the Raider and seeing what's what.
Yeah, different approaches for the two players here. Shaggy opting to go for a more aggressive approach, dropping his engines, dropping damage potential. Forever YOLO just playing kind of that filler card for Provision Invader that hasn't gotten strengthened yet at all with its veteran ability. Let's see what Forever YOLO decides to do here on his second turn, because I feel like this matchup, winning round 1 is definitely a benefit if you can do it cheaply. You don't want to overcommit cards like Iced or Totem, but winning round 1 does give you control of the rounds, gives you last say to play your Blaze of Glory reactively.
Now looking at what's going on. Yeah.
But again here, Forever Yellow not choosing not to develop any of his on-Krite longships, his engines, and just playing another 4 provision kind of filler card.
Seems like each of them are just kind of feeling each other out here a little bit, just trying to test the waters. And like you said, Shaggy definitely the aggressor here, already using the Blood Eagle, just establishing more engine pieces. The Brockvar Hunter is already firing away, and we could see just every unit that Forever YOLO has put on the board is either gone or, you know, towards the end of extinction. As another low committal play here, on-Krite Raiders comes out, but I mean, that's a card that you kind of want in the graveyard to come back with Herald late in the game, but like you mentioned, this I think it feels like Forever YOLO is just kind of holding on to some of these pieces that might benefit him in a later round, in round 3 perhaps. You know, having the double on-Krite longships in a later round, that might put him over the top, you know, if it goes the distance to a degree.
Indeed, Forever YOLO seems to be saving resources here, and with each play, Shaggy keeps increasing his lead, now up 14 points at this juncture, with 2 engines on the board with that on-Krite longship and Brockvar Hunter.
Still some options here, hovering over that on-Krite longship of his own. Forever YOLO might be wondering if maybe it's a little too late to drop that in. Still in striking distance. Keep in mind, each player, you know, it can get there. There's still some cards to be played here without necessarily losing your card advantage if you had it. And there it is. The on-Krite longship decides to make a late appearance here. The armor is going to absorb that 1-hit ping, but is this a little too late for Forever YOLO?
Possibly, but maybe Forever YOLO was waiting for Shaggy to use the order ability of his Raider, so that there's not as much damage reach now. Like we saw Shaggy utilized a Gutting Slash, right? That Gutting Slash could have been used to kill this engine, this on-Krite longship now, but because YOLO kind of feigned weakness, feigned that he was going to just pass this round without a fight, Shaggy used his removal, and now this longship might stick around a little bit longer.
No, that's definitely a good point here. Really, the ways to get rid of this, as you can see there, I mean, just dropping a Witcher without the deploy effect here. I mean, just taking the hit himself. I think Shaggy still just maybe not necessarily want to commit any of those gold pieces here. I mean, Harold is a no-go, Iced is a no-go, Skjordal comes in. He takes a few rounds to get fired up before there's a lot more reach on that target. Skjordal typically is a nice card to go ahead and eat the opponent's Herald in round 5 to just prevent some of those pain. Round 3 rather. Imagine round 5.
Imagine if Gwent was a 5-round game. Wow, that would be a lot
Echo
more roping.
I don't think Echo would be as powerful if it was a 5-round game. I think it would be a little bit more digestible, but still, 5 rounds of Gwent, too many rounds of Gwent here. But yeah, in 3 rounds, Skjordal becomes a better option here as we see Vebjorn come through. There's the opposing Blood Eagle coming in, and no targets to get, but you can go ahead and fish out a decent bronze here. We'll see what he opts for. It's just going to be the other Raider coming through. Triple Bloodthirst here means that Zeal is on the menu for the on-Krite Raider, and he'll be able to go ahead and just finish off that Brockvar Hunter. And suddenly, it's looking a little bit better here, but Shaggy takes the pass, and it is a 7-point deficit here. Now, keep in mind, if you want to get ahead, you need 8, but you're taking a 1-point tax off of that longship.
That's very true, Blake. And so this Bear Witcher that is now active with Adrenaline 4, normally playing for 8 points, but not going to be enough to get him ahead. I think Forever YOLO here is going to have to commit something big like a tiered V to actually get ahead in 1 card. Like, this really exemplifies Okay, that seems like it's that might just be not enough there. It's not enough. I think YOLO is just deciding to play 2 bronze cards instead of committing his 1 gold. He really values the Tiered V. Tiered V is a great card in the mirror. Skellige has a ton of high base strength units. There's no Purify. Nobody's running Remist to purify the Rupture. So we'll see how this turns out. But now Forever YOLO kind of on the back foot here. Down 2 cards from round 1 and only going to be able to probably get 1 of them back in round 2.
That's right. I mean, the safe play here could just be to dry pass, go into round 3 and down a card. You're losing last say in this case, but you are preserving, like you mentioned, a pretty decent card like Turkey, especially against Skellige, where a lot of those points are basically in these vanilla boxes, you know, where they're not boosted points. They're just straight. It's pure, you know, grain-fed organic free-range strength is what it is. And something like Turkey, which improves on itself with the veteran, will only be able to find bigger targets in round 3. So unique strategy, interesting approach here to go ahead and go down a card to burn 2 bronzes to take the round. We'll see if it pays off. Card there, Shidmiri, like Morkvarg, I mean, like you mentioned in the analysis earlier, is that Skellige doesn't necessarily boost themselves up very much, right? So they're not necessarily going to find any value out of that Morkvarg. It's a card that, unless your opponent's playing something like Heime Protector, you're really, it's just a 6-point card.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why we see both of these players leaving their Morkvargs in their decks and not feeling like they don't need it in this matchup, and I think they would be correct. But I wanted to point out that Shaggy had a great pass in round 1, very, very smart pass in that situation when he had a handful of golds, didn't want to overcommit into the round on blue coin, and then with the exact lead of 8 points, that wouldn't be enough to for YOLO to catch up with a bronze. And knowing that he would have to commit either a gold or 2 bronzes, I think really took advantage of that situation.
Both players do have access to both their Iced and their Herald, so a lot of the firepower is there. It's locked, it's loaded, it's just waiting. No more phasers set to stun here. It's full kill mode. The difference here is that Shaggy does have his Skjordal in hand, which is going to be a big deal, I believe. You know, that is certainly just the removal potential on your opponent's Herald is pretty big. Change that or exchange that for the Turgvi that's there. As we see, also there was a Gunning Slash used on that Raider, putting it to 2. So there is an opening now. Again, because Skellige doesn't necessarily boost themselves, there is an opening now for a Blood Eagle, a clean and clear Blood Eagle, which we see Forever YOLO taking advantage of right now.
Yeah, Blood Eagle into the Skjordal is going to one-shot the Herald, or one-shot the Herkia, actually, I think, because Herkia, well, both Herald and Herkia are scary engines. Herald is less reliable than Herkia, doesn't have that order at the end of the round that you can click for 3 random damage, so Herkia actually the more valuable engine here to remove.
That's right, because, something like the location will not trigger the Herald based on the Witchers that come out there. So, frankly, getting rid of the Herkia is the safer bet here for sure. Not to mention, like you mentioned, you just use the order ability to fire off the last 3 pings. So, good move there. Just it's the more valuable target to Shaggy would have been Herkia there. And finally, there's another boat. So, more boat-on-boat crime. The difference is that one's got a bad case of the bleeds for some reason.
Yes, and now getting into the end game here, both players have to start having a plan of what they're gonna discard with their ice. In a Skellige mirror, it's typically quite easy for both players to get that Bloodthirst 2 condition on the iced to get an extra discard and perhaps an extra unit that comes back. We see that in Shaggy's hand, there's not really a great target for the ice to discard. He's got 3 non-units and then Skjordal, which you want to play from hand anyways. So Shaggy might be forced to discard whatever he draws. Whereas Forever YOLO, he has that 10-point Greatsword in his hand reserved for the ice to discard. So that's going to be a pretty good guarantee.
Oh, certainly. Absolutely. And the difference here is that knowing that you will not have last say, you will likely be using your ice before your opponent. You can pretty much use it at whatever turn is most opportune. So when you find those bloodthirsts that you have, such as right now, again, ice does have the benefit that you do draw a card and discard a card should your opponent, with the Bloodthirst 2 online, as there is the location bringing forth the Bear Witcher that does go ahead and make short work of the Onkrite Longship. Now there's 1 ship left, so it's still doing some work, but it's got a 2-turn timer on it. And still in the back row, there's 4 points of hidden value if you just click that totem, but there's no reason to do it yet.
Yeah, Shaggy smartly placing the location next to that bleeding boat. How do boats bleed anyways? But next to that bleeding boat that can heal it up next turn to get some extra value and to help the boat survive and not die from the bleeding.
A little extra value there for sure. I mean, if you're going to be saving anything, that was probably worth it. And again, it could be a game of inches here, because in the mirror, oftentimes it's just who has better access to the resources and uses them more efficiently. And in this case, just saving that boat, that extra 2, could be a big deal. As Donar comes through, gets rid of one of those fanatics, and now that just kind of locks out what you want to do to flip that totem. So flipping the totem is really worth it's worth no points, and in fact it's even worse because your Brockvar Hunter, well, your Brockvar Hunter's dead now, so it doesn't matter.
Now the Brockvar Hunter's dead, but it was interesting. If the Brockvar Hunter was still alive, then yeah, clicking that totem would have been negative points.
It is an ongoing massacre here, Shinmiri, on both sides. Is there's a lot of red. Lots of red, which is what Skellige wants to see, especially with ice. Those bloodthirst abilities are pretty important to sort of stretch a little bit of extra value. Turgvi here, what do you think you're looking to get with Turgvi? In this case, I think the only thing that Turgvi might be able to find is that Bear Witcher.
Yeah, Bear Witcher's a pretty good target. That's playing for 14 points. That's a lot in a game of inches, between these two Skellige mirror decks. The ideal case would be Yuta, right? But Shaggy has last say, so he can potentially wait to get that Yuta onto the board until after YOLO has to pass. But if for some reason Shaggy plays it early, the Turgvi could come down on the Yuta for 19 points.
And here comes Ice. This is the big swing play. This is what Blaze of Glory is all about. And managing even to go ahead and pull a Brockvar Hunter. Not the biggest cards you want to see, so we're going to go ahead and toss that Greatsword. 10 extra points. That's a lot of bonus mileage if you're keeping track here. And we're going to pull out the other 10 points of value, toss that away, get rid of the Herald. And that basically says that Turgvi has one target here.
Yep, exactly. And killing the smaller target because the Bear Witcher is reserved for Turgvi. And you can see here, because YOLO has to kind of act first in this round or earlier than Shaggy because he lost his last say, he's kind of resigned to having to Blaze of Glory a less ideal target, whereas Shaggy is going to get a full 10 points on his Blaze of Glory, removing one of those Greatswords.
Brockvar Hunter? Yeah, well, it was pulled. I believe that was pulled by the Iced, so...
It was.
We can't sort of fault that Brockvar Hunter for showing up late to the party, but did bring a 6-pack, so at least we're going to let him through the door. So War of Clans coming through. Oh, sorry, not War of Clans. Blood Eagle, rather. Blood Eagle comes through, goes and gets the Berserker, Olaf Berserker. Girl thinks sexy. There he goes. A little ping. Adds a little extra damage. I love that bronze card.
Yeah, it's a great bronze card. I like it a lot as well. And in this mirror match, oh, here comes that Turgvi for a big 14 points. In this mirror match, both players kind of drew everything except for the Morkvargs. Oh, and that is a very low roll. This is the worst card that he could have gotten from his deck for Shaggy, getting only a 3 on the discard for Ice. That's what I was talking about. Like, sometimes you want to reserve a unit for that Ice discard, but this is still going to be more than enough for Shaggy with that last save finisher. Wins by a comfortable 13-point lead in round 3. And I think that all comes down to that masterful pass in round 1, reading your opponent's reach, how much tempo they can swing in one turn, and taking a very ideal pass, getting that card advantage in round 1.
That's it. And in the mirror, like I mentioned earlier, sometimes that last say, in this case, was so much. And those last few plays were fireworks. Absolutely. A 15-point deficit becomes a 20-point lead, becomes a 13-point deficit. It's just haymakers towards the end as the bell's about to ring. And that's the case. It all comes down to, and like you mentioned, a very, very calculated pass in that first round where you're saying, okay, you need 8 points. You need 8, but you're going to take one off the top, so you really need 9, and ultimately the Turgvi was really the only way out, and a little risky gamble there by Forever YOLO. Actually, kind of, I guess, YOLOing it in that case, saying I'm just going to go down 2 bronze cards, and we'll let it gestate in round 3 and see what happens. But ultimately, Shaggy taking the 1-0 lead here. Gwent Open number 1, Season 3. I'm Flake, this is Shinri. We got another game around the corner here, but what do you suspect? I mean, you're Shaggy here. You did have blue coin. You did make a good pass. You did win the round 1. Now you're on red. What are you going forth with on red coin if you're Shaggy?
I think, well, he has Syndicate and Arrakis Swarm left. Both are great red coin decks, to be honest. I think it's more about what do you expect Forever YOLO to bring on blue, and I think Forever YOLO is probably likely to bring Nilfgaard on blue. Nilfgaard is typically Nilfgaard and Skellige are both kind of blue coin decks in this meta right now, in my opinion. But if you're I think Nilfgaard's a little bit more. So if you're expecting Nilfgaard to be on blue, then I would rather counter that, match that up with Arrakis Queen if I were Shaggy. Arrakis Queen having a favorable matchup, whereas Syndicate does not.
Yeah, if Forever YOLO comes through now on blue, coming through, let's say he just doubles up on Blaze of Glory, it would be scary to come up against something like Lined Pockets where, you're always your thought process might be just to go ahead and drop one of your Ankh-Rite longships in the front row, protect it with Crystal Skull. Now you've got an 8-point protected engine in the front row until, I guess, Philippa comes in and ruins the party. That's always a threat, and that is a major, major swinging point to win the round 1 on even if you're Lined Pocket. Shaggy could potentially be thinking that. I mean, Forever YOLO, bringing the Blaze of Glory lists again, maybe keep some of the surprises.
He could. And let's see what happens here.
There'll be nothing to
It is
pick up
actually
when I'm done with you.
Syndicate. Shaggy brings Syndicate instead of what I thought he would bring, the Arrakis Swarm. Forever YOLO going with that Nilfgaard on blue, though. So let's see how this plays out. I think Forever YOLO has the advantage in this matchup, but it is not insurmountable.
This is a matchup that, I always tend to lean towards Nilfgaard. Nilfgaard can rob a lot of value out of the pockets created by the Crown Splitters, things that really give a lot more boom to something like the Tunnel Drill. Now, Tunnel Drill is a card with a fee ability. However, it's usually a card that really gets one turn of mileage out of it. It's not a card that just sits there as an ongoing engine. It is a burst type card. And I know that there's a lot of people out there who might think that, how could a card like this have that much range and that much potential? Well, frankly, Tunnel Drill's a big card. It's a good card. They exist. And in this case, when it comes down, the only way to really dodge something like that is to continuously disrupt the maximal value that it can get. Once you see those two cleavers muscles next to each other, those Crown Splitter pockets as they're developing, you need to play smart here if you're Forever YOLO and start breaking those up as they develop. And you do have the potential to do that. You do have 2 emissaries.
What?
And and look at that roll too. Oh man, I wish I had that at least one day out of the week. That's amazing.
Wow, that is a risky opening play. As Nilfgaard, especially with one hunting pack in hand, like if that Joachim gets unlucky and hits the hunting pack, there is no thinning, and he's going to end up breaking the hunting pack in his own hand as well. But getting one of the Slave Hunters, not a bad result. It's a proactive play. That Joachim being committed, but as we said before in the deck intros, this Joachim can be played up to 4 times in one game. One from hand, another from first coup de grace, and then using the Gorther Gevade location to put the Joachim back on top of your opponent's deck, replaying with Cantarella, and then cooing it for a 4th time.
I mean, looking at what the whiffs were there, when you have Usurper Officer in hand, that's a pretty safe bet against that Joaquin. I mean, the biggest problematic cards that you could have drawn, like you mentioned, were the Hunting Pack could have been problematic, certainly. Or otherwise, just drawing a Fangs of the Empire with really no ideal place to drop it. So in this case, finding probably one of the most ideal targets in that Slave Hunter. Now you got 2 of them, and they are massive. They are just towering over the field right now.
And Forever YOLO not shy in overcommitting these first 2 Joachims in round 1, knowing that if he wins the first round and gets to a long round 3, Nilfgaard is very favored, heavily favored in that situation. So Shaggy needs to fight for this round, win this round, and then push in round 2 to stand a chance, I think, in this matchup.
And one pocket remaining here, as we do have one of the safecrackers standing 10 points tall next to a shielded Cleaver's muscle. That is a nice little insulation if necessary for a tunnel drill, but not many coins in the bank. So I think there's a few things we need to do first. As we see right here, there is the pickpocket, and that matched up with your leader ability, which allows you to passively gain an extra coin every time a crime is played. That brings you up to 9 coins, and that summons the ghost ship itself. And so now you got some safe pockets here, and Forever YOLO is taking the pass here. Is that? I mean, I'm wondering if that, is, I don't want to say a cop out here, but it feels like you're kind of like pedal to the metal, and then suddenly you see a low, I don't want to say low tempo play necessarily, but Furco into pickpocket to bring up the boat doesn't seem like that much of an aggressive play. But I suppose Forever YOLO here is just kind of reading the writing on the wall and sensing that, you know what, the drill's going to come out and is going to just blast me away. So we need to.
I mean, in this situation, when you're on blue coin, you get scared for sure. Because even though that last play by Shaggy was low tempo, he now has 9 coins in the bank. So Philippa represents an upwards of 21 point play if there's a 9 to steal. I don't think there was in that situation, but yeah, the 9 coins is really scary because you not only have Philippa as reach, but you also have Tunnel Drill, like you mentioned, as a lot of potential reach. If Nilfgaard, if Forever YOLO decides to keep playing like an emissary, it's very possible that he ends up losing on even, and losing round 1 on even is a devastating spot to be for any deck.
And taking a look now at the hand of Forever YOLO, we see that Usurper has basically given up on a life in the military and has become a safe cracker himself. I don't know if that's might be a visual bug, as we see. Fourth from the left, Usurper just kind of, I guess if you want to overthrow the king and take the crown yourself, you kind of got to do some shady things. And in this case, I guess a life of burglary sort of is a good primer for potential I guess regicide.
And look at the big bucks come out here. Shaggy with the Cleaver opener, spending twice to get that Crown Splitter pocket again, and Forever YOLO straight into the Masquerade Ball, gets answered by the Heat Wave instantly. No poisons here coming out of the Masquerade Ball this time.
Yeah, Shaggy just wants to, put an end to that party, and just the thirsty dame who showed up, and suddenly the party's over. So the Cleaver's still standing tall. In terms of ways to get rid of it, well, cleanest way right now would probably be the Yen's Invocation. The difficult thing about stealing cards from Syndicate is the fact that a lot of them, like Cleaver, need coins to really get the reach that they to justify a lot of the high provision count. It's not like a Jacques that you can just deploy for 12 points if necessary. In this case, Forever YOLO is opting rather for the poison and going that route to deal with the Cleaver here, which is, again, continuously representing points, development, pocket value for the pocket certainty for the drill there, and Kurt, like we mentioned earlier, a nice little flavor choice that is getting a lot of value here by just getting rid of that poison.
Yeah, and now the only clean answer to Cleaver is the Invo, but like you said, if you invocate Cleaver and then replay him, he's only going to get you 5 points because he only makes himself 3 coins, and that's not enough to spend on his 4-coin fee.
And there's the beginning of the disruption element that Nilfgaard can certainly harass Shaggy and the Syndicate deck here, as the Duchess shows up and just kind of breaks apart one of those pockets. One of them still remains, and it's worth noting as well that as you sort of gain coins, Cleaver can go ahead and summon more of his muscly minions here, and Siggy is a good way. Profit 9, no spend here because you want the boat come out to come out again, and Shaggy now has an 8-point cushion on Forever YOLO.
Yeah, and 9 coins in the bank once again with that Philippa still lurking in hand. YOLO here going for Roderick into Arturius. See what he gets. Informant and Slave Hunter. Informant is going to be the choice here to copy another Cleaver's Muscle. Funny enough, doesn't put them together, so I think he has no intention of stealing Cleaver or even Tunnel Drill. But I would have liked to see him put those two muscles together, because there is a non-zero chance that he might end up stealing one of those spenders or one of those cards that benefits from having that Crown Splitter pocket.
Yeah, it's basically my dating strategy in college. Well, there's a non-zero chance that she says, you know. So, yeah, but you're right. It's maybe just a little bit of a lack of foresight in this case, or just maybe suspecting that, you know what, I don't think I'm stealing a card like, or I'm taking a card like the Cleaver or whatnot. But again, as you see, Cleaver just generates another pocket as Tunnel Drill finally shows up. Not many coins in the bank here. So it's going to have to take some of those leader charges to go ahead and get some extended value as we go ahead and charge all the way up to 6. And you could probably suspect that it's either the Thirsty Dame or the Brathens that is going to just bite it here.
Electing to go with killing the Brathens. And yeah, and what is Forever YOLO going to copy now with his double cross leader? There's 3 garbage crimes in Shaggy's hand. There's Philippa, and I think YOLO is looking for that right now. Using the leader, seeing the bad news. 0 coins for Philippa, no spender for Shakedown, and then Assault is just a 4-point card. That is a very, very weak double cross here, unfortunately, for Forever YOLO.
Yeah, no, then it's the same thing that we discussed earlier with the Triss, is that sometimes you just copy or get cards that really do not help you out at all. Syndicate is very much a faction that it kind of lives in its own world in terms of the cards that it uses. Because it operates with coins, a lot of those crimes are going to generate you coins, but how do you spend them? And that is a tough choice to make, as when you're faced off against a double cross list, if your thought process here is to really pedal to the metal and get it, you need to get those big cards out of your hand sooner than later, so that Forever YOLO in this case cannot use that double cross ability to catch up. Because as you saw there, Shinmiri, it was just a sad state of affairs to go ahead and try to copy something like Swindle or you know, what else is in there? Shakedown. There's some really bad cards in there.
Exactly. And I think this is one of the reasons why Shaggy has elected to take out Jacques de Alderberg, because that is normally the card that Nilfgaard is looking to copy with double cross, or to invocate and then replay with Joachim. And so, you know, not having that in hand is actually helping this matchup quite a bit here.
Shaggy has also started to really populate that melee row, meaning that should Forever YOLO want to finally pull the trigger on that Usurper, well, you got to do it now, I think, because otherwise
it's already too late. It's already it's full.
Yeah, no, that's over. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I'm sorry. This is the NA math in its visual format for me, apparently. Being nearly legally blind wasn't enough for me to figure it out. But there's a good answer, I suppose. Forever YOLO looking right now to go ahead and maybe take a chance at removing that. But there is a Shakedown in hand that can just rescue those points. That is basically, that to me, Shinmiri, sounds like it's a very telegraphed play, obviously, but it's a very necessary play if Forever YOLO wants to dig out of this hole.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it does put a relatively bad card on top of Shaggy's deck, should this go to a round 3. But yeah, and it makes space for the Usurper, because the bleed is going to kill that Duchess Informant at the end of Shaggy's turn. But the Shakedown, let's see if Shaggy picks up on it. He does! And beautifully read here, buffs the Informant, actually taking an extra point of damage from the bleed that wasn't necessary, but it denies that row space for the Usurper. So very well played by Shaggy.
Forever YOLO now might have to rely on that coup de grace onto one of the spies there in order to just free up space. But, I mean, let's say you free up space. Shaggy's going to... If he read that play, he'll continue to deny that row merely by playing his Philippa for, let's say, to go ahead and repopulate that front row if necessary. 7 coins in the pocket. You can steal pretty much everything on YOLO's board other than that Thirsty Dame.
Yeah, and look at this. 3 Cleaver's muscles on Forever YOLO's side of the board. Almost as many as Shaggy has himself.
Here's Assault. Just going to get rid of a card there as Cleaver still getting some Intimidate value. And yeah, I mean, you're down by 50 points for Forever YOLO. I mean, you can get a lot of that back with that Usurper. Usurper spawning 2 spies. Both of those spies will have, obviously, statuses on them, so your Thirsty Dame's going to boost. You're still a day late and a buck short, however, if you can even make that space. Because right now, your primary concern, frankly, if you're Forever YOLO, is how do I make room? How do I get room so that my usurper doesn't lose value? And coup de grace might be the only way to do it. The problem is that you can probably just steal and repopulate that front row and reclog it.
Yeah, so I think YOLO has double last say in this round. So I think what he's going to do is going to save the coup and the usurper for his last 2 plays. And here decides to replay the Joachim, gets the tunnel drill, but no coins to really spend for that tunnel drill. So not able to really take advantage of tunnel drill's strongest aspect, which is converting 2 coins into 3 points of damage.
Yeah, maybe that 1 coin, you invested in Bitcoin like 10 years ago, you might have a chance. But in this case, unfortunately, that tunnel drill is just furniture. It's just sitting there and looking dusty. And, Shaggy is just kind of evaluating here. Okay, well, I'm still in the lead. This is a pretty big card I'm holding. I'm running into the next round with 4 points of 4 coins in carryover. Is it worth it to continue on here? The steal that Shaggy's looking to make here is going to be on that 5-point muscle in the back row.
Yep.
Is that 13-point play enough to sort of seal the deal? And opting to take it in this case, Forever YOLO does have the way out of this round, but it's a costly way out of this round.
And if you notice that Thirsty Dame actually boosted from the Philippa steal, because the Philippa steal puts the spying tag on the Cleaver's muscle, giving 1 extra point to Thirsty Dame. I wonder if that's going to come into play. Forever YOLO needing 18 points to get ahead here. Should be quite doable with both cards.
Well, what you could do, I mean, if you want to really go for style points here and potentially lose the game, you could always coup de grace the Philippa, steal the 1 with your coin, and that opens up space. That's one way to do it. I wouldn't recommend it.
That is actually really flashy. I would have liked to see that.
I mean, if we're going for style points, that doesn't necessarily count here. But this is enough. We did get it through.
There are also style points involved with cooing the Cantarella and just seeing what's on top of. I think
yes.
It's actually an informant on top of the Shaggy's deck, I think. So it wouldn't have been that great. It would have just kind of thinned for Shaggy. But so Forever YOLO manages to survive the round 2 push, playing absolutely everything. But there is really not much left in his deck. In terms of power, he's got 1 gold left, which is the Cupbearer. And he has 1 poison left in the deck, but doesn't manage to find it. He has 1 more chance. There is a Fangs of the Empire left to complete that poison, but I doubt Shaggy is going to give him a chance to poison something valuable here.
I'm trying to see Shaggy here, and Shaggy's line pockets list, it doesn't really run poison. So if you're holding on to that cupbearer, your objective here is not necessarily to purify a potential poison that might ruin your day. Frankly, it's to convert on a poison, and unfortunately that's not the case here. They don't even get an opportunity to, Forever YOLO wouldn't have even had an opportunity to do it. And, having an Owneromancy there, really, it's a skeleton key to go find exactly what you need to win the game here. And, it's fun to drop a poison on your opponent here, but those 3 points are, it's pretty much all sealed and said and done here, as Owneromancy is going to go find a Swindle. We're going to get some extra points, and that's it. Red wins the game. In this case, Shaggy is up in a commanding lead here, 2-0 in this case, as Syndicate does dodge what could have been a messy situation against Nilfgaard.
And that's what I mean when I said earlier, like, Syndicate traditionally has a bad matchup versus Nilfgaard there, but it's not unsalvageable if through good play, through winning round 1 and pushing round 2, getting all the resources out of Nilfgaard, you can do a lot and swing the match back into your favor, just like Shaggy did. So wonderfully played by Shaggy, now up 2-0 against Forever YOLO, going very smoothly for Shaggy so far.
Yeah, Shaggy is just kind of taking no prisoners in this case, really pushing when it's necessary, and a lot of good insight into the plays that we're developing, as he did clog that front row and just noticed the bleed. Again, pinning your opponent, and sometimes that real estate aspect can be used against Nilfgaard, and in this case, you are breaking up pockets and populating rows against those Crown Splitter pockets, sensing that the drill is going to come in and make a big impact. However, at the end of the day, if you're really, populating that melee row the way that Forever YOLO did with the spies, suddenly something like Usurper is no longer as dangerous because you are only generating one of those spying agents versus the two, and then it becomes work. And Shaggy did sense it exactly the way it was supposed to be, and that was an epic bleed. It was done the right way, and they basically found the resources it wanted to find, so that it could secure a round 3 victory in that one. Good matchup, very good matchup.
Yeah, well played. And you can see like the practice really paying off for Shaggy here. He seemed very confident in his moves, had a game plan coming into both games, knew what he was trying to get, and succeeded in executing that plan.
So now Shaggy is no longer can no longer access the lined pockets list, or I believe the Blaze of Glory list. So
correct.
So we're going to see Arrakis Swarm, if I'm not mistaken. I believe Arrakis Swarm is his last ticket to paradise here, if we were quoting Eddie Money. And Forever YOLO still has access to everything, really just trying something different. I wonder if Forever YOLO might maybe rely and sort of go back to Double Cross in this case. He's on blue coin too. It could be dangerous here.
Yeah, so we are playing in a conquest format, so players need to win once with every deck that they bring that's not banned. So it's not over yet. Despite the 2-0 lead, if Forever YOLO can win 3 times against Shaggy's Arrakis Swarm list, it is definitely possible for him to come back and reverse sweep the series. He's going to lead off with Skellige, which I think is his best chance against Arrakis Swarm. Skellige has a lot of individual pings, like the Ankret Marauder can potentially kill 3 Arrakis drones, and for each drone, for each body that you remove from the board, that can be worth like upwards of 4 or 5 points because of all the swarm buffs like Yennefer, Avengerberg, and Bone Talisman, even cards like Arrakis Behemoth. And here we have it, the mulligans, Forever YOLO throwing away War of Clans cannot be played in round 1. Let's see how this matchup goes. If Shaggy can complete the 3-0 sweep with this unfavorable matchup once again. So Shaggy's going to open up with the Wild Hunt Riders. I like this opening, to be honest. It's not really setting up the swarm yet. It's not overcommitting the portal. But Wild Hunt Riders need dominance to summon the copy from the board or from the deck. So playing it on an empty board, it does count itself, so it's guaranteed to have dominance on the opening play, whereas if you wait with this, you might end up not getting the dominance because you don't have... Arrakis Swarm doesn't actually have that many tall units. That's like one of their strengths, is that they don't have many tall units to let their opponent remove. YOLO here opening with his Ankret long ship, but gets moved immediately by the Bruiser.
Yeah, that Bruiser on the Ankret Longship. Now, a lot of these units that are hitting the board by Shaggy are spawned from specials or let's say the portal. So that Ankret Longship maybe is not going to get as much value against an Arrakis list. However, I mean, the Bruiser really has no other ideal target, I suppose, in this case to move. The Ankret or the Bruiser may be looking to move a Brockvar Hunter as well, but I suppose if you're holding some other answers for that Brockvar Hunter could be problematic. But moving a Brockvar Hunter is likely the ideal target, but moving an Ankret Longship, I mean, it doesn't feel terrible.
Now, I want to talk about this. This is Shaggy looking at Maxi, the order of his deck, and you see pretty undesirable order. I think that was 2 Anel Conquerors at the top of his deck. In the first 5 cards of his deck, those are bricks. You don't want to draw into those. And then the Oniromancy and Yennefer of Anger were stuck in the bottom 4. So if I had to guess, I would say that Shaggy probably shuffled that deck with the Maxi's ability.
Absolutely, especially if you're not playing your portal right here. You want to ensure that you're not going to get those Anel Conquerors off the top. There was like a Chimera there as well, if I'm not mistaken. The Anel Conquerors, and here we go. The swarm is in full effect here. Shaggy is on the blue coin, so the proactivity with a deck like Arrakis Swarm, there's plenty of options, especially with like the Nest and cards like the Evolution and such. Even the portal. Now, I know that you have a lot of reps with this list. I've been playing this list as well, the variant with the portal. Do you typically drop the portal in a round one? Is it more of a bleed card? Are you playing it perhaps in later rounds and just sort of risking the potential brick potential? I said potential brick potential. That is awesome.
I was gonna give you some crap for that, but yes, your intuition is correct. Like, I tend to play Portal in round 2 more than in round 1, because I find that I'm able to win round 1 quite often without committing it. In this case, it looks like Shaggy's doing a pretty good job. Has a 9-point lead right now with a board, 14-unit board, or no, 12-unit board, excuse me, ready to set up for some of that swarm payoff. He has 4 swarm payoff cards in his hand.
Yeah, and cards like Gunning Slash and such, I mean, yeah, you're getting the full value off of them, but I mean, it's not like you're getting rid of a card that's going to continue to generate points. 6 points, I mean, that's not bad for 4 provisions. It's what you're kind of looking for. But Shaggy's just going to continuously just sort of roll out the hits here. It's just, you know, hit after hit after hit. You do have the Araka's Queen there, the Behemoth. You do have a Bone Talisman. There's Triss there as well. That can potentially, get you something good. And Triss played against Forever YOLO. There's few bronze specials in there that could potentially pollute. I think War of Clans might be like War of Clans is your worst, obviously. But I mean, a Gutting Slash and then it's one of your own, right? So be the Natural Selection, a Bone Talisman, Evolution, or Nest.
Yeah, and one thing I wanted to point out, Forever YOLO's been saving this Oncrite Marauder in his hand for a long time. He could have played it earlier to kill 3 drones, but it looks like he values it enough that he actually wants to save it for a later round. Maybe play it in round 2 and then try to resurrect it in round 3 might be his game plan. But this Donar is starting to look like you probably want to play this Donar soon. Donar needs Bloodthirst 2 to deal 4 damage instead of 2, and right now you have it. You're probably not going to get another chance with the Bloodthirst 2 against Araka's Swarm, who just boosts repeatedly, boosts all of his units. A lot of its units are low 1 strength units that can't even be bloodthirsted. But down 20 points here, decides to pass, can't play the 9-point Donar and still catch up with a reasonable play. So Shaggy takes round 1, preserving the portal.
Portal's still in hand. He did fix his draws clearly now, as we see it. These are much better. Other than that, I mean, drawing the one on El Conqueror, do you take the risk here? I think you just hang on to that. You don't want to necessarily risk drawing into that on El Conqueror and then just making a really sad portal situation here for Shaggy. What's worth noting here is that the Blaze of Glory list that Forever YOLO is playing doesn't have a lot of some of the other Blaze of Glory lists' swarm mitigation. That's why he's valuing that Oncrite Marauder, because he doesn't have a Brockvar Hunter in hand, and he's not running other such cards like Herkia. So in terms of dealing with that swarm, you kind of want to hang on to it. And what I've seen a lot on the ladder is certain players tend to just want to, when they're playing Skellige and they're matched up against Arrakis, is they'll just basically blow their load by playing absolutely every one of these ping type units in round 1 to just overwhelm and keep the board clean. And then suddenly in round 2 or 3, when Arrakis starts getting rolling again, you have no ways to mitigate that kind of board development. You don't have the Marauder anymore. You don't have the Brockvar Hunter. So those types of units, even though there are 4 provision cards, such as the Oncrite Marauder and the Brockvar Hunter, those are so valuable. So valuable that I think Forever YOLO is just really hanging on to them, because he knows that this is something that it's not just the 3 points of damage that they offer, but it's the fact that those 3 points, those 3 drones that get taken off the board, they grow and they grow and they grow, as we see it right now.
Oh, and the time has come to play the Marauder, but he low rolls 2 of the 3 pings into the boosted drone and only manages to remove 1 body. That is very unlucky in this board state for YOLO. And look, more drones come onto the board now. This is, and with the second Conqueror also popping up with the portal, now all of a sudden we're looking at 10 units on the board for Shaggy with another 4 in the leader ability that can be used at any time. This is getting really scary.
This might be a situation where you might have to Skjordal into that other on El Conqueror, open up the Bloodthirst and just, you know, hope that your iced might be able to carry you if necessary. You know, the problem is that Shaggy now kind of evaluating, is this worth it? You know, do I stay? Because I think that if you're Shaggy, it's either all or nothing. But if I figure if you'd suspect that if this was an all or nothing kind of situation, you might have seen the Crimson Curse come out already.
Well, the Crimson Curse didn't have a good target because Forever YOLO chose to play the Veiled Invader. Veil is a huge thorn in the side of Crimson Curse and the Blood Moon Weather effect that it spawns. Because it cannot be bled. It will waste the
boy. That's exactly what we're talking about here. So there it is. Triss, unfortunately, polluted by those two bronze specials that Blaze of Glory plays. Dwarf Clans and Gunning Slash both appeared in the option there. That is just bad luck. And unfortunately, the only way to sort of develop another body here was with the natural selection, not a spontaneous evolution there. There wasn't even an Arachnus Nest. It was just clean and clear. It's though I think those might have been the three worst options.
Those were the three worst options, but Shaggy picked a good time to play Triss because even with the worst combination, he still got a natural selection that removed a greatsword at 4 points. That greatsword probably would have grown up to a 10 with the Morkvarg in hand. So that ended up playing for like an 11-point natural selection and gave him a body on the board. So really not the saddest thing, you know, not a really bad outcome for Shaggy despite the low roll. So I think, you know, with these random cards, with these cards that have randomness to them, you have to play to your outs and understand when is the most ideal time to give yourself the best chance of getting something favorable. And I think Shaggy did a really good job with the timing of that Triss there.
Behind by 14 points here, you need a nice little 15-point swing here if you got to get through. And I'm wondering, does Forever YOLO need to play his iced here? It seems like that's the way to go. Unfortunately, that Morkvarg is only 10 points and doesn't get you the whole way there. The Bloodthirst is open, though. The Bloodthirst is open, so you can draw and discard. But what are you discarding here? I mean, what if you just draw, like, perhaps the Donar? Is it the Morkvarg? What is the least valuable card in this case? But I think we're seeing iced no matter what.
Yeah, it's Shaggy has another masterful pass in this game, knowing that, you know, Forever YOLO is going to have to commit Ice plus Leader, I think, to do this. Or he's going to take the option of Donar plus Morkvarg? Going, using 2 cards instead of 1 card plus Leader.
Now, we've seen this line of play before in rounds.
This is a little bit of deja vu here.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Forever YOLO in this case, unfortunately, having to spend 2 gold cards instead of 2 bronze cards to preserve a gold, and I guess valuing iced. Now, if we're looking at that thought process here, Forever YOLO goes first, right? That Turgvy is real. I mean, it's 7 points, which is nice, but it's not necessarily getting a whole lot of value off of a target. And if we're looking at Shaggy's list here, there is, I don't know, did he play Heatwave yet? I'm not sure. I don't believe
No, it's
so.
still in the deck.
Okay, well, no access to it either. But dangerous play here, I mean, because you're preserving iced, getting the ice to hit, and the problem here is that, yeah, you might be pulling out one of those 10-point greatswords, but you're not necessarily finding a good target on the other side of the board. It takes 2 to tango in this case to get full value off of that ice, and immediately answers or responds there with the Crimson Curse.
Yeah, but the Crimson Curse does give him that 1-point drone to get the death blow off of Blood Eagle, to get that Herald the Cripple. And Herald the Cripple has Veil here, like I mentioned earlier. The Veil could eat these Blood Moon charges and not have them apply any bleed. What is YOLO going to elect to resurrect here? There's a few options. Marauder to try to deal some more damage. There's Raider for value and to set up another ping to try to get Bloodthirst 2.
I think
that's what he's going to go for.
Yeah, gonna probably look to sort of at least, open up that, like we said, the Bloodthirst 2 to get some more ice value.
Yeah. I think he's got to be pretty desperate here.
It's not looking good for Forever YOLO. Well, that's it.
And the The Blood Moon rolls onto the Raider for 2 extra damage instead of fizzling out on the Herald Veil. And YOLO is now going to set up the Bloodthirst, probably wants to play Ice now. But there's no tall targets to use on Blood Eagle. Maybe he holds the Blood Eagle?
Blood Eagle
do you think?
is the Blood Eagle's got the Turk V is probably what hits the board here. Okay.
I meant if does he hold the Blaze of Glory, not Blood Eagle? My bad.
Oh, the Blaze of Glory.
Blaze of
right,
Glory
right.
leader. He doesn't. He just decides to use it right away. Plays it safe. There is a Parasite still available to remove that ice, so you can't really risk it, not knowing whether or not Shaggy has access to that Parasite. And here come the units.
Well, this is what Blaze of Glory will come through and just slam you down with 20 to 30 points in a single foul swoop here. A deck like Arrakis Swarm does take a few turns to get rolling there and get the engines fired up. Turgvi is, it's points, but is it enough points? Because we have some pretty significant other plays here. That Chimera is glowing red. It wants to dance. Here is Yennefer.
Oh, this is going to be so close.
This is exceptionally close.
Despite having the extra card advantage in this round, this is so close. Down 12 points. Chimera, it's a tie. We have our first tie of the day, Flake. Wow.
If we're gonna talk about sort of where can we find that one extra little point here or there? At the end of the day, dropping that Herald with the Veil in the back row, with the Crimson Curse, had that Herald eaten one extra swing around of that Crimson Curse, it would have been a different story. That Raider did eat enough of it to at least generate a tie, but testament to some of the planning and foresight of Forever YOLO in that matchup there of opting rather, I'm going to drop the Donar, I'm going to drop the Morkvarg, I'm going to preserve the Ice, because I just know that that one card with my leader ability is worth more than those other cards possibly can. And knowing that a deck like Arrakis Swarm doesn't necessarily prey on Last Say in certain situations, it doesn't necessarily need it or want it. Maybe putting the Ice at the most opportune time, it would have been a different story. Now, like you mentioned, does he hold on to the Blaze of Glory? Does he keep the Ice there? There were still a lot of threatening cards in the hand that could have dealt with it. For instance, like Heatwave or Parasite. I don't even know. Did they drop the Doragary?
No, Doragary was still in the deck. Like, all of Shaggy's answers were in the deck. So, I think YOLO played it correctly, not taking the risk, because there were like 4 or 5 cards that would have gotten Shaggy an answer to that Ice. So chances were very high that he had something in his hand. It was just exceptional that he didn't. But I think pretty well played by both players. I was expecting an Arrakis win to upset that Skellige with the extra card advantage, but Skellige proving to be a real force to be reckoned with, especially in that matchup with the pings, able to remove some of the drones, while also, Forever YOLO had a ton of units in round 3. He actually had the Yennefer didn't do that much because Forever YOLO had 9-ish units on his side of the board as well.
Yeah, no, you're precisely on point there. Arrakis Swarm is basically looking to get a lot of value off the Yennefer just from the sheer fact that off of 2-3 turns in a short round 3, they'll have 12 units on the board or so and they'll have that advantage of, I have 9 more units than you, I have 8 more units than you. That's that much times 2 plus points on your side because of that yen. But it just seemed like Forever YOLO just managed to just keep dropping body after body, and like you mentioned, it wasn't as big of a swing as Yennefer might have wanted to be. And in that case, it all comes down to 1 point, 1 drone here or there, and it's all she wrote. The Turgvi didn't find much value. The Iced and leader ability didn't find a tall enough target really to warrant.
He killed a 1. He killed a 1 with his leader.
Exactly, and that's sort of the really awkward situations that you have to digest in these cases, and just hope that it's enough. And in this case, it wasn't enough, but it wasn't not enough.
Exactly, it was exactly the right amount. I wonder, those guys, they actually played really quickly, but I wonder, when we talked about the Yennefer, I wonder if there was a situation, a time where Shaggy could have considered going offensive Yennefer before he swarmed his side of the board. I think there was a moment when YOLO had like 8 units on his side and Shaggy only had like 2. Maybe taking the offensive, the non-intuitive line and playing Yen offensively first before swarming his own side of the board. Maybe that would have been enough points, but I would have to go back and look. It was too quick for my old man eyes.
Quick. Yeah. But I mean, part of it would have also been, I think it would have maybe cleaned up those 2 Ekimars in the back row, which negates the Bloodthirst then for Iced as well. And then you go down the route of, okay, well, we got through that. Let's develop the board. Let's put our Behemoth on the board and see what happens. But I mean, hey, it's in the past. We're redoing it, friends. That's basically how it goes. As Shaggy is going to be again on the Arrakis Queen, and Forever YOLO in this case is going to be playing Blaze of Glory. Now, Shaggy, if he's paying attention, knows that Forever YOLO is literally doesn't give 2 flying Fs about going down a card if it preserves bigger cards in his hand. So Shaggy here is not necessarily feeling too good if it comes down to it, where, you know, buying 2 cards out of your opponent's hand after a Masterful Pass doesn't necessarily guarantee victory.
Right, exactly. So maybe some new knowledge to kind of store away, to keep in the back of their mind going forward. Some like getting some information on how your opponent tends to play, what their tendencies are. That can be valuable.
These are all things that come through, and you know, as you're playing against your opponent, you kind of pick up on this. Now, these players obviously do a lot of prep in between. That is bad news, and that's basically this is the kind of situation where it's like, yeah, maybe I can be a pro because this happens to be all the freaking time. And it's nice to know that I am not the only one, that these pros are not immune to those kinds of mulligans.
We're obviously talking about that last draw for Shaggy, the On El Conqueror coming into the hand at the far left there. It has a deploy of destroying itself if you don't have Devotion, and his deck does not have Devotion, so that's a 0-point card if he decides to try to play it. So it's an unplayable card in this round, but he also doesn't have access to the portal, so it's maybe not the worst case scenario, but...
No, sometimes the worst part is when you draw the portal and the on-L, because then that's basically just, you know, locking out
cards.
2 cards, exactly. And that's a dangerous thing to have to stare down. Shaggy in this case is just stoic about it and is, you know, it's just another day. He gets another shot at it, comfortable lead, 2-0 on Krite Longship. Forever YOLO putting that straight forward. The Brockvar Hunter just ate the natural selection, and Shaggy all day long is just answering and answering and answering.
Shaggy's like, I could do this all day.
Yeah, I could do this all day. Now, here's the story.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, now, in the previous matchup, Shaggy did not have those answers that Forever YOLO was perhaps playing around with the Iced earlier on. Now there's a Dorgai Volt to lock. Now there's a Heat Wave to remove. And as we see here, there's the lock coming through, just denying any of this reach, any of this potential growth that Greatsword rather, is going to represent over time. The problem is that Forever YOLO is still, you know, he's on red. It's a comfortable place to be, but we've seen before how aggressive these Arrakis lists can be.
Yeah, especially in round 2, and I think Shaggy's trying to preserve a little bit more, maybe. We'll see with this next play. If he commits something like Crimson Curse, get a little bit peek into Shaggy's mindset. Is he willing to commit a Crimson Curse in this round? No, he's just going to Heat Wave the Raider. Heat Waving a small unit, but that is going to reduce some options for resurrection from Herald on Krite later down the road.
Exactly. And that's it's an investment play. It's a play that will see some repercussions down the road. A little ripple here, you know, will have some repercussions in round 3 as that Raider. It's not just a good target to resurrect, but the 2 damage that it represents is not just 2 damage. It's 2 damage probably on a drone that could otherwise have grown and represent a lot more points down the road. So I think it's a decent Heat Wave in this case. I mean, it's not like Heat Waving a Greatsword that is, you know, there's no Yalmar that's going to come through and kind of ruin your day. And it's not like you're going that tall anyways. So I think that ultimately is probably your best bet is a Heat Wave on that, you know, in a situation where you have to basically commit a card here, and that might be one that you're willing to let go.
Yeah, I mean, Typically, the Raider is the more valuable resurrect target, but in this matchup, maybe the Hunter, the Brockvar Hunter, being able to do one ping multiple times and killing drones, maybe that will end up being a great resurrection target for Forever YOLO, either through War of Clans or through Herald.
Now, this might be all she wrote for this round for Shaggy. A few cards that you particularly want to drop here. I don't think he's going to be playing Trist. Might be a little bit too late for a Crimson Curse, and the Arrakis Behemoth here is that's a good card to just develop a board and protect some of the smaller units in a later round. So we'll see how this sort of pans out. But again, that Onel Conqueror just burning a hole in his pocket there. It's kind of it's a heavy weight to bear. You know, you talk about bricks. You know, like you draw 2 Malcolm Volunteers and it feels bad, but at least you could play one for 4 points. That literally just hits the board and pieces out. It is done. It is over.
Oh, and he draws the second one too. I guess we know what he's mulliganing.
I feel like I'm responsible. Now, if we're going to take the silver lining out of this, Shinmiri, it's the fact that it's like easy mode mulligan. You don't have to think about it. You just do it. But that feels bad. But again, like I said, good to know that I'm not the only one who's afflicted by this.
At least Shaggy drew the portal. The worst case would be to not draw the portal either, and then you can't thin them out in this round, and then you're going to top deck into them again in round 3.
Shaggy just yeeting the portal out there, like, get out of here so I don't have to worry about you ever again.
But Shaggy actually was able to preserve a lot of his swarm capabilities in round 1. The only swarm card he played was one copy of Arrakis Nest. So he's going to have a lot more ways of swarming his board, potentially being able to weather through Forever YOLO's pings and damage and removal.
Cards now like Raiding Fleet are going to be tough to pull off for a decent amount of points here. War of Clans, good card to have. That's going to bring back the Brockvar Hunter, and that is a problem. The Brockvar Hunter is a dangerous card against Arrakis Swarm. It does have a 2-point cooldown. Oh, in this case, all right. So we're going for the Invader, and again, good defense against Crimson Curse again.
Yeah, I think that was the thought process. There weren't any ones on the board for his Hunter to destroy yet. So the more proactive play with the Invader was called for. Doesn't let the Crimson Curse come down that early. Oh, this time for sure. 3, yes! Good job, Marauder. 3 drones killed.
There we go.
The pings, there we go. Sorry, I'm a bit ahead here. I'm actually looking at the spectator client, but I think there seems to be a slight delay.
Yeah, Shinmiri is even further into the future. Yeah, there it is. The Archrite does come through. It does finally get the job done. It's worth its weight in gold in this case, as it does just go ahead and take out a few targets. Now, there's the Raiding Fleet. The Raiding Fleet finally finds some actual, some meat to drop that bleed on. And an immediate response by the Crimson Curse here. And oh, there it goes. The Invader does catch the bleed. And again, the Veil just denies it, just brushes it off. So no problems there. That's 1 bullet dodge, but 4 left to go here.
Yeah, and we do have Shaggy with a bunch of units on the board now. Maybe being able to get some swarm payoff soon with the likes of Triss, Chimera, and Arrakis Behemoth.
Chimera again glowing like a neon sign in Las Vegas, just saying, I'm ready.
Oh, and this time the Blood Moon going on to the Veiled unit. Getting some extra value from the Veil now.
2 in a row for that. Paying off. That strategy of just kind of denying it, of seeing that that Crimson Curse coming down the pipe and just dropping it there. And again, I mean, you have to play it, and when the bodies are there, but unfortunately that Veil just sort of, like I said, it's this vibranium shell that it just deflects right off of, as Donar now does have the Bloodthirst dealing 4 damage. It's going to get rid of, we're going to go ahead and just drop through a little bit more damage, deposited on that Onel Conqueror. Here comes the Chimera. It's going to go ahead and eat and distribute a little bit of the goodness back down to the drones. Little trickle-down droneonomics with that consume. Marauder now catching that bleed there. So finally, a little bit of the value from the Crimson Curse is coming through there, as the Marauder has got 2 points of bleed associated with it.
Yeah, and Shaggy,
Squirtle,
I think
yeah. I mean, that's 8 points.
that is 8 points. It removes another body, but I do think, what's Shaggy gonna do here? Is he going to commit the Triss? Is he gonna use leader charges? How all in is he gonna go? He only has a lead of like 7, 8 points right now.
Well, so the deal here is that if you do go with the Triss looking for something like Bone Talisman will get rid of the Bloodthirst 2 that
Yep.
Ice would need to sort of get maximum value. There's the Triss.
Does not find it. Does not
No.
find the Bone Talisman. He has Spontaneous Evolution instead.
Oh, and the Triss, I mean, the Triss basically just stops any ideas, let's say, in this case, of just removing or getting rid of the Bloodthirst ability. I mean, there was always the option of just dropping the evolution on the Arrakis Behemoth to sort of negate the double Bloodthirst, but in this case, just dropping Triss, it eats the damage from the on-crate Longship anyways, as now Ice has everything it needs to be,
Finds a pretty good card to discard, actually. Like, you don't want to draw like a super good card there, because you're forced to discard something. And so the Invader is a very welcome draw for YOLO. And the leader into Greatsword is going to be another 18-point swing. So YOLO actually able to get card advantage here, which means he gets last say, but he does use his leader. Shaggy still has 4 charges, I believe.
For the record, that Twisted Invader caught bleed 3 times. The curse, like MVP, big time. Oh, those are bad draws for Shaggy. Oh boy. I mean, seeing that Yen it's a nice sight. Unfortunately, it's just not what you want to see.
He has a lot of swarm payoff, but not that much swarm right now. And the Parasite doesn't really give you much swarm either.
And when it comes down to it, I suppose like you gotta answer that Brockbar Hunter. Oh no, we're just gonna go straight away. Get as many points and bodies on the board before it gets
Yeah, I think
out
that
of
makes
hand.
sense. I think that makes sense. You take as much value as you can with your Yen, and then you're gonna kill the Hunter anyways with the Parasite, whether it's 4 strength or 6 strength. So I think this sequencing is a little bit better, but I don't see Shaggy being able to pull this one out. Down a card, not a great draw, not enough time to populate the board, to swarm the board with bodies. So this Yen and this Bone Talisman especially are just kind of duds here. Bone Talisman is going to be playing for like a 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's a far cry from like the 16 to 18 points that it could sometimes represent, after the board is fully developed in the way that Arrakis Swarm wants it to be. Decision to be made here. I mean, the Brockvar Hunter here can, remove an extra body on the board. I think that it's a comfortable state, but just grabbing that 7 points of, those are points that just exist, protected by Veil. Not that there's really anything that can mess with it at this point. And then Insta Parasite gets rid of the Brockvar Hunter in the back row. And Turgvi, I mean...
Turgvi for a big 9 points! A big 9 points in this matchup. No high base strength units for Shaggy. But yeah, it's not going to be enough. The Bone Talisman is not going to be enough for Shaggy here.
Oh, and there's the toxicity we're talking about. That's it. I mean, why not? If you're going to win by, 2 or 3 points, why not win by 9 points?
Yeah, showing the last card, Morkvarg. Forever YOLO puts himself on the board, now only trailing 2-1 and getting his Skellige through. This was the most unfavored matchup that I think that Shaggy's Arrakis Queen had. So the next 2 games against Syndicate and Nilfgaard, I believe Arrakis Queen is favored slightly against both of those decks, maybe a little bit more against the Nilfgaard. So I'll be interested to see, how those games play out, because I think this one Shaggy's, I would say he's not too worried about losing this one to the Skellige.
No, there are certain matchups that you just expect to lose. I mean, everybody wants to go 3-0, but in certain cases, when everything lines up, you're probably going to lose one of them where it's just not in your favor. Slight favor, even though it's a slight edge in certain cases, in certain matchups, it still factors in. The previous matchup was a tie, and this one was a win by 9 or 10 points. So those 10 points are significant, friends, and that's kind of how it works here. So Shaggy's still on that Arrakis Swarm. He's got to ride that train to the final stop, or at least to tomorrow, I suppose. But there's still a little bit of track left over here as Forever YOLO. I mean, one of the ways that you can, like you said, he might not be afraid of line pockets, but he's certainly afraid of the tunnel drill. And that is probably one of the biggest, banes to that list, to the Arrakis Swarm, is seeing that drill. And oftentimes, I mean, you got to play or bleed till you see that drill. It's so devastating to a board of drones. Having a full bank and a drill hit the board with a pocket can really just ruin it for you. And we're going to see how this kind of shakes out here, as I believe Forever YOLO is going to be on blue. So we'll see the development of the Safecracker. We'll see the Novigradian Justice, a lot of engines and bodies on the board. And, if you're Shaggy, I mean, where are you? You're probably very much looking for cards like Heatwave, looking for cards like Parasite, Doragary, because you want to shut down some of these. You want to have ways to go ahead and just pump the brakes on that tunnel drill.
Yes, indeed. And let's see which deck Forever YOLO brings to game number 2 against Shaggy's Arrakis Swarm, or game number 4, I should say, but game number 2 against this specific list. It is the Nilfgaard, the Double Cross, Assimilate, Poison, Meta Breaker list on blue coin against Shaggy's Arrakis Swarm on red.
We are going to see a lot of dudes on this board. It is going to be like social distancing be damned in this case. It's going to get cramped real fast. And between the spies being played on on the Arrakis Swarm side, and Arrakis, who just loves to make plays that drop 2 or 3 or more units at a time, and in this case I feel like it's going to get cramped real fast. There's the Nausicaa Sergeant comes through, immediately protected by the Veil, which makes that instant response of a potential Crimson Curse just not all that delicious anymore.
Indeed. I think that's a really good point that you made earlier. This matchup will probably end with, or at some point involve, a full board on the Monsters player's side. Not only is Monsters trying to swarm his board, but Nilfgaard is playing a bunch of spies over there. And that actually comes into play quite a lot in terms of, if the Nilfgaard player or the Monsters player is able to actually play all the cards in their hand if there's no space.
All right, I'm setting the over-under at like 2.5 cards discarded in total here. I don't know. I mean, I suspect that it's going to happen like maybe once or twice, but it's going to get crowded. It's definitely going to get crowded real fast, as Forever YOLO has gone ahead, dropped the Sergeant, protected it with the Crystal Skull. The Hunting Pack comes through, and nice thinning play, a good tempo, a little extra sauce coming off of that Nausicaa Sergeant, and Shaggy here is just kind of wondering, all right, well, what's the follow-up here?
Yeah, I really like the fact that YOLO played the Hunting Pack in the same row as the Veiled Sergeant, because, that's the only row you can Crimson Curse, and now Shaggy is taking a risk playing the Crimson Curse like this, right? Because you still have a 1 in 3 chance.
Oh!
And there it is!
Exactly.
The foresight of Forever YOLO paying off, already netting him 2 points of bleed going onto that Veiled unit.
Yeah, he is lucky in that case. I mean, we saw how he dodged it previously, and now Forever YOLO is just counting his lucky stars. How far can it go? That's 4 bleeds that have been missed there. As we see, there it is, Captain Benjamin Sisko, the emissary of Deep Space Nine, has showed up and got ahead and given this blessing upon one of the Hunting Pack. The other is now nestled between 2 massive stacks of points. That's a Deep Space Nine reference. I'm sorry. They get obscure. They're not all, they're not all the most obvious Star Trek references. But
hey, and Shaggy finding a use for the movement from the Wild Hunt Bruiser in this matchup, because nothing row locked from Forever YOLO's side. Shaggy's done with this Veil shenanigans. He's like, get out of here, get out of this row, stop polluting my blood moon with the Veil.
You know what? Honestly, Shinmiri, if that happened to me, where I just saw somebody's Veil unit eat the bleed like 4 or 5 times in a row, I would have probably just I would just think, heat wave it, get it out of here. It is a bad omen. We don't want to see this anymore. Now, obviously, I get emotional sometimes, and that might be why that happens. But There it happens. More board development here. What's the follow-up here? I guess you're still a turn or two away from that Chimera. I guess natural selection is a good way to at least just maybe, get some damage in, clear some space. But it's getting crowded. But the Chimera is now online. But a pass is, I guess, the way to go here before that gets a little bit out of control. Forever YOLO did take that round.
No, Shaggy took that round. Shaggy took that round with.
That's my bad.
That's okay. They're switching perspectives every other game, so it does get a little confusing from time to time. But I fully expect Shaggy, after winning round 1, to push pretty deep into round 2, because if you go to a long round 3 versus this Nilfgaard, you will have board space issues like we mentioned before. But in round 2, if you push, you can pass when you run out of board space, or you can play all your bone talismans and then pass after you run out of board space. And Forever YOLO's Nilfgaard might have issues playing spies in that situation.
No issues with the Onel Conquerors in this case, as one of them shoots out. Worth noting as well, the deploy effect of the Onel Conqueror is negated by Forever YOLO having a devotion list of his own. Now that seems a little odd, but if you do clone the Onel Conqueror, the deploy effect doesn't occur because he is also playing devotion in this case. And devotion, it doesn't care what faction you're playing as long as you're playing all of one faction. So that might be worth looking here, as there is a Duchess in the hand, so you can go ahead and clone that Onel Conqueror.
That's true. It's not a bad copy target for YOLO. Shaggy, so YOLO played the Slave Hunter, which is a very key unit in this matchup. Slave Hunter with the order of damaging by 2 can, once the monster's board is full, the Slave Hunter order can actually open up a slot of space on the monster board with his damage order, and then you can play a spy into that open slot. So Shaggy, knowing how crucial that unit is in this matchup, decides to immediately Parasite it, even overkilling it with a extra 2 damage of Parasite.
That's definitely a good point. Being able to have that option of opening up a slot on the board for one of your spies is very important. And I wouldn't even suspect that that Parasite, it might sound like an overkill because you're dealing 6 damage to a 4 strength unit, but I mean, it was holding on to 2 points of damage in itself, not to mention the assimilate value that it would have represented as well.
Yeah. Interesting enough, Shaggy doesn't even blink twice, doesn't even think twice about whether he wants to Heatwave the Masquerade Ball or not. He does have the Heatwave answer in hand, but decides to ignore it and just continue swarming the board. Now he has another chance to do so if he wants.
Yeah, you got to think about where the value is going to come out of that. I mean, you are generating 2 Fangs of the Empire, so that's 8 points in itself. You're depositing 2 instances of poison, so you're going to lose a unit as well. But the status effect will boost the
Thirsty Aim.
Will boost the Thirsty Aim. So this might just be a matter of, I really don't care. I'm not using my Heatwave this round at all. Anyways, possibly.
I think it's still a lot of points. Because
it's definitely a lot of points. You're not wrong, and that's a curious case. I'm just trying to sort of play devil's advocate here to see how it could possibly be justified. Maybe you're valuing it to get rid of something tall that comes out of that Joaquin, like that 12 point. That more than what those Fangs represent? Because the Fangs themselves, I mean, but removing a 5-point unit with the Fangs is already beyond the 12 points of that Nausicaa Sergeant, but that Nausicaa Sergeant is gonna grow with the deploy effects of pretty much most of the cards that are coming out of Forever YOLO's hand.
You're right, it is an engine, so it's going to be worth a lot more than the 12 that it currently is at. Shaggy also needs to start thinking about getting this Oniromancy out of his hand, because Forever YOLO is playing Double Cross and can copy that Oniromancy, and if he manages to copy the Oniromancy, he's going to get a second doomed unit afterwards because of the Echo effect. So
Shaggy find the Bone Talisman here, though.
Yeah, great outcome for Shaggy. Does not decide to take the Bone Talisman, actually taking the Spontaneous Evolution. I like it. This immediately fills up his board and gives him more points for his Bone Talisman. I actually really like it a lot. And I think the other reason that Shaggy might have been holding onto this Heat Wave is that he can play it after he fills his board. Whereas other cards he cannot play. He's just trying to focus on filling his board as quickly as possible.
Heatwave comes through, gets rid of one of the 7, opens up a slot as well.
Nice combo with leader. Oh, but this Province has no place! No place to go for the Province spy, and this is gonna fizzle hard.
That hurts so bad, as we can see here. Here's 2 spies that would have loved to find some space. Unfortunately, there's no room at the end as Brathens comes through and just, it's one of those things where you invite the Duchess to the party and slam the door in her face.
That's
Like,
so many points lost.
That's incredible. Between the spy coming through, the 2 assimilate, the 2 assimilate targets that it would have represented as well. The
Status on the Dame. Double deploy.
That was big. Shaggy seeing through, and
Yeah.
like you said, now Shaggy actually has options to play cards without actually putting any bodies on the board. Whereas if we're looking at Forever YOLO, well, you got a poison target, I suppose. But I feel like here's the deal though: if you do poison that drone, Shaggy can respond with. He does now have room to play the Chimera, but the Chimera is going to eat something in itself. So there's a situation now where there will always be a place to play.
But Shaggy does still have leader charges to fill up the empty slot. So
True.
as long as Shaggy hasn't passed yet, he can still fill it up. But after this Bone Talisman, he is probably going to pass unless YOLO frees up a slot right now, allowing Shaggy to play the Chimera. We'll see. So yeah, YOLO should not finish the poison right now. He should wait to finish the poison. Probably play like the location into a Mentor, Viper Witcher Mentor, I would say, because he does have the Adrenaline 2 active. It should be a decent amount of points. We know that Yennefer at least is in the deck, so that's like bare minimum 9 points. I wonder if there's anything else in Shaggy's deck that might be more provisions. I don't think so. It looks like Yennefer is actually the highest one.
That Yennefer was actually
it's 10 provision.
Yeah, 10 provisions. Yen was actually mulliganed away earlier. A good play to make against a deck like Double Cross, because playing that Yen, it's not only open to the Double Cross ability itself, but to coup de grace, to just sort of negate all the work that it just did.
YOLO not taking the Mentor, instead taking the Alchemist, swaps Attorney Joust for an Organics Tutor? That can't be good for YOLO. He can't use that.
That's definitely not a good trade, but I mean, sometimes you gotta sort of play to your lines, and in this case, you're looking to maybe handcuff, find that Yen that might be in there, and maybe steal that. In this case, the poison is gonna complete the package. Now, here you go. You do have the location online, and Shaggy's kind of running out of ways to swarm. He does have some of those leader charges available as well. We still have, there's still lots of games to play. As we see there's that there's that Organics tutor that just means nothing. We're gonna go toss that away. Oh boy, there it is. Okay, so we're in business now.
Gorthric Evade Cantarella combo is online, but if you try to take the Joachim, there's a chance that you get that 2-point brick now that you put into your own deck with the Alchemist. Alchemist backfiring a little bit here.
I mean, when push comes to shove, it's probably your best line of victory. I think that Usurper is still somewhere floating in that deck as well, but I don't think that's...
Usurper's in there, Arturius is still in there, but Roderick can't be pulled by Joachim. So, like, I wonder if there's consideration for YOLO to not take Joachim because of that risk, or if he's desperate enough that he has to risk it. There are other options in Shaggy's graveyard that you could take, like Heatwave, like Triss, Telekinesis, for example. So the
issue here is that
options.
Triss Telekinesis is not going to be all that fantastic. I mean, even if you're pulling your own bronze cards, you're getting what, Attorney Joust? That's not really enough.
Here we go. Joachim, what's he gonna get? Oh, Arturius. That's a really good first pull.
Yeah, and finding some decent value here as well. Yeah, I mean, the poison is not ideal necessarily. You're not necessarily finding the biggest options here, but an emissary is a bunch of points. And, we did see the Heatwave already played by Shaggy earlier, getting rid of a Nausicaa Sergeant in round 2. So it's safe to say that we can really just sort of stack some of these points up real high as the Emissary comes through, deposits 7 points of Blessing on that Slave Hunter. And here comes the drones. They're being produced by the leader ability, putting a lot of bodies on the board. The problem here is that there's no Yen follow-up here. So the benefit is rather, I don't want to say minimal, but it could always be better.
So Shaggy actually does have access to the Yen through the Oniromancy, but he can't play it until his last save because of the threat of coup de grace. Coup de grace can always hit the Yen and replay it. So we're gonna have to see if YOLO plays coup de grace here, then Shaggy can go ahead and play Yen. But yeah, YOLO is gonna do that.
Shaggy is not.
Oh!
There it is.
Oh, the backfire! Eric, you hate and you love to see it at the same time. The Viper Witcher Alchemist may be one of the most hated or controversial cards in the game right now, actually backfiring for its user, putting that 2-point brick into the deck, blocking the Usurper potentially from coming out. It was either a 50-50 between Usurper or Wispus.
That was a tough one. I mean, you're talking about Feast or Famine in that case. Hoping for a home run, he basically just knocked one right back to the pitcher and stumbled out of the box.
Oh,
and,
but even with the brick, YOLO, look at him celebrating. He is happy to get to a game number 5. Squeezing it out, despite the brick.
Sounds like he just got a call from his agent and the record deal is a go. So he's ready to rock and roll there. But the reverse sweep is now on the menu, ladies and gentlemen. Shaggy's 2-0 lead is now a even Steven situation, and interesting choices in that case. Again, it's always a threat when you're playing against Nilfgaard like that, where playing the Yen is going to be a liability against you in certain cases. Same thing. Now, there wasn't any Earden in that list, Shaggy not bringing Earden. So once the threats of, Heatwave are gone, you could pretty much stack points real high and not worry about it. In that case, playing the location into the Cantarella, into the Coup de Grace, getting a whole bunch of points, even though there was a whiff, like you mentioned. You did definitely talk about the potential bad situations of picking up that Wispus and having a card that really is just nothing. It's just, it's points, don't get me wrong, but it's not the home run that you were hoping with, still with threats like Usurper floating around.
Yeah, indeed. But what looked like to be heading towards a clean 3-0 sweep for Shaggy is now going to a game number 5 or game number 6, because we did have a tie. I can't believe it. Yeah. First series of the weekend, and we already go in the distance to at least 6 games. Fingers crossed.
Yeah. It's basically what we did here. It's that standard play of playing a resilient unit in round 3. We're going to round 4, I guess is what it is technically here. I'd be remiss if I didn't cast the official Gwent event and there wasn't a tie. That's typically how that goes. I know that Repek is very, very adept at sort of having that psychic ability of figuring out just how many ties will occur in a tournament, and I think he's actually been correct more often than not. So if he's listening, he could probably tell us in advance when there's going to be a tie or not, or how many there will be. But this is it, friends. The final countdown to the first matchup here at the quarterfinals of Gwent Open number 1, Season 3. Here we go. Shaggy is going to be on Arrakis and playing against Line Pockets. And Shinmiri, if you're Shaggy here, besides the threat of, well, I guess not only, double breaking those Ondale Conquerors as we just saw, but beyond the threat of that tunnel drill that can really, really just wreak havoc on an Arrakis list, what else are you looking for to either dodge as Shaggy, or what are you looking to exploit here?
Tunnel drill is definitely the biggest consideration. You want to maybe lose the round where the tunnel drill comes out, or you want to at least save an answer right away, like a parasite, to kill that tunnel drill right away so that it can't destroy all your bodies. This version that Shaggy's playing, it doesn't have the Geralt Yrden, which is maybe a little bit weaker against the Syndicate. This might be the matchup where you value the Yrden the most, because Syndicate does tend to row stack with its Crown Splitters, has a lot of boost with like Cleaver and Halfling Savecrackers and some of their spenders as well. So it might be not as traditionally favored as you would expect. I think this is going to be actually a pretty close matchup.
Yeah, and Forever YOLO now, not sure if he's playing Gwent or auditioning for the sequel to 8 Mile, but he's definitely freestyling some lyrics there and some points. As finally here he comes, basically the auto guarantee opener against every line pockets I have ever played on Pro Rank is Safecracker into Furco into Justice into Sadness.
How do they always have it, Blake? How do they always have it?
Shimiri, I honestly don't know, and it's like probably within the same line of thought of why do I always brick my portal? Why do they always have Safecracker? But it's just so odd because it's like a guarantee. It's just built into the code. Apparently, it's it's like the blood code in Mortal Kombat Sega Genesis: AB, AC, ABB, Safecracker. That's kind of how that goes.
Well, Shaggy does have a pretty decent hand, has a lot of Swarm, and has a decent amount of payoffs with the 2 Chimeras and the 1 Bone Talisman. The Parasite ready to remove something if need be, and a Maxi to kind of take a look at the deck and decide whether you want to shuffle or not. Maxi, even if you don't shuffle, can be very crucial information for you down the line to plan out your rounds, knowing roughly exactly what you're going to top deck into.
My Redanian. Nice little piece of thinning as well. And once you hit that 9 coin limit, that's when the Redanian wants you. It's kind of like a gold digger. It's like the Kim Kardashian of thinnable cards. Once you have money, it's like, oh, I'm here. It's how we're doing it. Blue coming through. There's
I didn't get a chance to see.
Oh, there was a Yennefer on top. I believe Yennefer was the first pick there. So there's a good chance that Shaggy deciding that that's kind of the tune that he wants to dance to, and just opting rather just to confirm the choice rather than shuffling the deck.
Yeah, but as casters, we didn't get a chance to take a look at what was left in the deck, unfortunately. But Shaggy, I'm betting, if he kept that order, I bet he pressed the print screen, took a screenshot, saved it somewhere to refer to later down the road, because that is very crucial information to have.
Oh, that is definitely crucial information, especially when you know where your cards are. I mean, you got to sort of commit that to memory, and that's a little bit about, what separates the casual to the pro here is the fact that you know what's coming around the corner. There are no surprises once you play that Maxi and you just confirm the choice. You know what's coming around the bend. So being able to have that kind of certainty, it allows you to plan out this round and future rounds as well. So that's a nice little benefit there as well. And I'm sure Shaggy kind of just, took that mental snapshot and is going to be moving forward with that information and stepping lightly in certain cases, but also perhaps just sort of pushing the tempo.
The only caveat to that is that when you mulligan cards, like at the start of round 2, they can potentially go in between, like near the top of the deck, and surprise you when you're expecting something else later in round 3. So it's just something to be careful about. It doesn't always happen, but you have to be ready for it.
One of the few times that I'm glad that the players are not mic'd because
YOLO is rapping over there.
Oh yeah, he's ready to drop a mixtape, and it's quite interesting. We just don't know if the mixtape is called Almost Got There, or if it's or he might just be a mo money mo problems. He's playing Syndicate here, so who knows at this point? But yeah, it's pretty solid. Clearly, there's a future for this young lad, and I don't know,
hey,
Death Row Records or Ja Rule.
Is it just me, or is there a little bit of an Eminem resemblance?
That's what I'm saying. Everyone's talking about they forgot about Dre, but in this case, like Forever YOLO apparently is just trying to. Sometimes it's Gwent careers are not this is just the stepping stone. He's gonna basically take this money that he potentially might win, and invest it in an agent and a mixtape, and that's where we go with this. So
catapult to worldwide stardom. But first, he's got to win this best of 5 versus Shaggy Nuts.
Damn right. I'm just Shinmiri, like the money you win in the quarterfinals versus the finals, that's the difference. Whether your chain is is aluminum or if it's gold and spins. That's basically where you got to get to here.
Exactly. As Shaggy takes round number 1, we'll have to see if he decides to push here. No portal, but Shaggy knew what he is top decking into, right? And he knows that he's gonna get that portal. I saw that little sideways glance Shaggy gave to you know, to the screenshot of his maxi. I saw that. He knew with 100% confidence that that next top deck would be the portal. That's why he confirmed choice so quickly.
Shaggy still has the ominous threat of that tunnel drill that he needs to worry about. However, there are no pockets developed yet, so there's no worry about it just now. But that those 9 coins sitting in the bank, that's the max you can have. So YOLO might need to respond there with the Jackal to go ahead and start spending some of it. If
Or is
possible.
he just gonna go? Is he just gonna go for the tunnel drill right now? Oh no.
Okay, now this is an interesting choice because that Oneromancy was your tunnel drill. So opting in this case to go for the Philippa just to steal the 7 points, I wonder if that's the right move here, because now take a look at this. Shaggy does get ahead here, and even though you did have a 17-point Philippa, what did you steal? You didn't necessarily steal anything that's really going to matter too much. Whereas the tunnel drill would have just paid so many dividends down the road, as now Forever YOLO's going to go ahead, play the cleaver, start developing pockets, but for what? There's no drill to take advantage.
Exactly. And if you get pushed the distance in this round, and you have to play the Herald Gourd as well, then there's going to be no crown splitters left for Forever YOLO to even get any sort of crown splitter adjacency or pockets with his tunnel drill in round 3.
Now, worth noting here is that if Shaggy is putting Forever YOLO on a tunnel drill, he can go ahead and populate the board, drop Triss, bringing all of those drones to 4, which is
you
so
mean Yen,
awesome.
right? I think you mean Yen.
I apologize. Yen, yes. Playing the Yen to boost all those drones to 4, which allows the drill to have it, or means that the drill is more awkward in terms of spending to full-on remove. Shaggy here, I think that was just him thinking that the drill was the next play here.
Yes. I wonder if this was a bluff by YOLO, but Shaggy, taking the safe route, thinking that, okay, this tunnel drill is going to be a little bit neutered in round 3 because of the lack of crown splitters, and maybe even despite the card disadvantage, he can take it in a 6 versus 7 card round 3. We'll see how it plays out.
I think that was a bluff. I honestly do, but I mean, at the same time, I think it might have been a situation where Forever YOLO might have thought that he could get out of the round without playing his cleaver. He might have thought that Shaggy might have just sort of taken the pass and he could get out of it in a different way. The difference here is that eventually he had to do it. Because when you're Shaggy and you see that Oneromancy pop out of the hand on the Echo, on the turnaround with Echo, you're wondering, you're like, okay, you're using a card to get a card that isn't Drill, so you must have Drill, because Shaggy knows that Drill is basically the biggest bane to his game plan here is that Drill. The problem now is that Forever YOLO might have bluffed himself into a bad situation where he doesn't necessarily have the pocket necessary, but those are still some very powerful cards in YOLO's hand.
Indeed. All right, YOLO opens up with a coin profit, getting to 9 coins, bringing the Flying Redanian back out. And Shaggy is going to immediately start populating his board, swarming his board. YOLO can kill 4 of these right now if he wants with the tunnel drill.
It's awkward, but what we need to understand is that though it does feel bad to spend 2 to kill 1, that 1 will be 3 on a future turn.
Or 4 or 5. So
correct. Yeah. So it might feel bad and this might feel like a terrible spend, but you have to understand that those points do become bigger threats down the road. So playing a tunnel drill like that without the pocket, it's still a perfectly fine play. It may feel terrible, but it gets the job done ultimately down the road based on what those 1-point drones represent in 3 or 4 turns.
And now Shaggy is forced to Heat Wave, respect that tunnel drill despite there being no adjacency. It doesn't feel great to Heat Wave a 5 when you know that there's like a Herald Gourd or a tall Jacques or a tall Sea Jackal coming in the future.
And here's a difficult spot to be in if you're Shaggy, because you're not necessarily generating a lot of bodies on the board. That Yennefer feels really bad.
Triss doesn't find a swarm card, does not find the spontaneous evolution or the Arrakis nest. This is what you were mentioning earlier, especially against Syndicate. You can get clogged on your Triss with a lot of these useless crimes, and now maybe he's forced to take
you do have the natural selection. It does take a body off the board and generate you a body yourself. Okay, actually opting in this case to go ahead and maybe you're challenging one of the spenders here, meaning that the next coin comes out. You do need to profit. Forever YOLO still apparently working on his best Lord of the Dance impression, but
he was praying. He was praying a little bit there when he saw the Triss deciding. He was really hoping to not see a Swarm card, and now he's celebrating.
But I mean, if you want to celebrate, that's a good thing to celebrate about. I mean, let's be completely honest and fair here. But I mean, the bodies are still piling up for Shaggy. There's still 2 turns to go here. But 5-point lead, a Yennefer, a Bone Talisman. The points are going to rack up. Can Forever YOLO dodge this? There's still 1 crime left. You do have probably a decently efficient spender. At the end of the day, that Sea Jackal will get you a little bit of extra points once you're really at the top end of your bankroll. But Gord at this point could be, what, 11, 12 points at the end of the day?
Gord is, I'm checking, it's a 13-point play now after that last crime was played. So 13 points, pretty big, and then the Sea Jackal also being able to get like 12, 13 points as well. So yeah, I think
a 12-point lead plus the 8 points from the Bone Talisman. The bank is going to determine here, can Forever YOLO spend his money, spend his way, all the way to not just a quarterfinal victory, but a record deal, potentially. There's the Bone Talisman. He's looking at it. He sees
Look at that celebration.
Oh, yeah, this is it. The encore, baby. Take a bow. Forever YOLO comes through. That Gord looks mighty fat. Shaggy with the 2-0 lead is nullified by Forever YOLO, who comes through reverse sweep. We loved this matchup so much. We went to 6 games amazingly. So there is Forever YOLO, and dear goodness gracious, I mean, it's really difficult to play a high-level game of Gwent and drop a rap album in the same function, but there he is. He could take a breath. He's through to day 2, Shinmiri.
Yeah, look at that reaction. He was like celebrating, super happy when he saw the final card come out of Shaggy's hand, and now he's just soaking it all in. Look at that.
Well, I'd say
first appearance for Forever YOLO at an official Gwent tournament, and he's made it to day 2.
I gotta say, I mean, the boy that Crimson Curse forgot at a certain point, which saved a bunch of points in certain cases, that epic tie. Poor Shaggy. Shaggy was really in the driver's seat for a lot of this series, but Forever YOLO is forever resilient and comes through, gets to day 2, defeats Shaggy. If we take a quick look here at the bracket to see just the first segments of the bracket and how it's shaping up. There's the quarterfinals as we see. Shaggy goes through. Actually, that should be reversed there. Forever YOLO is 3-2 on that one, winning with a stake of $1,655 for Forever YOLO. The graphic there is just a little reversed, but it's no big deal. I mean, we get the gist of it, and there it is. There's the profile picture, Shinmiri. I mean, we can discuss what that rap album might be titled, but Reverse Sweep is one of the...
Reverse Sweep is a great candidate, actually, after that series.
I think that would definitely be the first single off that album, but what a great play. And, I mean, you come through, and sometimes that confidence, it could play against you in certain cases where you might play a little bit too, free and clear of thinking things through. We saw Shaggy take the complete opposite end of the spectrum, very stoic, thinking it through, making the plays, and Forever YOLO in this case, the self-proclaimed toxic player, manages to bust through on this first quarter finals match.
It goes.
I know. I was about to say there, Shinmiri. I mean, I got to say some of those situations, like it was up in the air for either player.
A lot of those games were super close, but I think Birja is standing by to talk with Forever YOLO to see his reaction to the first series and moving on to day 2. Let's see what they have to say.
I'm here with Forever YOLO. Forever YOLO, congratulations, coming back with a reverse sweep. I have the most important question that I think everybody's asking themselves at home. What were you singing? Because you were singing and moving and all that.
I don't know. I can say a word now. I think it was a great comeback from me, by me. I don't know, really hard to say something. because since game one everything went wrong from my plan. I misplayed a bit. I did a wrong math, and that's why I was in this big hole to lose. But then, when we tied on game three, I just turned on music, got chill vibe, and just play Gwent without any stress, tilt, and so on. Just like what gonna happen, it doesn't matter. Will I
Nice.
win or will I lose? Just chill and play Gwent.
Yeah, that actually is interesting that you said, because sometimes we focus so hard on trying to get everything right and the stress, but then you were losing 2-0, and then you're like, okay, let's chill out, let's put on the music. And I really like that, because it put you in a mind state where you're just chill, just playing the game, throwing cards around, and it was amazing, and it worked out for you. So congratulations, you are the first semifinalist, and yeah, thank you. Let's go back to the casters.
Yeah, thanks.
There
All right, there
we
it is.
are.
Yeah, that is the bracket, Shinmiri.
Yes, and
Beautiful.
Forever Yellow advancing over Shaggy in the first match. He will face off between the winner of Tailbot and Cams tomorrow. What a great series. Went the distance, 6 games, a lot of close ones there. We even, that's you can't make that stuff up. Like, Shaggy was 1 point away from 3-0ing Forever YOLO, and then Forever YOLO just got into a different mindset, put the music on, started rapping, and just relaxing, and it was just like playing another game on the pro rank ladder. It wasn't the high stress, high stakes tournament game for him anymore. Just got his nerves, controlled his nerves, and then came back and won it.
No, everybody has something that they might lean on to sort of relax and such. Like, for some, it's just a nice calm setting. For others, it's music. For me, it's extreme amounts of profanity. But everyone has their thing, Shinmiri. I mean, I've watched you two play a lot, and you take your time through your approach of your turns, and you go to the rope and you date your thing. I tend to just curse the gods and make I string together a lot of 4-letter words. It's definitely. We each have our own ways of dealing with stress, and in that case, Forever YOLO managed to actually just go ahead and cruise through. 2-0 is a big hole to dig yourself out of. It took an extra game even to get through, a couple lucky bounces of that Crimson Curse, but ultimately here we are. Forever YOLO has come through. Shaggy is somebody who has a lot of pedigree in Gwent and has a lot of tournament placements, tournament appearances under his name, and it's good to see him back competing at a high level. And this is just something that you got to brush off. I mean, it happens, and sometimes you high roll, sometimes you low roll in an inch here, an inch there, and that's what happens at the end of the day. Is that it went down to the wire as we take a look at the match stake here.
And I'm sure we'll see Shaggy back again in a future Gwent Open tournament. I know he's been doing very well on ladder, so looking forward to see him on the big stage again. And here we go. There's the updated prize pool. The score has been fixed. It was 2-3 in favor of Forever YOLO, moving on with $1,655 in his pocket so far, and more potentially to come tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a lot of money to invest in, a grill or something. I don't know. I don't know. I legit don't know what rappers buy into stuff. Apparently, they put a lot of tattoos and stuff on their face. I don't know. Regardless, Forever YOLO. Lots of money and a lot more to come down the road as well. We do have another set of players here and another set of casters as well, as we will get introduced to the lovely Lionheart and Tia Beastie around the corner as the second matchup of the quarterfinals here at Gwent Open number 1. Season number 3 is around the corner, where we have Tobliaf versus Cams. 1-2-3-1-3-4. My apologies. Canadian conversion. We'll see you on the other side, my friends. Enjoy the next matchup.
Hello and welcome back, Tailbot, to yet another Gwent Open. Congratulations for qualifying, and thank you so much for taking the time for this interview.
Hello. Thanks for having me.
My first question, I think everyone needs to know straight away. What is the complex and probably very five-head reason for you to swap your name to I'd say top Liat.
Yeah, that's a good pronunciation. So yeah, the reason is actually not as complex as you might think. Basically, I wanted to become anonymous, but it looks like it didn't work out so well because a lot of people already connected the dots and figured out that it's me. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, I thought that IQ of Gwent community is not as high, that they're not gonna notice, but it's actually pretty high, turns out.
So I did some research with the team as well and looked into it. And like after a few hours of research, we did find out that it's basically just Tailbot spelled backwards.
Yeah, but backwards.
Yeah. So kind of crazy that they figured it out so fast. Anyways, second question now. Looking ahead, this season has just started. It's the first Open of the year. So I would like to know if you've got any specific goals in mind when it comes to this competitive season.
Yes, so I will basically try to qualify for Masters through winning an Open. So I decided that I'm probably not gonna grind to the ladder this season for crown points. I'm gonna chill more this season and hopefully win an Open. But yeah, who knows? Maybe we still have a lot of seasons left, so I still might change my mind and go back to grinding. But I'm not sure how likely is that.
So when you speak of grinding, I think it's still different to most players because looking at the statistics, you played the least amount of games to qualify with the highest win rate out of all the contestants here. So do you think there's the need for a difficulty setting for your pro ladder games to make it more fair for everyone?
No, I wouldn't like to see that kind of setting because then I would have to play more games and I don't want to.
All right.
And also, it's not like I'm playing that well recently, so yeah, I don't think it's needed.
So it's more about the efficiency for you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time as always, and we might just see you tomorrow again. Good luck with your games.
Thank you. Thanks.
All right, I am here with Kams, taking over from Ryan. Kams, first of all, first question, day one. You already qualified for Open 2. Do you plan to qualify for every single Open this season?
Tak, udało mi się zakwalifikować już.
Yes, I've managed to qualify for 2 Opens already. It would be great to qualify for all of them, but I know that others would like to have a chance. But still, I'll try to take every spot I can.
O tym, żeby dostać się na Opena, więc to będzie trudne, ale tak, będę walczył o każdego Opena w tym sezonie.
Nice. When it comes to your biggest strength, what is your biggest strength as a player? You can only name one.
Myślę, że taka wytrwałość.
I have to say persistence. I have a great example from the qualifier for this Open when I was playing against Danerai and I was losing 2-0. And then he only had Vi left and I had NR Witchers, Gift and Skellige, so old decks that don't do well on paper against Vi. But I still fought hard and had some luck and managed to win 3-2 with a comeback.
Powalczyłem, szczęście było po mojej stronie i udało się wygrać 3-2, skombekować.
Tak jest, tak było. Alright, shout out time. Do you want to thank anyone for helping you before this tournament?
Mamie.
My mom. But in all seriousness, I would like to thank my whole team. Same as last time, they helped me get ready for this tournament.
Chciałbym im bardzo podziękować.
Nice.
Hello and welcome to the second quarter-final of the first Open for Season 3. I'm Lionheart and with me as always is Tia Beastie. Now some of you may know us as Beauty and the Beastie from our previous casts around the Gwent community and it feels incredible to be here. Tia, how are you feeling?
I'm doing very well, Lionheart. I'm extremely excited to be here today with all of you. And although many of you might not have seen our faces before, I assure you we've been here from the very beginning. Back in the olden days when the board still had 3 rows and Syndicate as a faction did not yet exist. Now, we have some very special rewards for you today if you're watching live and tuning in on the event on Twitch. If you've been watching from the very beginning, you should already have reached your first milestone of 2 hours and received 50 meteorite powder.
and after watching for 4 hours, you will get another 50 meteorite powder, as well as that very fancy-looking Pavko Gale avatar.
I mean, who doesn't want Burza's face in their inventory, am I right? At 6 hours, you will receive your first ultimate keg.
You will indeed, and Burza would like, I'm sure, to be informed, Pavko Gale and him, completely different people. But at 8 hours, there is another ultimate keg for you, if you keep watching for that entire time. I am always looking for more meteorite powder to fit my collection for sure. Now, as always, you guys in the community have been voting on Twitter to who you believe will be victorious in this matchup. And wow, Tobliat, otherwise known as Tailbot, has come out with a 73% rate. What do you make of that?
I mean, Tailbot has always been a fan favorite. This is nothing new, but do not underestimate Cams. He has been very consistent on ladder in these past few weeks, and just like Tailbot, he has also competed in at least one open event in every competitive season thus far, so he might just have some tricks up his sleeve.
That's very true, and it is worth remembering. Twitter is not always correct. It is often a curse, as it was in the previous game. Shaggy was decided to be the winner there, but Forever YOLO coming back and reverse sweeping him. So it is definitely worth considering that it may be a curse, not a blessing, although I'm sure Tailbot hopes that it isn't. Now, we can look at the deck lists, I believe, and we are going to start off with the artist formerly known as Tailbot, Tobliat from Team Legacy. After revealing his true identity, we will now take a look at his line pockets list.
Now, Tailbot has brought a tier 1 list to this tournament. There's no shock there. This is a very flexible list that has a little bit of everything in it. You have quite a few thinning and tempo options with cards like Novigradian Justice, the Flying Redanian, as well as Furco. You can also go uninteractive with crime cards if you wish to do so, and you have plenty of removal with 2 poisons, Tunnel Drill, Tavern Brawl, as well as some toll removal with Karathi Heatwave. Now, it's also worth noting that Tailbot not only brought Horsan Jr., but he also invited Horsan Sr. to the family reunion. Now, whether these two can get along and put their differences aside for one game is yet to be seen, but it seems that Tailbot has faith in their abilities. And next we have the infamous Araha Swarm.
We do indeed. Tailbot bringing lists and leaders you may expect, but in true Tailbot fashion, bringing a few cards that you might not expect. It is an Araka Swarm list, and you can see a Yerden right at the top there. All of the Swarm potential that you would normally see, and the payoffs from Yen, a single Bone Talisman. But there is also, instead of having Triss Telekinesis, there is an original Geralt of Rivia. Something that perhaps we were not expecting to see in this list, and true Tailbot fashion has to make sure he brings just a little bit of spice with him. This list is strong. We have seen it do so very well, although didn't quite get through in previous matchups. But I can see it being incredibly strong here, and I'm sure he will be pretty confident taking this on either coin. Going into his next list, he's got Blaze of Glory.
Oh yes, it's Iced Baby, the deck with a 30-point finisher. Now, if you're able to hold on to Iced for long enough and obtain Bloodthirst too, the game is normally as good as yours. This deck also has a lot of control and a lot of strong cards to defend a bleed. Now, it's also worth noting that he has brought Hjalmar Uncrate. Not a lot of people include this card in this deck merely because there's already so much toll removal. In a mirror match, it might not do that well because of awkward pacing with Iced already, but we have talked to Tailbot and it seems he is targeting lists like Line Pockets as well as Nilfgaard, and then Hjalmar might actually find some value. Ironically, 2 of the staple cards in this deck are also not tutorable anymore and haven't been for quite some time. Cards like Morkvarg is a pirate and not a warrior, and Jenga Fret is but a lonely human like the rest of us. I must say, it sucks knowing that if I were in the Witcher universe, I would be tagged as a human. But hey, if little Herkia can make the cut for warrior, perhaps so can I. And the next list is surely an interesting one with an imprisonment leader.
It is indeed. And don't fear, you would obviously get the beast tag as well, quite clearly. So you don't need to worry, you'd at least get 2 tags. And the imprisonment list is Tailbot's take on the meta breaker that we saw become meta, as has been documented. It is an imprisonment version of Masquerade Ball with Assimilate. It has all of the things you'd expect to see in a Nilfgaard list. It has the options of the Brathans for some Assimilate and great points, Gotha Gaved, mixed with Cantarella will give you the option to replay those Joachims multiple times if you choose to. Up to 4, in fact, in this list. The Imprisonment Leader ability, certainly not to be ignored either. It allows for a lot of control, so it can take a little bit better long rounds against things like Skellige, for instance, and certainly improve it by closing down those engines. And it will certainly be interesting to see if it finds additional removal value as well, as he has teched in a single coated weapons, allowing him up to 8 points of removal potentially in a single swing. It is quite a powerful lineup from Tailbot, which will surprise absolutely none of you. And now we can see his opponent Cams and see what he has brought.
Now, Cams comes here with a line pockets list as well, but this deck is quite different to that of Tailbot's. This one is very top heavy, as Cams did bring Jock. It's quite interesting to see Tailbot not bring a card as strong as Jock, especially in a mirror match between syndicates. But he did have Jock here, and we also see Triss Telekinesis. Now, Cams has the opportunity to play 4 poisons, which cannot be ignored. He has 2 Fistic, 1 Fistic Trafficker, and Triss can also proc another one. Ironically, he doesn't have Kurt, so if any of his cards get poisoned or locked, there's not much Cams can do unless he's on blue coin and has access to his Crystal Skull. Then we go on to a list that defies the Arajas trend, and it is Carapace.
It is indeed. Carapace Keltulis has been a staple of Gwent tournament metas for quite some time now, and it is a very, very powerful list, provided you draw your cards at the very top end, of course. It stacks up with a Keltulis, the standard point slam options for Eigen and Osril later on to make that short round nice and tasty. Ciri Dash still there in spite of the change to the Carapace leader ability, meaning she can no longer receive Veil. Lots of engines in the middle there with Nithral the Beast and the Aperian Phantom able to take entire rounds if played correctly. The one thing about the Carapace list that's interesting, the very top end is pretty similar all the time, but it is in that 4 provision slot quite commonly that you see the interesting techs. And there are quite a few. The double Forktail, they're certainly to make that Araka's list a little bit less favoured if he queues into it, as well as other swarmy type lists as well. A single Spores that would feel terrible against Skellige, but he will hope that that isn't something that he draws into for sure. His next list is Double Cross.
Ah yes, the quadruple Joachim list. That deck where you play your opponent's cards better than they can. Now, what makes this list quite point slammy is the fact that you can now commit a card like Joachim in round 1 or 2, and then later play your location card, Gortha Gavayad, use the order ability to take Joachim out of your opponent's graveyard, place it back on the deck, then play Cantarella, play Joachim a 3rd time, and then if that wasn't enough, just coup de grace it and get a 4th Joachim out. That's also a nice way you can tech your Masquerade Ball without including too many aristocrats. But if you don't find the correct cards for this combination, you might also brick Masquerade Ball, so that is something to look out for. Now, although Cams has brought Double Cross as a leader, which also helps a lot with Assimilate, he did in fact include Alba Armored Cavalries in this deck, so he also has 2 locks. So in case we do see a very spicy Nilfgaard mirror match, both of them will have access to 2 locks. And then it's also worth mentioning, as we go on to Nature's Gift, that Cams is the only person in this entire tournament who has not brought Iced. So it's worth taking our hats off to Cam's creativity, and I'll take you over to Lionheart with the Nature's Gift list.
And the Nature's Gift list is in there and is in place of Skellige. Now, whether this is in the hope that players may be targeting Skellige and able to use Nature's Gift differently, only time will tell. But Nature's Gift is a devotion list, and it certainly packs a punch for sure. Ethne in round 3, it is an evolving card that can drop 3 Symbiosis engines onto the board all at once, and with the addition of Gezrus of Leda into pretty much any Scoia'tael list, if that card sticks, it has a lot of power for sure. Now, it is also worth noting there is a decent amount of Purify in this list. The Dryad's Caress, not 1 but 2. There is also obviously the Forest Protector to replay that, and even Shaping Nature. The Echo card in Scoia'tael, not to be overlooked. You may just want to drop the Vitality onto the Hammer Dryads, but it also has the option to give Veil in 2 separate rounds to protect an already poisoned unit. So it certainly has a lot of power and can be really scary in the long rounds. Now, it is worth noting that those lists are all pretty strong. Tia, what is your favorite list?
Well, I must say that Tailbot's line pockets list did come as quite a surprise. I'm still trying to figure out why he included Horsan Senior, as he is definitely the only person I've ever met on ladder who had it. I mean, nobody included Slave Infantry in their Nilfgaard decks, which I also found peculiar, as being able to change Joachim into a different card can significantly break your opponent's combination of quadruple Joachim. So perhaps Tailbot went with a different approach to help his matchup against Nilfgaard and change a Joachim into a card like Q-Top Lackey.
That's quite possible. I mean, it is a very interesting tech choice in true Tailbot fashion. The Horson Senior will have caught a lot of people by surprise, I think. As you say, it might make that Nilfgaard list a little better. And it looks like we actually don't need to worry about that. We have got the bans in right now. And as you can see, Tailbot does not have access to that line pockets list that we were so excited about. It is gone. Cams agrees. Horson Senior is too left field for him, and he has decided there will be no syndicate for Tailbot.
Well, it seems Cams was just as shocked as we were, and he just decided, nope, it's not happening. I'm banning that list altogether. I'm quite sad we can't see Tailbot's plan, but that's alright. And Tailbot banning Caltulis, well, that also makes sense, seeing that he did bring lists like Arachasum as well as Skellige, and you don't really want to face Kali in these sort of matchups. So it's going to be fun to see. Now, Tailbot is on blue coin, I know, but we have spoken to him, and we know that his decks are very flexible when it comes to coin choices. So he is more focused on what Cams is going to bring and whether he can snipe that with his coins. I personally do think Skellige has the most favored blue coin out of all of his lists that are remaining. What do you think, Lionheart?
Yeah, that makes sense. There is a lot of flexibility, but the Nilfgaard and his monsters list definitely do prefer the red coin. SK is fine on blue, as long as you do not lose on even, and that will be something he will be very, very mindful of. But there is always, in this situation, you know your queue, and you know what coin you're on, so you have to bear that in mind. Are we going to see some 5-head strategies and attempts to coin snipe here in order to avoid certain matchups? If he knows, Tailbot thinks, I'm going to play SK, if Cams reads that, Cams may in turn choose to play a completely different list to target that. It's going to be really interesting to see which way they go with that for sure. I'm still quite upset that we don't get to see Tailbot's line pockets list. I really wanted to see if Horson Senior could make an appearance and make it worthwhile, but it will be interesting. So if Tailbot starts on blue here, we're looking then to see at Cam's lists. He doesn't have Carapace. It'll be interesting to see which of his 3 lists he picks. He could go line pockets, he could go double cross, or he could also go gift.
Well, we know that line pockets has a bit of an edge when it comes to red coin, because if you can win on even, that's obviously great for you. But when it comes to perhaps trying to interpret Tailbot's snipe here, we have talked to some other players who has said that they might just take Nature's Gift on red coin too. Because although you normally go with a Dunka stratagem sort of combination and get that card out with some carryover, because people expect that, it's quite fun to go on red coin and just blow their minds. So we don't know what Cams is going to try and do, but I think he's going to try and tech against Skellige, as that's likely what Tailbot is going to be taking here.
Yeah, quite possibly. I mean, as we alluded to when we were looking through the deck lists, he does run the double locks in his Nilfgaard list, and that certainly makes his long round considerably better. Both lists are really good in a long round, and it will ultimately come down to who can get their cards down and do what they want to first. But it is going to be really interesting. If he finds those locks and can deny a lot of the damage engines of SK, his chances in that long round do become significantly stronger. So Cams may decide, this is my opening game, I'm not going to try any 5-head strats here, I'm just going to go in. I'm pretty sure he knows that what Tailbot's favoured blue coin pool will be, so maybe that's the matchup we see. But as you alluded to when we were talking to some of the other players, the possibility of taking gift on red instead is possible, because he'll want to try and avoid the syndicate matchup there. So there is always a little dancing around where these players are concerned for sure, and ultimately that's why they're there, I suppose. There's a whole mini game before you can even start playing, right?
I mean, that is 100% true, right? We always talk about the coins and what the players are supposed to expect, but then you go just one step further and Cams thinks, well, I'm playing red coin, so Tailbot is expecting me to take this list, and therefore I'm actually going to take that list, whilst Tailbot is already 2 moves ahead and knows Cams is thinking like that and is therefore going on to a different list altogether. So you can't really interpret these matchups the way you'd like to. These players think on an entirely different level than the most of us measly humans with our Jenga tag. But yeah, there are certainly some interesting mirror matches I want to see today. The fact that Tailbot hasn't brought Jock, I personally think that might be because if you have a Nilfgaard match against a Syndicate one, Yennefer is quite scary if she's able to get her hands on a card like Jock. If she gets her hands on a card like Cleaver, it's not that great because you don't have the Line Pockets leader ability, so you can't even spawn a Cleaver's Muscle unless you have already stolen other cards with your Assimilate abilities and gathered some coins of your own. But stealing Jock is normally a game breaker, so I think that might be the reason he didn't opt for Jock there.
It probably is. Unfortunately, we won't get to find out as we won't get to see it. It is scary for the Nilfgaard matchup if you end up losing your Jacques. It is probably the best yen, but it does also give you a very decent choice for single coin spend, something that the list doesn't do well at all without it if you exclude Philippa. So it is one of those, but I can see us going in here and we are into game number 1. It is Skellige versus Syndicate. So Cams decides to queue the Syndicate here. He's going Syndicate on red coin, and we can see the hand draws right now.
And Tailbot did exactly what we thought he would. He chose his best list for blue, which is Skellige. Now this list is great on blue because it has a lot of bronze engines that are quite strong. Now the only downside here is that Tailbot cannot afford to lose on even, and Cams has a great list to push on round 1, so this is going to be interesting. I think they're going to play deep into this round.
Quite possibly round control can be really important in these matchups, and you just see Cams there just choosing to mulligan away the second halfling safecracker. He's got how many crimes in hand? There are 5 crimes in hand because that poison does fit, so they are some pretty sizable safecrackers. Cams on red coin doesn't necessarily have to commit his justice either, is in a pretty nice spot there, and we just see, I believe, Tailbot dropping the boat out, opening play. That's pretty Skellige standard.
Yeah, very standard proactive play. It's a very nice boat to have. You only have 2, so it's nice that those 2 didn't brick by accident because of raiding fleet. Now, Cams preferably wants to decide whether he can take this round or not. He is definitely not going to give ice round control willingly, and the play here is normally going with your halfling safecracker. There we see it. So this is a very nice intimidate engine, and it boosts by 5, meaning he has 5 crime cards in hand.
It does indeed, and that will be, it's probably one of the most telegraphed openings. It's exactly what you expect to see when you are coming up against line pockets. We've all faced it 1,000 times on ladder since it jumped into the meta, and it is probably the most common that you're going to see. Now, this is an interesting line here. We can see Tailbot decides he's going to play his Vabiorn for raiding fleet, gets his second ship out. Sounds great, it does thin the deck, but it also denies him access necessarily to Blood Eagle. There's no guarantee of drawing it. When you look in his hand, of course, there is already an Iced, a Harold, and a Skjordal Drummond, so his main targets he does have access to, but still potentially risky if he does feel he needs it later.
Yes, I actually just took a look at Tailbot's hand, and this is not good for Tailbot because Cams has the ability to go very deep into this round without committing much, yet Tailbot has 2 of his win cons in hand. He has Iced, which he definitely does not want to commit to early, and he also has Harold, which he want to play in round 3. His Skjordal is in its first form and will only play for 6 points. You do not want to see that, so Tailbot is limited here, and we'll see how far he can go before he has to pass, or else he will be trading down significantly.
Yeah, in addition, he's very keen not to lose this round on even, and he will be trying to get out of this round as at some point, because losing on even is the worst case scenario for him here. You can see Cams putting the pressure on, dropping that Nova Gradient Justice to really add pressure. Each crime card now is going to be +2, although there is a bleed ticking on the other side here, so it's going to be interesting to see how this goes. Cams will definitely want to push to win on even here. And at the moment, Tailbot is working out which engine does he develop right now, and it is the Greatsword. Drops it down. That will add an additional point to all the damage that happens. Also pings the stratagem as well. He'll be quite happy with that.
Greatsword's definitely something you want to get out early, right? Otherwise, it doesn't help much. And it's also, yeah, it can go quite tall. It's something that Ice can normally use if you don't get Juta when you need it. I'm wondering what I'm wondering what Tailbot is willing to commit here, because you'd rather want Herald in round 3 than Ice in a short round 3, because Ice might not find Bloodthirst 2 if you are pressured into a short round, making him much weaker. So if Tailbot is truly very afraid of losing on even, we might see a point where he's trying to get Bloodthirst 2 now and perhaps even commits Iced. I don't know if he's willing to do that though. He might just opt for a long round 3, but I don't think Cams will allow him one, to be frank.
Quite possibly not. It's going to be interesting to see there. We just get a swindle dropped for Cams. He's sat on red coins, so can just develop the coins for his carryover. Still plays for 2 on board, drops him up to 8 coins. Doesn't feel the need to spend once either to get the boat out immediately. Is pretty comfortable knowing that he can perhaps get those coins later or do that in a following turn. But does offer Tailbot a little bit of a chance at a pass here. He can play a card that's a little bit slower tempo than perhaps he originally planned. Could decide to drop something like the Drummond Berserker here, hope that it doesn't hit the shield. This card can play for 8 for 5 on its own, but the 2 pings would also for the Greatsword. So it could be a 10 for 5 card here and might be a nice card if he is choosing to go for the pass, and instead just goes for it right now. Says, I'm not going to risk it, I'm out.
I totally agree with this play. Tailbot is in a very tough position, and you never want to commit those legendary cards in round 1. Instead, he is now a card up and has that little bit of advantage if Cams decides to push him in round 2. But if he does, we can see Tailbot properly setting up his ice and perhaps going into short round 3 with Harold. But I'm merely speculating here. Let's see how this plays out.
And Cams chooses to take first a Nero here. Has decided to take first a Nero, simply pay a crime and pass. That's interesting from him. He's deciding there that first the Nero is the least valuable card in hand. Perhaps that indicates he isn't intending to push as deep into the next round, as ideally he'd like the first one for the push. It'll be interesting to see what he does, but he does get the boat out and gains maximum carryover. Of course, it will be a 10-card second round, so he can certainly play a few cards to redevelop that carryover if he chooses.
Yes, that certainly does indicate that he isn't willing to go deep into a round 2. Playing on Neuromancy there certainly wasn't necessary. He did have some nice cards he could have spent there. Obviously not the poison that will find value later. And a Tailbot drawing Morkvark, that's very nice to see, seeing that he can't tutor it later. It might actually find some very nice value in this matchup, as I don't believe Cams is even running Little Sir Skewertooth, so he doesn't have to worry about anything being untouchable. We see the ship coming out there and Cam's filling up his pockets to the brim. Tailbot now having to decide how he wants to set up those engines of him.
Definitely. And he is just, as you say, Cam's taking max amount of coins there, potentially just for the pass for the carryover. He is missing a lot of cards here. He only has access to one of his poisons and less Triss high rolls, but there is no Philippa, no Jacques, no Tunnel Drill or Heatwave in his hand. So it'll be interesting to see here, Tailbot just dropping a single Brockvar Hunter. He does run a War of Clans if he chooses to get that back later as well.
War of Clans is a pretty nice card. It's one of my favorites now. I've seen some people including 2 in their lists later on, and I definitely see the value in that. Cam's baiting out, well, not baiting out as we're not actually running Grimace in this list, but he's pretending that he might just go ahead and poison your Brockvar Hunter. What are you going to do about it, Tailbot? Are you willing to commit some cards here? Or are you going to set up your engines even further?
And for Tailbot here, the pass probably quite telegraphed, you'd have expected, and for him, it's not terrible. The cards he's chosen to play here, he has dropped an On-Crate Raider and a Brockvar Hunter, but in reality in this list, he's just populating his graveyard for better options for either War of Clans or Harold, and Cams is saying, I fancy my chances in the long round against you, Skellige. I believe I will draw what I need. I'm not scared. I know I have last say here, so I can try my best to deny the Bloodthirst options. He has chosen to keep both Shakedowns in hand, opting to be able to boost his cards up again with the idea of negating that bleed. And he's now going to be searching to find some of those high-end gold cards.
I'm quite excited. We're going into a long round 3 with Skellige versus Syndicate. There are some scary cards in hand here. Tailbot trying to find Jenga. He gets Hjalmar instead, which is not well. It's not bad. It can get rid of a lot of cards that Cams has on board, and unfortunately we do not have the lock, but that's all right as well. Morkvarg ironically can take a care of Cleaver in one go, Cleaver being a 1-point card, so Morkvarg against Cleaver might just be the way to go if Gord is going to be played last. But let's see how Tailbot starts this one off.
Yeah, quite possibly could just drop the Herkia here. Interesting that something that you're used to coming up against on ladder when you have placed line pockets is Payday. But there are no Paydays in this list, so 5-point removal is a little bit more difficult. The risk, of course, of dropping Herkia, the amount of coins sat in that lined pocket, and it may end up that Philippa simply steals that engine away from you, which could be really, really scary. He may opt instead to go a little slower and just opt the Invader, or even just all in and go Harold, and it looks like he has decided, no, you know what, Tailbot, pedal to the metal here. A big purple dump truck driving straight through, he is dropping the Harold immediately.
Yeah, he is baiting out those crime cards. He's protecting pure little Herkia for now. Don't underestimate her ability to get you Bloodthirst 2 in a long round. She pings every single turn, a guaranteed ping, unlike Harold who needs a warrior for him to play. But this is indeed a very strong hand Tailbot has. Cams now has to decide whether he's going to set up his Intimidate engines from the get-go, because he knows they are not going to survive very long.
And that's the thing. Access to that pocket that you need from Crown Splitters is really, really important here for him. And he chooses to Anero straight away, and he is just going to Heat Wave, and I'd imagine it's going to be that. He removes the 8 instead of the Harold over the course of the round, does not want that damage to be available there. It's an interesting choice from Cams, has decided that the Harold random pings are less valuable, possibly due to the number of shields that he's going to be able to create with Cleaver's muscles.
That certainly was an interesting play there. Perhaps he decided that he'd rather just remove the 6-point card with Heatwave and instead get rid of Harold with one of his other removal cards. I don't know. It certainly was an interesting play. They're seeing that Harold can ping constantly, whereas that Raider could only have done 2 points of damage. But oh well, here we see Jar coming out, not committing too much, seeing that it doesn't have to be removed. A good play right there.
It doesn't have to go straight away, although a single Harold ping onto that Jacques, if it does happen, could mean Skjordal can remove it if no spending occurs. So drops that spender down. Now, he did draw into the Hjalmar, and if you look into the graveyard, banish a unit, well, there is a lovely greatsword sat in the graveyard, a card that, as a result, gives you a decent amount of tall reach as well, without having to worry. He has managed to avoid drawing into his Yuta, although, as we've noticed, there are a couple of crime cards sat in the graveyard that could make the Ice Straw awkward.
And he decides to go for Hjalmar, getting rid of his spender right off the bat. That already decreases Cam's spenders. He now has a Cleaver. He's already setting up on the board. He has Philippa as well as the drill that will go brr. Here we see him playing that shakedown. And how many will he spawn? He goes for 2, saying, I know Cleaver might not survive that long. Interestingly enough, he doesn't give the shakedown to Cleaver either, because he might just assume that Tailbot is going to play Morkvarg on Cleaver, getting rid of it immediately.
Yeah, I really like that line. He's also decided to boost the Flaming Rose Footman to make sure that it isn't necessarily as easy to give that Bloodthirst either. Every card right now is protected one way or another from that Bloodthirst. But leaving it low does open up the Skjordal play, so now has been able to save Morkvarg and potentially be able to target another spender, maybe hoping that he's looking to spend on a Sea Jackal. Of course, we know that isn't going to be the case here.
No, certainly not. Cam's actually playing very well here. He doesn't want to put his coins into his own cards. He'd rather transfer that into damage on Tailbot's side of the board, because he knows the potential of Tailbot targeting some of his larger units with cards like Ice as well as Morkvarg. So that's a very good play from Cam's right there.
Very true, and we see a single spend for 1 coin, which probably means we're going to see some bloody good fun here. A card that can be awkward sometimes, but if you find the right moment to play it, can be fantastic. Alternatively, he looks like he isn't, because he is deciding, which means he's deciding Triss.
Alright, going with Triss. And what do we pick?
Oh, I was right all along.
Bloody good fun.
He just decided to go around the houses. He decided, you know what? No, I'm going about it this way. Absolutely fine. And really nice from Cams, knowing he's going to play the Triss, has decided, in the event I find the bloody good fun, I am now in a safe spot to remove one of these 5. So really nice there from Cams, reading his potential draws quite well.
Yeah, and at the moment he doesn't have any cards in the red, meaning ice is not yet viable, at least not at its full value. So Tailbot might want to consider playing something like Herkia now. Interestingly enough, Cams went with Triss, meaning he is telling Tailbot, look, I still have another bloody good fun in my deck, and you don't know whether I have it in hand or not. If you play Herkia now, I might just get rid of her. But there we see Herkia coming out, and Tailbot immediately uses her, knowing she's not going to survive.
I really like that line from Tailbot there, because as you say, there's a good chance it's available to be hit, or worse, Philippid. It is a fantastic Philippa in this matchup to be able to steal a constant damage engine. So he does that, also gets really lucky on those pings. High rolls, both cards that could create Bloodthirst.
Yes, luckily he doesn't have Harold anymore, because we have seen this happen in the past where Harold accidentally pings that one unit in the red, taking away your Bloodthirst entirely. So that's not going to happen anymore.
No, I'm convinced that's coded in by choice. It happens to be 99% of the time. And we now switch back, and Tailbot is trying to work out now, how do I develop this Bloodthirst? Having access to those shakedowns is absolutely huge for Cams, because he can just consistently deny this Bloodthirst over and over again here. Even being able to pull the boat out, set himself up a nice amount of coins with a Crown Splitter pocket on board. Cams right now in a nice spot if he chooses to take that line, and I think he probably does.
Yeah, I think you are right here. Cams has to decide when he's going to play his drill though, because you want your pocket to be full when you do, as you cannot assume that it will ever survive. So we see Shakedown coming out, denying Bloodthirst 2 once again. Tailbot and Cams playing that game of, can you deny my Bloodthirst? Can you not? Let's see. Cam's doing very well so far with his card choices. Might actually have prepped against this sort of matchup, because it's going quite well for him right now.
Yeah, very much so. And it's a constant game of, do you have the Philippa? And Tailbot's choice of how and when to develop cards and engines, you always have to do that with that card in mind, because if you choose to drop a certain card, you can lose so much value. The Drummond Berserker now would be a fantastic steal for the Philippa, but it would also deny some coin value on the other side. So it comes down to, when do you choose to do it? Tailbot instead, I am going to find this Bloodthirst. He is determined to find this Bloodthirst here.
He is indeed determined to find that Bloodthirst, and he knows that Cams will never commit Gord before his last card. So having last say, Cams can play Gord without it being touched. That's actually very nice for him, seeing that Tobias has some very tall removal still in hand, with Iced being a factor here. Now Cams has a pocket full of coins. He now has the option of using that drill if he wishes. The Flying Redanian is already out, and we'll see whether he decides to commit Philippa here or the drill. It is entirely up to him.
I think I like the drill here, and I think Cams is currently trying to work out. He does have to be careful. The rope timer is going, and of course if he's playing drill, he is intending to go brrr as much as possible. There's a decent amount of board there. He can't play the bloody good fun, and instead does take the Philippa for, and he takes the 5. Okay, so he decides to take the Philippa instead. Does still have access to full leader, so still has a huge amount of potential points. Has chosen a lower value Philippa in order to keep those coins as well.
Yes, he doesn't want to steal anything too big, as it just transfers to ice value. And it's worth noting that he stole Morkvarg with a nice little armor there, so it's going to be more difficult to get it to a Bloodthirst value. Now is a good time for Tailbot to commit his Berserker on the other hand. You want to set that up now, though I doubt it's going to survive very long, as we do have access to that drill still in hand.
Yeah, most definitely. The Berserker coming down is kind of risky because of the drill, but ultimately it's always going to be. Iced likely to be second to last turn, may even be considering it now, but obviously knowing that he has a unit in hand that he can drop on the board, he may decide that going last with it isn't sensible, and instead takes the On-Crate Raider.
He does take the Raider. It's also worth noting that Cams could have Sea Jackal in hand. Tailbot doesn't know, so he might want to just hold on to Ice a tiny bit longer, and we see that drill coming out. and going brrr. We're gonna see all those coins coming out right there. Our 7 provision little drill doing its job quite nicely between 2 cleavers muscles, getting full value, 3 points for 2 coins. What a trade.
Very much so. Coins generally used to trade at 1 for 1. Now it's more like 1 1/4, even 2 on average. And you can see him using all of the coins there, deciding I am going to just use these coins. Does he decide to use the last shot on the drill? He does. Could have chose to hold those for the bloody good fun to potentially remove something a little taller. But now the Bloodthirst is on board, ultimately. Removing the Iced isn't going to find value. And oh my, he does find Jutta in hand though.
Oh, that is gorgeous, actually, because we won't be finding 12 points of damage value anyway. So we now
Very true.
Yes, we now get Jutta out on the board. It doesn't really matter that much. And we can now pick any other large card that is still in deck and damage a card by that. We also have Bloodthirst 2, which is quite beautiful. So that card is going to come out of the graveyard and also pop onto the board. Of course, he's going to go with the 8-point Bear Witcher. What a load of points.
It really is. It's incredible how many points that can swing for. He is going to drop the Berserker as a last play here. And we see that come down just for a lonely 4. And again, as we mentioned, no way of spending a single coin here. Tailbot is not going to find max value. He is he's up by just 11. And Gord at a chunky 16 comes in, and Cams takes game 1. 1-0 to Cams on red here. And he is ahead. So far, Twitter is not happy. It is incredible. That was such a good matchup.
I quite enjoy that. I thoroughly enjoyed that game, and I think what didn't help with Tailbot's lineup here is the fact that he couldn't win round 1. I did speak to Tailbot earlier, and what's nice about your Skellige deck is the fact that you have a very good chance of actually winning round 1, but you win round 1 with using your bronze engines, and unfortunately he had quite a bit of legendaries in his hand, which wouldn't have ended well for him, so he couldn't win round 1. He had to pass right there, and therefore he had to go into a long round 3, not of his own volition, and go up against Cams with a hand full of golds. So Tailbot not taking that one, and Cams getting Syndicate out of the way. Tailbot is going to have to play Skellige again now. I wonder if he takes it on blue coin again.
I think he probably does. I think he's confident he will be able to get the other lists through, and there's a chance here now he's trying to work out. He gets red coin, so does he try and take something like Swarm on red here and try and push, or is he worried perhaps he runs into the Nature's Gift list? It's going to be interesting. Does Cams from blue here drop this Nature's Gift, as it's probably the list that he'd like? It's unlikely he's going to drop Double Cross on blue, so it is more likely to be Gift, and I think that is what's going to play into Tailbot's mind here. Which of my lists do I feel have the best shot against Gift? He has the options, and Arca Swarm here, it's a strong list as we've seen. It runs Yerden, it runs Crimson Curse as a weather effect, Row Punish, and it's certainly not a terrible matchup there, albeit Yen can be a little tricky. If your opponent swarms as quickly as they can in a round, Yen could actually end up trading for very little points, so certainly worth a consideration. I can't see... maybe he takes the Skellige again, I don't know, but it's the list he's most confident with on blue, even though he did just lose there, so we will find out shortly, I suppose.
That is certainly true. I mean, he did say that he's pretty confident on any coin, but in reality, oh, okay, Toblight taking Arachaswum makes sense. A very nice list to try and win on even, and Cams does take his Nature's Gift list on blue. Hopefully he gets that Doomka in hand, as that is your main goal in round 1. Tailbot, on the other hand, having some toll removal cards there, all 3 in hand. We see 2 Geralts, and we see Heatwave. This is going to be quite an interesting matchup.
It is indeed, because normally you associate that list. It does have the ability to remove Tall, but it also has the ability to swarm, has got the eggs in hand, as well as the ability to consume them with the Indraga Warrior, has found Crimson Curse in hand as well, a really nice hand on the other side for Tailbot here. And you can see Cam's mulliganing away desperately the additional Purify, has got Ethne in hand here. Does have Ethne in hand here, which isn't necessarily what you want if you're going to be hand buffing, because there's a chance it can fall on the card and then lose it as she evolves.
Exactly right, exactly. The fact that Ethne does evolve means you don't necessarily want to play Dunka right now, as the boost she gives to your hand will go away the moment Ethne transforms into a different form. Instead, he places a nice Hamadryad on the board, gives it a leader charge. This is a very nice card to start off with because it's proactive, it has a lot of tempo, and it also gives your Treants one more point in combination with the symbiosis that your leader already provides.
It does indeed. Played the skill check there, as he was basically saying, I do not believe you have Parasite to remove this. Instead, a rapid drop of Crimson Curse to try and find as much value with that Blood Moon. It takes 5 whole turns to find the value, so if you can get it down nice and quickly, it is great. The choice will be now, when as Cams, do you try and negate that bleeding with something like a Caress? That Caress could seriously stop some of the value there.
That is certainly true. He instead decides to go with a nature card, and he boosts Gezras of Leda. A very good choice indeed. You don't want to see that being removed, but Tailbot unfortunately has quite a bit of removal there already. If Gezras ever reaches 9, then Geralt is just gonna take him out.
He is indeed the Chad of all Geralts. If any of them are wearing socks and sandals, it is the original Geralt of Rivia, just jumping in and destroying your tallest card for sure. So Tailbot will be pretty happy with the hand he has here, and now will be choosing to try and develop that more traditional Araka Swarm plays of getting the eggs down, getting ready to consume, places it next to the drone as well, potentially to try and fill that row, although is playing on the back row here rather than the front. Traditionally, you're used to seeing them play front row, maybe playing around that round 1 potential Gezerus, one of the biggest cards that could wipe an entire row in this matchup if you don't get them boosted quick enough.
I mean, it's definitely a good habit to place all your cards in the range row because of a potential Gezras you might need to push a little bit. It's also sort of catch-22 here because Cams wants to boost one row entirely, whereas Tublight has Yerden that will target one row entirely. So Cams might just be baiting out Yerden here early. We will see.
It would be a huge card to try and get, although with the Blood Moon effect, I think it's very unlikely that it ends up getting committed in this round, but could if he's trying to really push for that win on even. I guess we're going to find out, and we do see very quickly a consume there, just starting to spread, push those units out, and it's worth noting as well, while normally you need to keep the back row clearer, because some of your cards need to go back row, normally that would be Yen, it would be the Whisper's Tribute, and usually Triss would be another card that would need that. Not an issue for Dobliat. He has got Geralt in place, so his back row has a little bit more room.
That is very true. He also wants to avoid that melee row just in case Cams does decide to play Gezras. That's not something you want to see with a row full of 1-point drones.
No, it definitely is not. It is not indeed. And you can see Cam's here, quite content, dropping out some special cards, keeping himself ahead. Isn't at the moment in too much risk and has a very nice hand, has access to Call of the Forest and Isengrim's Council should he need some quick points. He won't want to commit the Gezras if he can get away with it, but if it's necessary to avoid losing on even, I'm sure he would if he had to.
Yes, if Cams is deciding to go all in here, he's going to have to start committing really quickly because Tublight has a lot of range and a lot of tempo with this sort of deck. He can catch up very easily with a well-placed Bone Talisman or just Yennefer if he really wants to. So Cams needs to decide whether he wants to opt out of this round before he reaches 4 cards, or whether he decides to go in. And Tailbot actually playing Yerden. Cam's likely very happy to see that in round 1.
Quite possibly, although it certainly signals intent from Tailbot saying, you know what, that's a 12-point Yerden, I'm going to take it right now. And obviously the extra 2 points from Geralt himself has reset the full value on that and maybe indicating, I want to win this round on even. So start committing better cards, friend.
Yeah, Cam is in a difficult position now. He really does have to decide whether he is committing or whether he is opting out of this round. I don't know about you, but you never want to give Araka Swarm round control. It is extremely deadly in a short or long round, and the fact that Cams is now committing his defender indicates that he might very well push here.
Yeah, very much. I mean, if you can bleed out the Araka Swarm, its short round is certainly less potent if you can force out a lot of its power, and you can see there, we see the defender come down. Now, it's a little sad in the sense of if the defender is there, but there is no Pavko Gale to protect. Now, being able to protect Pavko is usually quite huge, because while Monsters doesn't have 5-point removal, it does have 6-point removal with Parasite, so it is something that needs to be considered. It's a really nice engine to be able to develop. But Cam's currently on 5 and behind here, choosing, do I play a leader charge or not? Currently trying to work out, is that worth... No, my bad, he's already passed, and it is on to Togliat. He was just looking so intently, I thought he was deciding.
He's looking very intently. Both of them are a lot of decisions going in here, and Tobliat indicating he might take the pass, likely not, but playing Maxi is setting up your next round. It's preferable to play her in round 2 most of the time, seeing that you get a better choice of cards, a little bit less cards in your deck to choose from, but he decides to play it now, and Cam's finally going with Dunka. An interesting play.
Yeah, it's a risky play because ultimately there is only a 50-50 here. Ethne is going to absorb those boosts and they are going to trade worthless unless, of course, she is dropped in this round, which is less than ideal. And now, potentially, he is on 4 cards and behind on points. Tailbot could decide, okay, you know what? I win here, 2 cards up, I guarantee myself last save, but I lose round control. Cam's betting that that isn't going to be the case here with this pass. And Tailbot trying to weigh up his options. Is this something I want to do?
I think Tailbot is going to try and push Cams into a corner here. Well, he needs to figure out which round 3 long round is stronger. Is it his or is it Cam's? Because both are equally scary, and he decides that his list is perhaps the stronger list if Cam's is a card down, and they have to go into a long round 3 here.
Indeed, and he manages to get out with a simple special card. Pretty happy with that, and 2 of the boosts from Dunka do fall on Gezras, but
Luckily.
do put it in the 9-point range, so maybe that isn't as
no.
ideal as it looks, because now original Geralt can of course come down and destroy it. He'll be a little sad that the card that he was able to get out with was a Nature's Rebuke. He would have hoped that there would have been potentially a bit of a stronger card available here, but he does know now in the long round he has first and last say as a long swarm list. But you can see some incredible draws on the other side. Cams will be very happy with those cards, and I think this may be the fastest pass in the West.
It certainly will be, but I do know that the Geralt's Witcher senses are likely tingling there. It's just waiting for that 9-point Gezras to make its appearance before it gets taken out. Hopefully it still gets 2 turns before that happens, as you normally do place Gezras in the melee row. Oh, well, no, we've actually committed our defender, so it gets taken out after 1 turn. Not good.
Indeed. And now Cam's just deciding, do I have enough points here to try and play some sort of tempo push? Is this a round where actually I drop an Ethne, for example, and try and force some cards out and get some of that swarm out right now? Probably not, and takes the pass, which it seems most likely.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense, and Tailbot likely expected that to happen, so he now just has to mill his deck, play something he doesn't necessarily need. Might go for the Relic there, I am not sure.
Yeah, I can see the Whisper's Tribute improves his draws by dropping a card. Say he can play an Arachas Nest, for instance. May just drop a single Chimera, but it's so valuable across that long round that it seems unlikely. Of all the cards in his hand, weirdly, it could even be a leader charge onto a single Spontaneous Evolution instead, if he values that less. But just trying to work out now, what is his least powerful card? I think it's one of the 2 on the right-hand side for him for sure.
I do agree with you there. The problem in a long round 3 with Arachas Swarm is the fact that you easily do overswarm your side of the board, and seeing that he still has all 5 of his leader charges, many of them might just go to waste. So committing something like Andrega Larva isn't the end of the world there. Okay.
And decides instead, you know what, I want to keep all of those cards as potential options. I'm just going to play it on the melee row instead. I would not be too sad if any of those cards were drawn, although he'll be very happy to see the Arachas Behemoth come into hand instead. Interesting line.
That Arachas Behemoth is going to play for a lot of points here. I'm excited to see that coming out. And what does Tailbot still have in his deck that he has missed here?
He's missing Doldilock and Dora Grey of Vol, and some movement, but not really huge for him there. Cam's mulliganing away Kiaran because in this matchup It isn't huge. Has missed the Hamadryad though, and will be quite sad about missing the second Hamadryad. Not available, but that final mulligan does bring a Forest Protector, which is not terrible by any means, and quite flexible based on what is in the graveyard. Has already played a Rebuke, a Circle of Life, and a Dryad's Caress, so has the full range of options.
I mean, both players luckily have tutors, so they can still pick some cards if they really want them. We have Tailbot with the Neuromancy, and Cams does have Call of the Forest, so if they miss something crucial, they still have access to it. And Tailbot starts off the round by filling his board, Cams setting up his Symbiosis engines.
Very, very quickly. That makes perfect sense. Now, the argument is, do you deal with Ethne here with your Parasite? Because if you do, you're then going to have to Heatwave something like the Pavco Gale potentially, which can be quite scary. Tailbot doesn't know that the Gezrus is at 9p, so will want to save the Heatwave for that, and as a result may leave Pavco ticking in that situation, which could be quite scary. So right now he's trying to work out, do I just do my thing and leave that potential engine on board?
I mean, I'm having horrible thoughts here, and I'm sure Tailbot wouldn't do anything like it, but playing Yennefer, perhaps trying to get rid of those two Dryads would always be an option that someone like Tailbot might just do, but instead he goes and fills his board, setting up that Yennefer as quickly as possible.
That makes sense, and we see a Forest Protector coming down next from Tailbot. No, my mistake, he has played Falve and is going to boost instead, so what is he going to choose to boost here? Probably the Pavco, does take the boost on the Pavco, manages to remove a unit, which in this matchup is quite huge.
Yes, putting that Pavco on 7 obviously means that Parasite is not enough to target it anymore, so Tailbot now has to commit something like Heatwave if he is to get rid of Pavco. Question is whether he ever decides to keep Pavco on the board, assuming that Gezras might not be 9, and instead keep his Heatwave for Gezras and hopes that one of the other cards get into the 9-point range, saving his Geralt for that instead. It's going to be interesting. Here we see the Pavco coming down. Does Tailbot deal with it in a list that is supposed to swarm? That's a very scary card.
It is indeed. Now he may decide, okay, Pavco is hitting for 2 a turn and is going to do some damage. Could decide to just Yen here and take all of those units out of removal straight away, because the longer he leaves this Yen, the worse it gets for him, because ultimately he already only has 6 more units. That's still a lot of points, but it gets worse and worse as this progresses, and with every moment that he does this, it makes it harder. The Yen also opens up an interesting line. Yen will boost Pavco Gale up to 9 and right into Geralt of Rivia range.
That is certainly true. Getting that Yen out might be exactly what he does now. That's exactly what he does, because we're also going to be seeing some token Treants being spawned on Cam's side, and every turn we wait is another turn that Cams has more boosts. So that puts Tailbot on a nice 59, but immediately Berza starts doing his thing, damaging that card by 2 points.
And here we see now him taking the choice of what is he going to pull out of the deck. Not surprisingly, it is a Hamadryad. And it's in a really nice spot, knowing Yerden's gone. Hasn't got to play around the Yerden now. Doesn't want the back row to fill too much though, as anybody who's played Symbiosis before knows. If you play those cards, they inevitably fill your row and kill your Gezrus' chances. So I have done that numerous times. I can see why that list has gone front row now. Makes sense.
It certainly does make sense. Tailbot here running out of space. He decides to go with Geralt. He does have a nice 9-point target right there. Gets rid of the very powerful Pavco engine. That's not a problem anymore for him. I think that was a good call on his end.
Definitely, and we see the Shaping Nature come down now and goes for the maximum potential point value, which is of course the 5 boost and the 5 vitality. Doesn't greed it up on the Hamadryad though, because he is acutely aware Tublietta has access to Karathi Heatwave, hasn't seen a single Aneromancy either, so will be pretty confident that there is access to it.
Yes, Tailbot now going with Chimera. He has Adrenaline 4, meaning it will work. That's a lot of points for his bronze card, and it frees 1 space on the board as well. Cam's playing Gezras in the range row, knowing he's going to get more points out of the melee row on Tailbot's side.
Definitely, and we see a rapid heat wave there coming to deny that Gezrus damage, usually more valuable than the boost for sure, so I can understand why he starts back row in the hope that he finds multiple turns, although the reality is it's always very unlikely.
It certainly is. I'm wondering whether that parasite is going to come down soon, or whether we're going to see another unit coming out of the deck with Oniromancy, because Tailbot is certainly running out of space. He still has one drone he can use, but he's not yet sure whether he wants to commit that and overswarm. Let's see. Let's see.
And that's the risk. I mean, one of the things he has got left is Spontaneous Evolution in his deck. Now, Spontaneous Evolution usually is played onto drones here, but it has the option of playing it onto the Chimera, which is a beast instead, and it just plays for a flat 9. Could also, of course, take the Chimera for even more points. It is a huge tempo swing for that card.
Now, I like the Chimera play here because it automatically opens up another space. So Tailbot gets every single drone out of his leader ability. The correct play is likely now something along the lines of Bone Talisman, and he has Parasites in hand because why not? You never know what Cams is going to be playing, right?
Very true. I can see him parasiting first. He wants max value here as far as possible. He wants to try and get his board full, and a single point could really be the difference here. He's only behind by 5. But with the Vitality on board, he's actually behind by 8, and instead uses his leader charge and goes for the full option here.
96 points. Board putting Cams on 95. That Hammer Dryad being boosted by 2, putting him on 98, and Tailbot takes it on 102 points. What a close game. A 4-point difference.
That was close indeed. A long round and Tailbot comes out. It is now 1-1. Wow, that was an interesting series, and I'm curious whether, looking back, it was a really nice pass from Tailbot early on, opening up the possibility of having first and last say, making the decision. I'm pretty sure this is where I get out here. Could have decided to push further and take the option of winning on even, has decided, you know what, I'm pretty confident that actually this is better for me. So has gone for that, took the pass, and ultimately it paid off in the end.
It's certainly that early Yerden was a very interesting play, but having this many tool removal options, you kind of have to know when to play what. I did like the way he tempoed through that round 1. He committed his Crimson Curse quite early because it does need 5 turns to really reach maximum value. Cams, on the other hand, having a long round was quite nice for him. He did waste a point or 2 with that Dunka, but alas, he did transfer some of the points to Gezras too. We now have to Blight again on blue coin, as well as Cams on red. I'm wondering whether Tailbot takes his Skellige list again, or whether it just is too predictable.
I think he does. I think he will be concerned that if he doesn't get it through now, he doesn't necessarily want to try again. I don't think he wants to take it on red coin. He's more likely to want to get his imprisonment list through on red instead against Cam's matchups, because he will know he potentially has to worry about gift again. He could, thinking about it, gift now still an option. Could try and snipe and get Nilfgaard through. Actually, that is a valid point, but we won't have to wait very long to find out, because I think they are going in. And they are indeed going in right now. So we are going to find out. It is Skellige versus Nilfgaard. It is Skellige Nilfgaard. He does decide to take the Skellige line again.
Alright, well, Cams here has 2 locks in hand already, which is quite scary for a list that relies on its bronze agents to win round 1. And I have a feeling Cams isn't discarding any of those locks right away. He's going to try and perhaps win on even here. But he hasn't drawn his Joachim nor his Roderick.
No, he hasn't. He does have the option to thin with the hunting pack, has access to Vigo, and lots of poison as well. Both bronze poisons and the cupbearer in hand. Also does have Menno, so has got access to the coup if he decides to play it off of a spy. Could, of course, get one from Vigo, which is quite possible. On the other side, access to an on-crate longship, and also Vabiorn for raiding fleet, as well as Blood Eagle in hand here. It is a bit more of a playable hand than the last blue coin matchup for Tailbot, but does have his 2 king cards in hand. You do see the Herald and the Iced as well, so does still suffer from the veteran tax, as Skellige does tend to.
Yeah, Tailbot just too good here. Gwent favors him with RPG, but unfortunately he doesn't yet want Harold, nor does he want Hjalmar, as he doesn't necessarily have any warriors in his graveyard. So we will again reach a point where Tailbot might have to take the early pass, as he's not necessarily willing to commit any of those cards off the bat.
Not if he can help it, but his stratagem here does do a little work for him. The Veil, of course, against Nilfgaard is huge, so that boat very, very likely to survive. In fact, almost guaranteed to survive in this matchup, and will keep doing work as long as this round keeps going. It's a little different here as well. He can set his damage engines up with a little less fear than in the previous matchup because he hasn't got to worry about Philippa constantly, although the Joust for cams in hand will feel great onto this raider. He will be really happy to find value from that and deny 6 points with just a Joust potentially.
Yes, I also see that as a potential card. A very nice trade indeed here. A 4 for 5, I believe, and there we go. We get rid of that raider off the bat. Very nice indeed. I want to see Dunka being played here in the early round, as I don't believe Camps can do much to stop her, but we are not that interested in Bloodthirst right now, so I see no reason to commit her if we potentially go into a long round 3 and need her in order to obtain Bloodthirst a little bit quicker.
Yeah, I can see the Herky being really, really valuable in this matchup. A veiled unit that's unpoisonable and can constantly give you access to damage and Bloodthirst is massive here, so I'd be surprised if we do see the Herkia. I think Tailbot is going to be looking at this and saying, I'm confident in my long round, hope your access to locks is scary, even up to 3 with Vigo, but I need to not lose on even here, so he will be looking to try and find a way to do that, repeats his previous play and says, okay, I now know you do not run 2 of those cards, this one will survive.
Yeah, I'm trying to put myself here in Tailbot's head, and his plays make me think that he is simply thinning out some of his bad cards and maybe not committing in this round, because a card like Dunka you want to set up quite early, as it's a very nice engine, and the later you play it, the less points it's going to give you. Right now he's just playing his bronzes and perhaps has already mentally opted out of this round because of his lack of viable bronze engines. He has just a little bit too many gold cards in hand that won't find a lot of value here. And he might just assume that Cams does have access to Joachim, meaning he can easily tempo ahead here and win on even if that's the case.
Quite possibly, we see him choose first Blood Eagle, so he has access to that for the following rounds, and uses his charges, uses the Blood Eagle to pull out a Brockvar Hunter, and Cams decides to take the pass here instead, which does surprise me a little actually. Cams deciding, you know what, I don't want any part of this round, I've done a little bit of thinning here, I'm out as well. There was a big number of points difference. It was about 11 points needed, which is a decent chunk. And looking at his hand, there wasn't much to poison. Had a slightly awkward hand here.
Ooh, Tailbot there having a little hound in his deck. That's exciting stuff. Second to the left. I think Tailbot is extremely happy here. This is exactly what you want if you are iced. A long round is exactly what you need. And I wonder if he's going to allow Cams to go into round 2. Blight might just thin a bit more of his cards from his deck before going into a short round 3 perhaps. It totally depends on him. I know he has been talking about targeting Nilfgaard and Syndicate specifically with his lists, so he knows exactly what he wants to do here, and he is in a great position to do so with round control.
He is indeed, and you saw from Cams there, and some of you might be wondering, why did he mulligan Masquerade Ball from his hand? You want Masquerade Ball. Well, not if you just lost round 1. If you lost round 1, you know you are going to be bled as Nilfgaard. It's a really nice mulligan choice from Cams, assuming, of course, he finds it again later. So he's going to rely on doing that. Hasn't found his, he hasn't found the option yet for Roderick either, so will feel reasonably content. He would much rather have a hand that can defend the bleed, which with Brathens and Joachim, he certainly has the option of. And Tailbot instead decides just to pass as well.
Yes, he definitely just threw away that Baywitch card because obviously he didn't find any value, and Cams would have thought the same. Now, Tailbot going into a long round 3 here, I'm sure he's very confident with this matchup as he didn't decide to bleed at all. It's pretty difficult to bleed this sort of Nilfgaard list anyway, and I'm not surprised that Tailbot decided to do it that way. Now, Cams will not be playing quadruple Joachim, he will merely be playing double Joachim if things goes his way.
And he's chosen there. I'm really surprised by the pass, but Cams does find Masquerade Ball but also chose to use Menno on the pass, not guaranteeing himself the ability to find his coup. So now, although has drawn Nolziger Sergeant, no, that's showing as a Nolziger Sergeant for me, but has found Roderick, has got Joachim, so his ball will definitely proc all the way through here and should have access to pretty much everything he wants. Those locks in the long round, very scary, and even passes the Yennefer skill check as well, so we'll be very happy with those mulligans. But on the other side, you can now see that obviously we have Harold, Herkia, iced, and finds the Skjordal Drummond with that mulligan. Hasn't got access to Morkvarg though, which will be interesting, but as it is no longer pullable at all unless it's drawn with iced.
Yes, and once again, not drawing Jenga either. This is that sort of catch-22 we were talking about earlier. These cards cannot be tutored by Blood Eagle, for they are not warriors. Unfortunately, he doesn't have access to them, and he cannot stop Cam's engines, which can get pretty big, believe it or not. Now, he's going to have to use his Blood Eagle, likely to get out his Herald in its third form. That's a very valuable card you don't want sitting in the deck.
You don't indeed. And now, in the third round, that Joachim there had one of two targets, the Nolziger Sergeant, and there is only one other target left in deck, and it is the Usurper Emperor. So, in the event that the decision is to find coup, you'd have to find coup from Roderick here, you then hit Joachim. Right now, it has a guarantee of taking the Usurper Emperor. Slight problem with that line though, now whatever you steal with Yennefer is not the target that you pull. So we'll have been hoping there for Cams, he would have liked the other card there, I'm pretty sure. We'll be sad that he loses that 50-50.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here, and Toblad likely playing Doomka now, which is extremely nice in a long round 3. Oh yes, the two 7 provision cards that are my favorites in this game. Yes, of course. No, Herkia is my favorite 7 provision card in this entire game, and it finds a lot of value in the long rounds. And here it can't be touched unless it gets purified, which it does. An interesting play here from Cams, meaning he has one less poison to take out a card of Tobliat, but instead decides, no, Herkia, the 7 provision warrior, is going to get locked here. I'm not allowing you to keep her on the board.
That's really nice there as an option, because you can close that engine down or simply likely force Tobliat to play it right now, which means he cannot hold that guaranteed or at least better chance at Bloodthirst. Really nice there. Still has options with the poisons later, of course, with Masquerade Ball, but as you say, the value of a lock onto Herkia in a long round is pretty big here. So he will feel very, very happy that he's managed to get that out.
And he gets Harold, a nice card to have. Oh, is Harold the card that accidentally showed up as the Hounds?
It was indeed, yes. Harold became a hound. He did indeed. And we see that lock come down as expected.
Alright, yes, Harold the dog. Makes sense. It's lore friendly. So Herkia gets dealt with quite nicely there. We still have the Raider. Now the problem is if the Raider targets the Cupbearer, it doesn't necessarily stay in the red, as Assimilate is going to continue boosting it. Instead we kill it instead. It makes sense. We want to get rid of those engines ASAP as they can grow quite tall.
Yeah, across the long round it is really scary. Rolls here on what I'm assuming is Artorias Vigo, and we see that he decides to take the Emissary for max points, again playing around the possible Bloodthirst here. Obviously the Armoured Cavalry has no way to be boosted, but Brathens itself is another option to boost that Armoured Cavalry. So pretty scary. All of these tall units do play into a Morkvarg, and he will expect to be Morkvarged, but we know that there isn't one in Tobliat's hand.
Yes, that might unfortunately be a win condition here that Tobliat has missed. We'll see in the end, but at least Ice will find some significant value on this boosted unit. He thins his deck quite nicely, though it's too late to thin it. It's not going to help him. I mean, at least Tobliat has a very nice hand for round 4. He's going to ace that round with all the golds he has. Okay, so
there is the yen, and the yen is there, and we see Cams now taking a slightly early leader, finding, of course, because it creates a version of the card, all of these cards not in their round 3 forms here, now trying to work out, well, I know I've got Harold, do I take the Iced? No. Skjordal probably trading for a decent amount of points because I can damage here and hopefully be able to deal with this Brockvar.
Yes, that's Skjordal unfortunately not changing along with his leader ability. It remains a 3 right there. And it is now in a Bloodthirst range. Blight now has the option to use Iced if he wants to. He does have targets, to be fair, but you don't necessarily want Juta on the board at the moment, as it is going to get poisoned.
Very, very true. And that's something you certainly want to try and avoid for as long as possible. And hopefully for Tailbot, this ball won't be single cyclable, although it is likely to be with Roderick. Now, one interesting line. The setup from Cams has stolen the Herald and will be hoping to get a second Herald from Joachim here if he can find a way to pull it, failing that Roderick. He does have a single on-crate raider in the graveyard, if I'm not mistaken, so that Herald will play for quite significant points.
And we see that lock coming out off the bat, stopping an engine in its track. It goes for the boat and not the Brockvar Hunter. That makes sense, seeing that the boat actually does tick every single turn you play a unit. And Cams will be playing quite a few when he plays that Masquerade Ball now.
Makes sense, and we see another engine gone. The Hjalmar dropping out, finding great value there, removing what I think was the Bear Witcher, and then taking out Artorias Vigo. So far, denying as many points as possible. Both of these lists wanting long rounds. It's a really interesting long round matchup, this one.
It certainly is, And we see Brathens coming out now. Are we going to go for the Longship, or are we going to go for another Emissary? We decide we're rather going to go for some assimilate value, boost that Brathens, and we do go for Brockvar Hunter. Alright.
Yeah, takes the Brockvar Hunter. I'm a little surprised that it wasn't the Emissary of choice to potentially deny the Bloodthirst 2 there. Instead decides to take his own damage engine in place, but that's a line he's decided to take, so he can do some damage here of his own and remove the Brockvar Hunter on the other side with his Brockvar Hunter, as it was only at 1 point. So he's trying to deny more pings, thinking, if I take the other line, you probably find Bloodthirst again anyway.
Yeah, that's definitely the case here. You don't want something like Brockvar Hunter being able to actually target specific cards, because now we're left with the Berserker that could target anything, but luckily it does target that Brockvar Hunter, and it's now safe to say that we will have Bloodthirst 2 for the rest of this round. There's nothing Cams can do here really to boost any of his other cards, and he finally commits his Masquerade Ball. It's time for those poisons to come out.
It is indeed, and of course, knowing open deck list and ultimately playing against Skellige, it is likely to be devotion no matter what, whether you're on ladder or not. If you're running up against this list, there is no answer to that Masquerade Ball there. So as a result, it will find power. What is the next line? Ice likely is second to last, but we know that Cams can single cycle if he finds the right cards from Roderick. There are currently 5 gold cards in deck. If he manages to find either Coup or Usurper, he guarantees himself a single cycle of his Masquerade Ball, but of course does have the single Fangs of the Empire to potentially deny as well.
I mean, Blight has also missed a few cards here, and playing Iced early would of course give him a chance to draw one of them. Something like Morgvar could be quite significant, but then again we are giving a larger target for Cam's poisons. But like I said, we're going to be fine. If we get all these cards in a metaphorical round 4, then we're totally fine here. Blight having only golds left in his hand.
And the Roderick doesn't find either, so instead takes GWENT here, knowing that he can take the poison. Probably takes a Viper Witcher Mentor in place right now, because it will find maximum value. No? Oh. Okay, he knows the top 3 cards in his deck. What is he going to give? Trying to deny some value. Puts his own Usurper there, but only gets the Invader in exchange. Does not steal the Utah. And that, he has decided, he knows, that's it. And red has forfeited, meaning we go. It is 2-1, and Tailbot is now 2-1 up in that series. Didn't find the high roll. If he manages to hit one of the choices there, I genuinely believe he is likely to win in that. Tailbot now 2-1 up, going into the final game. And I believe now he is on red coin as well, if I'm not mistaken, with imprisonment, and has a couple of shots at getting that through. He will be pretty happy to be in that situation.
Yes, imprisonment, quite a scary list if you're going up against a normal double cross list. We have talked with Tobliat about this one in significant detail, and there is definitely a reason he chose imprisonment as his leader. He was specifically targeting a Nilfgaard mirror match. Now the thing about a Nilfgaard mirror match is the fact that you often overswarm in a long round 3. But if you're able to take away one card on your opponent's side of the board in one turn and play another spy, then you're able to play more cards than your opponent. And with imprisonment, that is possible, as you can damage a card and play a card in the same turn, something you can't often do with other decks. It doesn't help if you Yennefer a card and your opponent simply plays one of his cards in that spot. And we see Cams coming in here with...
Oh, he's always going to queue Gift here. There's no way he's going to choose that mirror. He is going to want red coin for the advantage. So while Tailbot will like being 2-1 up, queuing into Gift is very scary for Nilfgaard because of the amount of Purify that it has. Cams will be quite happy. As much as he would rather be 2-1 up himself here, it isn't always the best situation, because now Cam's queuing in on blue coin with a list against one that he will be quite happy to be facing, really, in terms of matchups. And then if he does manage to win this, goes into a Nilfgaard mirror with red coin, so he gets at least a little bit more chance of dictating the round length. So it should be interesting to see, and as you were hoping, we do see a first turn boosted Dunker.
That's always beautiful to see. The other 7 provision card in this game that I do love. I love my female 7 provision cards. They're quite strong little ladies. And this one is going to give us some nice carryover. We don't have Ifna in hand, which is absolutely great for us because we won't be wasting any boosts here. None at all. And as you said, if Cams does win this one, which is very likely, though let's first give Tobliat a chance here, because Cams has a lot of Purify options, which is quite scary for something like Nilfgaard, because you take away a lot of their toll removal. But we will see how this one plays out, and perhaps we do go into a mirror match after this, but let's see this one play out.
Let's indeed. And Cam's dropping cards as quickly as possible here, and drops the Pyrotechnician. It's an awkward card, because now, to play and steal it for Tobliat there, he has had to drop an Informant on the board, making his own chances slightly worse of finding value with it. The Pyrotechnician is another really nice possible opening play. It's the lack of availability for Purify in Cam's hand isn't necessarily too relevant in round 1, because ultimately nothing that is currently there is wanting to be poisoned anyway. So we'll feel quite happy with the current draws. And it was speed, speed, speed from Cam's. Tailbot just taking a little bit longer here, saying, no, I'm going to try and I'm not going to, jump into your game. Cam's very, very good. Again, more speed, Gwent. Drawing people into playing his way. He does it so well and has done it so consistently for so long. It is one of the talents he has.
I mean, some interesting plays here as well from Tailbot. Playing those spies on the board immediately halves the engine power of Pavko here, so Cams might not be willing to commit it here to win the round. Also, again, we see Nilfgaard not drawing Joachim nor Roderick in round 1, meaning they can't do that point slam to get ahead. They have to commit some other cards. You also have Usurper here in his first form, not something you ever want to commit in round 1. But we likely see a Brothens coming out. Well, now that I think about it, Brothens might be kept for later, as we have already seen a few spies, and those would have boost Brothens with his assimilate value. But we do see coated weapons coming down and a Pyrotechnician being clicked.
Now the coated weapons was interesting because it's only a little clog, and this isn't a clog list, thankfully, as I would be very unhappy. But a Wandering Treant just removes one of your mulligans. It's a card you simply do not want at the top of your deck there. And he is in a position to be able to do that, Tailbot, because he's on red coin. He hasn't got to worry too much about tempo here, and will ultimately be quite happy if he chooses to take a pass, but does have a chunk of reach as well. His leader ability, while he wouldn't want to play it, is just a held 6 points of value, and Brathens can drop down for some quite significant point value as well. Plus, there is a 9-point card on board that is poisonable right now if Cams does decide to take that pass.
Yes, Tobliat here having to decide what he wants to play. The fact that he hasn't played any assimilate cards yet is very telling, and it will be interesting to see whether he goes into that or whether he's willing to pass. Though I very much doubt he wants to pass yet, but I wouldn't be shocked.
He may have to.
I also think this might be the what he's going for, and he instead decides not to. He's going to push a little bit further into the round, go with Vigo, which is a very nice tempo option, and also does have Assimilate, although it's a little bit too late for that Assimilate value to tick too much. He gets 1 point from Emissary, ticking that Assimilate, and he does boost it as well, meaning it is safe from removal.
It is indeed, and another pretty big boost there. Drops the Echo card, effectively playing it for free, the Shaping Nature. Cam's rapid Gwent has just dropped it and gone, okay, your turn, not giving Tailbot even as extra second to think. As you point out, Tailbot really not ideal losing this round if he has to, because he will get pushed here, and the short round potential for this list is quite scary. Gord, very chunky in a short round. Ethne as well. Even Gezrus can find some value, although it is better, of course, in a longer round. But it is quite scary if he does lose here.
Yeah, and Cam's quite happy with this round going on a little bit longer because Dunka is just she's keeping on with those boosts, and the cards in Cam's hands are looking quite nice, though I doubt he wants to play those now, as they're going to be quite significant in a later round.
They are indeed, and that will be something that does concern Tailbot here, as he decides to take Coup and play for the extra points that it can generate, as well as gaining some later. Of course, getting the Coup back. Pushes, he's got great reach, but again, Cams is literally slamming cards here. This is Cams at his absolute finest. Does choose to play Berza, and Pavko Gale rather. Sorry, Berza.
It is Berza, let's be honest.
He disagrees, and obviously, playing it now, it's the least valuable of his cards. As you pointed out, the Spies, half the value of the damage because you no longer control Scoia'tael units. Pavko Gale is almost like Devotion before Devotion existed, and maybe even gets a Devotion change so that the Spies don't have such a benefit to it one day. Who knows? But right now, Cams is 10 points up and pretty content here as the cards on the other side starting to become less powerful and not necessarily ones you want to play here.
Okay, and we go with Experimental Remedy and get a nice little Emissary. Again, a lot of emissaries there on Cam's side of the board. It boosts another card with 8, a very nice proc there. And we're both in a very difficult spot here. Cam's at least has the option to tutor something he might not want to commit, and Tailbot not so much. Tailbot will have to commit his Cupbearer here. That won't do much. He might try and bait out a pass from Cam's side of the board with a potential poison, but he's still going to have to catch up with some points, and Cams does decide to go on, gets a Hamadryad out, as well as a leader charge. This is looking very good for Cams, and Tailbot needs to be careful here before he overcommits.
I think it's a difficult situation. The leader charge as well to really push home for Cam, saying, you can't make this in a single card now. I don't believe if I drop a leader charge here, you can make this with what I've just done. Uses the single point from Pavko Gale and drops that there. So it's not actually the 13 points. It looks like it's 15. And now Tailbot has to jump out here. Will he find a hand that is suitable for the bleed, though? That is what Cams is looking for here in order to try and push out. Tailbot having to hold those more powerful cards and just hope that he can resist a bleed if one is forthcoming.
Cam's having an extremely big little defender right there. Whoever said dwarves were little, that's going to be a nice target for Toblight, but we might just see him giving it Veil with his Echo card, who knows. And we see him mulliganing some cards there, and I rather doubt he decides to push here.
It's interesting because he's got a couple of cards he can drop, and Tailbot right now trying to work out, can I mulligan this ball away? Are you going to bleed me and give away all of the carryover that you just gained? He does decide to take the risk and mulligans away ball on the basis that he is concerned, if everything gets pushed out of me here, I don't have ball for the short round, whereas every other card in my hand is playable.
Yes, Tailbot here actually relying on round 3, but that play from Cams indicates we're not giving up here. We're now going to be a card down as we can't draw a pass anymore, and he plays his little Pyrotechnician there. A very nice deterrent if Tailbot decides to play a valuable full provision card, as that card just dies off the bat. Of course, Tailbot can go ahead and lock that card, but it won't do a lot of damage, seeing that this card does have armor.
Yeah, very true. There is the synergy in hand with Tempering, of course, if Cams does get to keep this alive, meaning it won't actually damage itself. Tailbot here will probably want to stay ahead. at all costs here to try and resist some of the bleed. May even decide to drop GWENT here and try and high roll everybody's favourite Viper Witcher Alchemist is a possible line here, instead of just committing something like the Brathens. Instead, from the options we see on screen, looks like he has decided, I am going to commit this Brathens here.
I think that's a good choice. Staying ahead here is very important for Toblad because at least now he has the advantage of being a card up. He definitely doesn't want to give Cams a pass. And Cams so far trading up here with that Brathens. It depends on what Cams plays now, and he does go for Pyrotechnician's boost. He can now play that whenever he feels like it, and it will not get damaged at all with full armor, though I very likely doubt he does that right now.
Yeah, he only probably clicks it if it gets poisoned, I would imagine. Would much rather not have to do that. It is incredible the difference it makes when your opponent plays so very quickly. The additional stress level that can cause, even for a top player, it really is fascinating to see. I mean, Tailbot doesn't need to commit too much here, can literally drop a bronze poison, for example, as an option onto that 9, and that is exactly what it does, because he is so close to anyway. Oh, wow,
Okay.
Cam's not messing around.
Getting that full 4-point value and playing that 11-point defender, Toblad is not going to be happy seeing that 11 points right there. Never something you want to see when someone is trying to bleed your cards out of you.
It really isn't, and now there's an interesting position. He's 14 points up and has protected that card from poison, has decided to drop a chunky Figgis on board. The Purify is available to him, but he then can't transition the Pyrotech poison anyway because he doesn't have access to it, which feels really, really sad for him. The amount of points he now needs, he is going to do that. He decides to take that anyway and threaten that I have the poison, trying to get Cams out of this round.
Oh, no, we're purifying the defender, actually. Oh, yes, we're purifying the defender and threatening that we might have a poison for that Pyrotechnician.
Here comes what I think is a veil. Obviously,
there we see it.
We know that Tailbot does not have the other poison in hand here, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but Cam's not afraid, has said, I'm going to protect myself from this poison no matter what you do. There is a pretty sizable gap opening up now. It is 16 points of difference here, which is pretty huge. So Tailbot now going to have to start committing, and Cam's even more so decides, okay, I'm going to push this to be even further so that you struggle without giving me leader charges to get away here.
Yes, this is becoming a little bit scary for Toblad. He might just have to go all in here. At least his location card at Adrenaline 2 will give him a pretty hefty Viper Witcher mentor if he decides to go in that direction. Though some people prefer to go for the Alchemist as it gives you a little bit of RNG options. But that guaranteed point slam Viper Witcher mentor might just be the card that we decide to go with here if we are Toblad.
Yeah, and as it's a guaranteed, I believe it's a 12-point play here. If he drops that down, he can't afford really, I don't think, to take the Alchemist because he needs those points. Doesn't give him too much of a read, but he knows either Gezrus or Ethne are in deck, so he knows that obviously he knows it can't be both. Could still be either, so it's not a huge read for the hand. He also opts to take the pass instead, doesn't play the leader charge to try and get ahead here. Interesting line. So are we going to see the Forest Protector come down from Cams? Does he believe he has enough of a read on the hand that he can afford to all in here?
This is a very difficult position here because Cams can assume many things, and I think we know that Toblad's last 2 cards are going to be his most valuable cards. So do we try and push both of those cards out of him, or do we keep our little advantage with our boosted Forest Protector, an extremely strong card, especially in a short round? Cams has to decide here what Toblad has, and he decides we're going to bleed all of those good cards out of Toblad's hand right off the bat. And are we going to see that last leader charge to go for a 2-0, or did we merely go for the bleed?
I mean, he's up by 18 right now, so no single card does it, and he's aware of that. The Usurper trading for 12 plus a couple of pings. The possibility of Pyrotech and double leader may end up doing it, but it certainly would be quite the high roll if it were the case. So an interesting line, decides to hold on to that leader. And Tailbot should be fine to be able to get out of this here, but I don't believe he's going to do it in a card. He may decide to Pyrotech and click first, try the high roll and hit the Forest Protector or the other Pyrotechnician. He may decide to do that before he decides what other line he takes. He's just frantically doing the math as we speak.
Yes, and Cam's certainly not giving him any extra chance to think about it. I find us talking faster every time Cam's plays. It's very, it's it's a very powerful tactic there on Cam's side. You just want to catch up with him, and we see that Usurper coming down off the bat, putting them in a very, very close range. He commits both leader charges to get ahead.
He does commit both leader charges and also puts a bad card up on the top as well, uses Gaved as well, decides card advantage here more important than my leader charges because ultimately the engines that I'm going to lock right now are negligible anyway in the short round. They're not going to find too much value, so now has first and last say, and it is going to come down to top decks. Top deck and wreck, as I have heard it said.
Oof, it's looking really good for Tobliat here. He has his Joachim combo, which is going to play for quite a bit of points. Does he have enough units left in his deck, Lionheart?
In terms of what is left in his deck, there are 2 units that he can pull, both Nausicaa Sergeants, but he is missing a stack of gold. He has not got Ball, no Cantarella, no Roderick, no Yennefer. Huge, huge misses on the one side from Tobliat. On the other, Dryad's Caress there, able to potentially deny a poison that unfortunately doesn't exist for Tobliat. He is not going to get those poisons. But Call of the Forest and a chunky Gourd that currently sits at 11, but will sit at 13 by the time it's done.
Ooh, this is very, very scary for Cams here. Very scary indeed. We might see that Nausicaa Sergeant drop first there onto Blight's end. It will give him the most points with its deployability. Cams has the option of playing something with his Call of the Forest. He likely goes with that first, as you don't want to give a too big unit to Tobliat, as he might just get rid of something like Gourd off the bat, or some nicely placed poisons, or like you said, the Yennefer that he has missed. But Cams doesn't know this, and we see Tobliat playing that Nausicaa Sergeant, a 4-point card.
We do, and a slightly slower play here from Cams. Has Call of the Forest in hand and has missed a lot himself. No Kiaran, no Folv, but also Gezrus and Ethne. I'd be surprised if Ethne isn't his opening play here, and perhaps dropping the leader charge in an attempt to protect one of those units. May well be his line here. In less typical fashion, he's taking a little bit longer here with this move, trying to work out what his best line is. I think it is likely that's the way he goes here. And we're about to find out.
We are indeed.
Takes Valve instead here, going for the idea of his Caress, perhaps finding more value overall if there is a Dryad on board, so does not take Ethne. Could, of course, also be worried about Yen. Ethne is a terrifying card to be Yen'd into Joachim. Really, really scary, so has decided to take a different line here. Does not know what we know, cannot see Tobliat's hand. But the Purify on the Joachim is lovely because it is no longer couable.
Oh no, that is a problem for Tobliat, but instead he's just going to play his Emissary and say, you know what, I never needed Joachim. I'm just going to go for that Emissary. Oh
and
dear
even
goodness.
With the last say, not being able to hit that Joachim is absolutely huge here because the Purify, it is not enough, and Cams wins that matchup. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that takes us to 2-2, and we go in to a final game. And it is everybody's favourite. It is going to be a Nilfgaard mirror. Oh, this one's going to be interesting.
I mean, this is the one we've all been waiting for. Let's be honest, it's all been building up to the single mirror. I mean, I have questioned Tobliat about this, and he is very confident that the single leader change gives him the advantage in a mirror match. So I am very excited to see this happen. But Cams played that game extremely well. Hats off to him. It seems that lead did actually work out in the end, even though he was a card down in round 3, which seemed to be a rather big disadvantage in this sort of matchup.
It was. I mean, both players do miss a lot of cards. Finding that Purify to deny the second Joachim is absolutely huge there, and he will be delighted that he found it. Took an interesting line to play around a potential Yen, something that I wouldn't have necessarily done. But obviously that's only because I can see the other side of the board and he doesn't have that luxury. Cams plays so well in that matchup and will be very happy now going into this. It is a mirror. While some of the lists we have seen and the leader abilities might not have a lot of variety, one thing that will definitely give you some 5 headlines is a Nilfgaard mirror right now. As you say, Tailbot feels that he is favoured with that list, going in with Imprisonment. Other people I've spoke to completely disagree and think Double Cross does. So, there are no surprises. They both know what they signed up for, and it is Nilfgaard v Nilfgaard. Togliat on blue, Cams on red, and this, the winner, books their place in the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yes, they do, and here we will see which school of thought is correct. Do we want another card in an already overswarmed board with Double Cross, or do we want that little bit of edge with Imprisonment? We will have to see. First thing I notice here is the fact that Toblia's stratagem is not Crystal Skull, which is not very nice in this sort of matchup, as Crystal Skull would deny some poison value.
It would, and it's an interesting choice to have chosen to take Lamp here. He will have his reasons for sure. Possibly in the Skellige match doesn't want to give any value to Morkvarg early on, just flips the Lamp. It does, remember, in the Nilfgaard matchup, struggle a lot for proactivity. So having that Lamp there gives you another option. Instead, you can do something exactly like he has now. Nilfgaard's proactivity is really, really awkward. And having Lamp opens up lots of options. You can play the Emissary onto a board. You can also just drop your Tawny Joust if you need to. So it does make it a little less awkward, as he has just demonstrated to us. Whoa.
Oh, and Cam's immediately saying, listen here, buddy. Here is tempo, and I'm committing Brothans, luckily finding value. That could have ended badly, but he does have Emissary, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world. And Cam's saying, listen, we are going even here. I'm going to push your cards out in round 2 because I do not necessarily want a round 3 against your Imprisonment leader.
Now that's a really interesting line from Cams. I know we all call this the Quad Joachim list, but in reality, you very rarely play it 4 times. Taking a Joachim first turn or round 1 without having Usurper in hand. Now in my experience, and I'm sure in most people's, it's a guaranteed Usurper pull from that, and can result in potential overcommitment. Obviously, we do see the Brathans, a huge card, but this is Cam's signalling intent here. He is basically saying, you know what, let's go, let's play, I have decided we're going in, and Tailbot reacts in kind, pulls Menno into coup for another Joachim. Wow, these guys are not messing around here.
I'm seeing far too many Joachims on the board for my liking. This is definitely extremely scary here. Cam's now having the option to do the same with Menno. He has the option of cooing his Joachim also. We'll see if he's willing to commit that right now. Perhaps he decides to hold on to it. I don't know what's going on inside of his head, but he instead decides to go for the Assimilate card Vigo. Does he get the pack out? No, he doesn't. He goes for Duchess Informant instead.
He does indeed. Both players signaling their understanding of just how important round control can potentially be in this mirror. Which side of last say you fall on is pretty huge for this game, and they understand it greatly. Some big commitments. It's for all Nilfgaard mirrors in future, there should 100% be a Joachim counter, I think. How many are we going to see? We are currently at 3 in this match. I think the over-under, I think we're seeing at least 7 Joachims, minimum 7 Joachims. I would take that bet all day long here.
I would be offended if we do not see 7 Joachims. I expect 8 at least. Now, Tailbot's hand here looking a lot stronger than Cam's, which might be a little bit of a problem for him because he doesn't necessarily want to commit all of these cards. We have Usurper round 1, that's never an option. We have Masquerade Ball, which is certainly not something you often see in round 1. And Tailbot going ahead here and just saying, you know what, we're not seeing 8 Joachims in this matchup. We're seeing 7 at most. Sorry, Cams, it's not happening today.
Has taken the decision, no, that's it, and has purified it. Interesting line, I can see the logic, has decided, I don't want you to be able to do that even further. Has no read on the hand on the other side, but based on the drop, I think Tailbot will assume that the hand is slightly stronger than it actually is. We'll expect there to be things like the Usurper and the Cupbearer in hand, with the speed that Cam's dropped it. That isn't the case, and Cam's here able to just keep dropping bronze cards and say, cool, I'll keep trading up, you keep giving me things. That would be great.
That certainly would be great. Well, Tobliat now has the option of just putting that back neatly into Cam's deck with coated weapons. It depends whether he wants that engine to go back into the deck, as these sort of engines can actually go quite tall. You'd be amazed how big these engines get in a long round.
Definitely, and also, again, the one thing this list, it doesn't have as many units as you'd think to pull with those Joachims. Some awkward hand draws, and all of a sudden, you have nothing but spies left. So giving another target for that, certainly not ideal. I mean, if he's feeling very generous and wants to up the over-under on those Joachims, he could even give him another Joachim, but it seems very unlikely he's going to take that line. The cards he's got left may decide Vigo may be his better option here, or just to get out without losing on even.
This seems to be a reoccurring pattern with Tailbot, and it completely makes sense. Under no circumstances do you want to commit that much in round 1. It certainly isn't worth it. And Cam's playing Gorther.
Well, he's certainly not giving Yen, and knows he drops Goliath here, signaling that obviously it is above 9 cards, so he can put Joachim back if he chooses to. The swap isn't very good, but he does know he's drawing into Yen minimally, so doesn't high roll anything particularly great, mainly because it's all already in the hand, but it's always scary. The Alchemist can literally swing entire games just by stealing something that you just don't want to see.
Yes, and luckily for Tablide, he has drawn all of his good cards, so there was no way that Cams was getting his hand on those with the Alchemist. Alright, so now Cams has round control, and he has the option of opting for a short or long round. It is entirely up to him at this point.
It is indeed. A little scary. The Goliath being down now means, unless he decides to play Joachim again in this round, he's not getting it back, because he's certainly not going to pop it back on the deck and then pass and give an additional one over. So it's going to be interesting to see what he does here. He has what you would consider a weaker hand and may think, I can trade up here, but the risk of giving away last say could be really risky, and it's quite short and proactive plays. Possibly the experimental remedy, grabbing something from Tobliat's graveyard is an option, or does he just say, in true Nilfgaard fashion, let's go for the long round?
And seeing that you have control of the client, could you by any chance tell our audience what those 2 Vigos are representing on the left side of Tobliat's hand?
You can see 2 Vigos on the left-hand side. You can. One of them is actually Artorias Vigo, and the other is the Usurper General. So he has the Usurper. It has converted when it evolves. It has decided now he wants to be Artorias Vigo. Far more peaceful gentleman sat under a wonderful mushroom here.
Alright, yes.
Okay.
And it's back to Usurper. Okay, Roderick we see coming out here.
And Cams will have known he was likely to pick those cards. He was searching for that Masquerade Ball, I think. Drops the Roderick. The only options were a Cupbearer, which he saw, Coup, to play it again, or Usurper. So maybe he was looking to slam and play Usurper, but for just a huge amount of tempo. Interesting, this very much signals, I think we're going for a little bit of a round here.
We certainly are, and Cam's ironically making up for that lack of a card with his leader ability, so this can actually be quite scary. And what is nice is he has total round control, so the moment his side of the board is swarmed, he just has the ability to pass. And Tailbot's goal here with his imprisonment leader won't have that effect, but perhaps he starts locking those engines now, and that's exactly what he does.
Indeed, yeah.
Alright,
No,
that makes
right.
total sense. It's exactly what Tailbot planned, but unfortunately it's not in his hands whether we get to swarm the board or not. It's entirely in Cam's.
It is indeed. And Cams on the other side does have access to locks as well, although has to use them in turns for units. And instead goes all leaders right away, leadering at 9 cards. That's huge, but finds the Usurper, which is pretty massive, but finds the Usurper in stage 2. It is not yet an aristocrat, only in its final stage, which is why it did not proc that Masquerade Ball.
I mean, he didn't need to, in all honesty. He had that lock ready, and he has gone ahead and stopped Tobliat's engine from ticking as well. So Cam's here making up for the fact that he doesn't have imprisonment, and this is starting to look scary here for Tailbot. He needs to start committing if he wants to get ahead here.
I think Tailbot definitely has a few points that he can play very quickly. He's only 11 behind here. Cam's going with some very, very intense, I'm going to play a lot of points lines. I don't think you would be expecting to see the Masquerade Ball dropped into a double cross at 9 cards. It's an interesting, because the longer you hold that leader, the more you threaten your opponent having to play out of order, playing cards suboptimally. Tailbot now does not have to worry about this at all, and almost can play quite slowly here, knowing that he still has another card to find the points, and simply just drops the Tawny Joust.
That does make sense. Cam's here having the option to do the same. He could also play slow. It depends on how much cards he wants to get out before his board is filled. He does have Cantarella in hand, which he'll want to use in order to get his Joachim back and perhaps play it twice. He instead goes for Duchess Informant, and he's going to replicate that Thirsty Dame, getting another engine on the board. I'm not surprised if that gets locked off the bat, and we see that first poison coming out. What will it target? It won't find a lot of value, to be honest. We don't have a lot of big cards on Toblight's side of the board yet.
No, true, and it does hit the Roderick, and I think based on the way he's playing and having Cantarella in hand, Cams could well be intending to use the location and get that extra Joachim out in this round. Lots of possible draws. It does have the hunting pack in there, does have a Thirsty Dame that was dropped in there as well with Van Moorleheim's Cupbearer, but also his own Usurper. So lots of options for him if he decides to go down that line in this game.
Yes, Cam certainly might wanting to wait here because he does have another poison in hand too, actually. And if he decides, okay, he goes with the poison right off the bat.
Straight in.
That is more than fine. But he wants to make sure that he plays Joachim when Toblight has committed a large card, as he now has 2 poisons. One from the Masquerade Ball when he plays the Joachim, and one from his hand. So he's going to have some significant tool removal, but he first has to wait for Toblight to play something significant.
He does, and now all of the gold cards, with the exception of just one, are in Toblight's hand. Literally only missing Yen, but has access to it with Roderick. So this bleed may start to find some significant value if Cams can find a way to stay in the round. Tailbot now working out which card do I want to commit that gives me enough reach without committing a little too much. Could Gaved, could simply drop the Brathans, or even the Vigo is possible because he could find Vigo into the thinning if he wants to here.
I mean, the reality is that Toblight has not yet procced his Masquerade Ball, and at some point he's going to have to play something that does. So he's holding on to that for some reason, perhaps also waiting for a larger target to poison.
Yeah, quite possibly, and also the longer it stays as a threat, he only has really the Roderick to proc it right now, without dropping his own Gurthagaved to get his Joachim back, so is likely setting that up instead, and has now put an operative on the top of the list. Hasn't gone for the high roll with the Alchemist, simply dropped a Viper Witcher and spawned an operative token at the top of the deck, which is not ideal for Cams if this does go into a short round.
Yes, and we see that lock coming out. It doesn't do anything, definitely signaling that Cams is still waiting for that large unit. It seems like they're playing a game of chicken here. None actually wants to play Joachim yet, because we know that whatever Joachim pulls is going to get poisoned. Both holding on to those poisons from Masquerade Ball, but how long can we do it? Cams is running out of options here. He has Menno, he has Cantarella, and he has a poison. He doesn't want to commit Yennefer yet, as he's not going to find any value with that. It all depends on what Tailbot plays now.
It really does, and he'll be looking to try and set things up as he can. He will want ideally to find a decent Yennefer target next, because as you say, his hand's starting to look a bit awkward. He plays Vigo on the other side, and does he thin the doggos? He does not. Instead, he thickens the board for Cams and just keeps playing card after card after card.
Okay, and we see that first proc, the first poison coming out as well. It's odd that none of these players do pull out their doggos. It could very well be that they don't want to overswarm, but it is always a nice thinning mechanism to say the least in round 1. But right now it wouldn't make sense pulling them out anyway.
Definitely not. Now there's a choice there. The Usurper in stage 2 doesn't have Veil, but chose to poison a unit that had slightly less power instead, maybe signalling or trying to intend Cams to believe he has access to a Yen here to be able to steal that Usurper. He does in theory if he plays Roderick to grab it, so that could be really scary, meaning he can still transition a poison and maybe steal a Yen at the same time.
Yes, and Cam's in a position now where he might just have to play Joachim because he does not have resilience on his artifact anymore, meaning that location card will not exist in round 3 and he won't have access to Joachim with his Cantarella. He now has a difficult position of... he's in a position where he needs to decide whether he's willing to commit here or whether he wants to pass. He still knows that Tailbot has a lot of big cards in hand, and you don't really want to get Tailbot into round 3 with those. But Talebot does
No.
go with Brothans, which is a nice card to get out, and it's certainly something you can steal with Yennefer.
It is, and that's a huge swing though for Talebot. Manages to play out the Brathans for decent points, steal what is a thirsty Dame, procking his own ball without having to commit his high-end gold cards to do so, which makes this mirror so very scary, because your opponent's own cards actually synergize with yours for once. Very scary situation to be in here, and now Cams finds himself behind, meaning the Yen comes in, and yeah, there it goes.
That is a card you definitely want. It's the best one you're going to steal so far. And now to Blythe, or Talebot, he now has to decide.
Palindrome bot. It's fine.
Palindrome bot. Yes, it's a horror trying to pronounce it correctly. I'm going to get it wrong many more times, but we'll just go with Talebot for now. He now has to decide what he's willing to commit here. He has quite a bit of options, and none of them are cheap, to say the least.
Very true, but he will also know and be glad to see Yen has gone, so his choice of commitment takes the Cantarella and decides, you want to steal my card? It's a really nice line. It was curious to see if he took it, and he said, hey, you know what? I will play my Brathans again. Thank you, friend. That's very kind of you. And chooses to take that engine right back here. And it's something that Cams would have had the access to as well with Cantarella in hand. But this bleed looking scarier and scarier here for Cams.
Yeah, that was quite a nice card to get with Cantarella. Thank you for holding on to Brathans for me, Cams. I'll take that right back if you don't mind. Now, Cam's here in a difficult position. He is quite a few points down. What does he do at this point?
He has not given in though here. He is taking the coup, signaling, you know what, I believe I am not out of this round yet. You can see that Talebot has used his Gaved to further ruin the draws. There is now a Nausicaa Sergeant, an Operative, and I believe a Thirsty Dame sat at the top of the list for Cams. Ruining those mulligans, plays a card and stays ahead. So it's going to be interesting to see how that goes here.
Now, ironically, we're reaching that point where the board is going to swarm, but because Cams has round control, he just doesn't give Talebot the opportunity to take advantage of that situation with his leader. Instead, Cams is likely going to have to pass very soon here. Now, we'll see what Tablia decides to play here. I doubt he overcommits, as it is very clear that he is ahead here. He's going to want to play the card that is going to help him least in round 3.
Yeah, it's a little awkward because he doesn't want to play the Roderick here, because if he Rodericks, it's guaranteed to be Yen, and it sounds great unless Cam's final card is Cantarella, and that is something he's going to be considering. He could simply coup. Does not want to coup the Cantarella, though, because he already knows it's just a Nausicaa Sergeant on the top.
Oh, wow.
Instead, launches the Usurper and says, I am ahead, I am not pulling these back, and I don't believe you can play another card, sir.
That is quite some commitment, with the clear objective of filling Cam's side of the board. I am going to be a card up in round 3, and there's nothing you can do about it unless you have a spy in hand, which you do. Cam's deciding not to even go and take that chance. He is going to pass, and we are going into round 3. This is looking quite good for Tablia here. It's looking a little bit scary for Cams here with the card down, and Tablia having access to his golds. And we see that doggo coming out there. Now,
We do.
We need to be careful so he doesn't brick by accident.
Yeah, if you're going to mulligan, it's going to be that gets mulliganed. And as we've seen, there is some clogging at the top of the list, and he will not be happy with those draws. He has missed Usurper, has missed the Cupbearer, hasn't even found the doggos himself for thinning. It is not the best situation you would hope to find. But honestly, neither hand is looking excessively strong. Has decided to mulligan the spy away, so no Yennefer coming on that side either, unless he mulligans one more time to try and find it. This is going to be the complete opposite of what you would expect a round 3 for Nilfgaard to be. That bleed has shortened it.
And
Wow.
luckily the doggos don't break. Yeah, that is quite a sad hand for Cams. Unfortunately, he didn't draw the cards that he needed here, and it could significantly have helped. But instead, we now have Tablia taking the round with a card up. Let's see how this one plays out.
Now, his choice to mulligan away the Roderick is really interesting, because he's thrown both Roderick and Yen still in the deck here. The Cantarella from Cams could be game-changing if he manages to find either of those cards for himself. If he can find the Spy from Cantarella, it will be terrifying, because then he gets his own Usurper Emperor and could switch this game on its head.
that would be extremely significant if Cams does find it. And I mean, if you look at the statistics, the chances are quite high, seeing that Tailbot only has 7 cards left in hand. So this is rather scary, and it's going to be interesting to see whether Cams decides to play that early or not. He can, of course, now decide to replicate the Nausicaa Sergeant, or he could wait and even get something like the Hunting Pack. He doesn't know what Tailbot has in hand, though, so he will have to wait just a little bit longer to see.
He will, and obviously being able to replicate that Hunting Pack would actually be great, and that is why they are not, like the Tailbot, for instance, isn't dropping that lock and playing his own, knows that neither player has played them yet, and if you can decide to use that Informant to be able to steal your opponent's Hunting Pack, it can be very, very good, because ultimately it plays for a lot of points.
It certainly does. It's a very strong card, unless it bricks, of course. It's a very nice thinning mechanism too, and it's very ironic that we don't actually see these doggers coming out in a round 1 or 2. Normally they're left in the deck or just in a round 3 hand here. And ironically, this dogger alone is going to count for 8 points, which is quite significant in a short round 3.
It is, and I do genuinely believe it's going to come down here to what this Cantarella finds. Some interesting choices Tailbot trying to work out now. Do I drop my Hunting Pack, or do I again stay slow? Am I going to Emissary here, perhaps, and use the Emissary boost? Probably lock with one of the engines now, as well as realistically engine-wise. There isn't anything else he's overly scared about. He may as well find the value. Or does he hold it? And he holds
Right,
it.
we see that Emissary coming down here, and what is Cams going for? He's going for Cantarella. Drum roll, please.
And he doesn't find the Game Changer. It is not the game-changing card, but bear in mind he has Coup, so he has another shot at this. He can try that again, and now he has a 1 in 3 chance, or a 2 in 6 chance of finding a card that could really swing this. He could yen a 12-point card straight off the board. He could play Roderick into grabbing his own Usurper as well. So it's not over just yet.
It certainly isn't over until the Thirsty Dame sings. Now, Tailbot needs to be careful here, because he doesn't necessarily want to give the Hunting Pack to Cams either. Because if he plays this now, Cams has the option of playing that back at him. But perhaps that's preferable, knowing that Cantarella is still on the board, and Tailbot knows exactly what cards he has missed here.
And that's the potential risk, right? That's what he's decided to do. He is up by a huge chunk of points here. It is 16 points. So I don't think there is an option to take anything else. In fact, this may already be over, but I may be wrong. Cam's not taking the Hunting Pack option, because quite simply, it isn't going to be enough points. Oh, and he gets the very worst of options. That feels really sad for Cams. But for Tailbot, it means he is going to go through. He is inevitable. Tailbot takes the win 3-2 after an incredible series here.
What a game. And Tailbot taking it with his imprisonment list. What an excellent matchup between these two players. We see Tobliat, or not really, he is fading out of the camera. I've always known he had supernatural abilities. No one can be that good, it just does not make sense. And here we go into the bracket.
Yeah, and we can see tomorrow now, Forever YOLO is in the semi-finals against Tailbot, having reverse swept Shaggy in the quarterfinals. That is absolutely huge as a semi-final for tomorrow, those players going through. So we've had 2-3-2 so far, with 2 quarterfinals left to go. The winner of Barton Red Rain will face off against the winner of Just Headbutt Play, otherwise known as Gravesh against Pireball. That bracket has been absolutely stacked, and they will be very happy to progress tomorrow going through.
And I hear that we are ready to see the interview between Tobliat and Berza. Let's cue them in.
All right, I'm here with Tobliat, my man, how are you doing?
I mean, yeah, I'm great. I just won, so obviously I'm feeling great.
Confident as always. Most important question that I have for you. Since we're in the pandemic, how are you managing to keep your beard and your hair looking so nice and fresh?
So yeah, actually my barber appointment got cancelled, so my hair is a little bit longer than usual. But yeah, I mean, I shave beard by my own, so that's not a problem.
Yeah, I do the same. Respect
I would
on
say
that.
that the biggest problem is to keep my shape because gyms are closed. So that's the biggest problem actually.
Do you have like a home gym set up to, you know, get buff and stuff like that?
No, not. I just have like a pull-up bar and some handles, and that's it. That's it.
Nice.
So it's tough.
Coming back to Gwent, how do you feel going against Forever YOLO tomorrow?
Against I think I should be in a good spot against YOLO. I don't know. I watched some. I think I watched his two first games today, and he didn't play his best. Probably that's how it felt.
Okay.
So yeah, and his lineup is also not that. I think it's also not as bad against mine, but it's also not great against mine. Yeah, I think I have good chances if I get lucky and play well. I should be winning maybe.
Awesome, awesome. Congratulations. Tobliat, not Tailbot. Don't mistake those two people. And yeah, good.
Completely two different.
Yeah,
different
completely
people.
two different. And yeah, we'll see you tomorrow in the semis. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Else for you because it's leak time or leak o'clock. And let's show it. I'll talk over it. You see a siren, that I can tell you, and she is holding something, a bottle full of something. Something that some Gwent players who are playing in the tournament might shed a lot of, and some might not shed anything of those. So yeah, I cannot tell you more. I don't want to spoil anything, but I can tell you it's connected to something that is coming in Gwent. So yeah, that's it for me. Back to the casters.
Oh my. Now that is a leak and a half. I would guess something that is going to be shed. Is that a bottle of tears and a siren? Oh my lord.
I mean, that's not terrifying at all. Just go ahead and ask my therapist. I don't need to sleep with the lights on from here on out. Psh. I mean, what a card. And I'm wondering where that's going to be fitting in. Is this a neutral? Is this part of a certain faction? Where does that fit in? I'm extremely excited to see this, I'm not going to lie.
Very much so. It is very interesting. The ultimate BM as a final card. I will literally serve you some tears. I love to see it, you really do. And Tailbot's interview in true Tailbot fashion was just immaculate. It really was. Now, the prize pool. We can see the update as to where I believe the players are. And as you can see, for every match played, players who have gone out have earned that little bit more. So in the quarterfinals, there was over $1,000 available to each player, and we can see that those who have gone out still get a nice chunk of change there. $1,450 earned for cams. So far, Tobliat, not Tailbot, as we have been assured, has taken a little more because he did win the extra round. For qualifying into the semis, there is even more on offer, and the prize pool is doubled, or more than doubled, thanks to the Gwent community. So good job, guys. Good job.
Yeah, very nice to see the community come together for a common goal. That is truly what makes the Gwent community very special in my opinion, and I'm truly happy to be a part of it. And as you can see, Cam's not going home with nothing. That's quite a lot of Gwenty scraps, and perhaps he can save up some powder to make that weird card move, because I'm sure that's going to be even more horrifying. Now, it has been very fun to cast this series. We will see you again in the final series of the night, but for now, we're going to have to send you off to a very spicy lineup. It's going to be Red Rain from Team Aratiza versus Bart from Team Legacy. And we're going to throw you over to Flake and Shinmiri now.
Bye, guys.
Hello and welcome, Bart. Congratulations for making it to your first Gwent Open appearance. I think a lot of people already know you from the top of the pro rank and the pro ladder, so I think most people have an idea who you are, but please do introduce yourself to the rest of the audience.
So, hello, I'm Bart. I'm the man of many names. Some of you might know me better as Bartarella, others as Bartolome for Machine 933. Normally I'm a student, but in the free time I'm trying to clear all the scam there is on the ladder. Yeah, as you said, I've reached quite nice results in the previous Masters season. Unfortunately, it was at the end of it, so it didn't really matter in terms of pro achievements. but it for sure gave me a huge confidence boost leading into Season 3. And so here I am.
Yeah, I think now that you're here from the start, we'll definitely have more to see from you this year around. Speaking of this first Open now, do you have a rough maybe idea of how strong this lineup is compared to the other Opens? Do you feel it's maybe an easier Open or maybe one of the tougher ones that you have to face in your first one?
Yeah, I think it's definitely one of the toughest ones. I'm pretty happy that half of the participants are coming from Poland. I think it will lead to very interesting and exciting games for the audience. I just hope that most of us won't meet in the first round to eliminate each other, but maybe later in the tournament.
Yeah, as Repik always says, the famous Polish hospitality, very famous when it comes to Gwent. So, one last question. Do you have someone that you would like to give a shout out to because it is your first time here? Maybe someone that helped you prepare or just in general people from the Gwent community that you think deserve the recognition?
So I would like to give a special shout out to whole my team. Every single of the players there are very talented and skillful players, also helpful. They helped me improve a lot as a player, and they also became very good friends of mine. So yeah, I would like to give them big thanks.
So a whole shout out to the team Legacy. Thanks so much for taking the time, and good luck in your rest of the preparation. So we'll maybe see you tomorrow.
Thanks.
Hello and welcome, Red Rain, to yet another Gwent Open. It is the first one of Season 3, so first of all, welcome, thank you for taking the time for this interview. I know it's quite a different time zone in America, so I appreciate it even more as a person that likes to sleep very long. So yeah, thank you first for coming, and second, I would love for you to say a few words how you feel going into this year. It's the start of a competitive year, what your goals are, what are your ambitions, that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, thank you for having me, Ryan. It's a pleasure to be on. It's been a really weird year for me in terms of like my Gwent ambitions, just because it feels like I've sort of been working on several fronts. Like, funnily enough, I actually became a manager for Team Aretuza this year, and I assumed that sort of meant that I would be stepping aside a little bit more as like a competitive player and a streamer, but it actually feels like that sort of drove me to be a competitive player that much more, just because it felt like, I really wanted to be there and represent my team, and it felt like as a manager, one of the big strengths that I could really bring was that I have those sorts of experiences, and it sort of felt like leading from the front would be a lot more effective than trying to take on some sort of like coaching role. So at this point, I have the crown points. I kind of want to go for World Masters. Like, it kind of feels like I put in the amount of work that I have. So I probably plan to go all the way, although I'm not necessarily gonna kill myself over it if I end up having a few bad seasons. I'll just take a break and call it.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much for that insight. I think it's really interesting to see how people evolve when taking on new positions, and as you said, maybe leads you into a different direction that you didn't expect. That's really interesting to hear. As a more personal question, where do you feel like your personal strengths lie when it comes to playing Gwent? I mean, maybe it's something outside of the game that motivates you, maybe it's your play style. Yeah, let us know how you see yourself in that sense.
I think for me, it's kind of tough to say, because to some extent there's always some amount of luck, and there's always some amount of like skill set that can vary a little bit from month to month, just in terms of what the meta looks like. I think for me, I've always considered myself to be sort of a very intuitive and macro-oriented player. I don't really feel like my strengths are necessarily in like analyzing every last turn. I do have enough of sort of like an intuitive math ability that usually I can find a lot of those sort of decisions pretty quickly in terms of what's optimal to do. But I don't really feel like I necessarily gain much by roping every turn. It kind of just feels like to me, it kind of feels like I'm more in my element when I just do what's best every turn. Like I'm willing to take my time when I need to think, but a lot of times I can just play, and I feel like that's very strong. I feel like that's kind of a very underrated skill in Gwent, just because I think a lot of people see the pros and they see, you know, people like Kolomon or Gravesh or Green Knight, those kinds of players that will rope every single turn. And I definitely think that taking your time is important, but I also think that there's a lot that you can do with just a good basic understanding of the game. And I think it's also very important to not overthink positions where the decision is kind of just right in front of you. A lot of times that can lead to kind of silly plays.
Thank you so much for that insight as well. One last question. I would love to get your opinion on the strength of the opponents that you're facing in this tournament, because obviously you already got to semifinals in Open last season, and I think your ambitions are obviously to go all the way. So how do you feel like your chances are when it comes to this Open?
It's gonna heavily depend on who I draw. Just don't pair me with Shaggy, please. Honestly, like that's like my number one fear. Like I'm willing to take out anyone as long as it isn't Shaggy. Like Shaggy and I have team killed each other for 3 out of 4 of the Open qualifiers. Shaggy beat me twice in a row, and then I beat him, and then he thankfully qualified in like the very last one, but he made it to top 4 every single time.
Exactly.
It was so sad to watch. I would say in terms of like the strength of the overall Open, honestly, going into the first month of qualifiers, I felt like it was a little weak. Not like insultingly weak or anything like that. But you had Bart, who I think hasn't necessarily put in like the tournament results of some of the other players, even though he's been a strong ladder player. And then you also have Forever YOLO, which is a name that I'm not as familiar with, though I'm definitely excited to see what he can do. And you also have Chems, and I'm trying to remember who the other Open 1 winner was, since I remember the competitors, but they blur together a little bit. And obviously Chems is very strong, but I think that you're always going to have at least a few of like the really big names make it in a month. I think by contrast, the Open pool got a lot stronger during the second month. I'm pretty sure that was me, Paja, Shaggy, and I'm blanking on someone, but another strong player, I'm sure.
I mean,
I just remember being.
I think
Tailbot was
the first one.
Tailbot was the first month, yeah. Gravesh, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just like, okay, yeah, this is gonna be a real Open.
True.
I'm excited to see it.
All right. Thank you so much for taking the time, and obviously good luck in your games to follow, and maybe we'll see you tomorrow again.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. I'm having a good time. Are you having a good time? I think I'm having a good time. Shamiri, are you having a good time?
I'm having a great time, Flake. Welcome back, everybody. First thing I gotta say, friendship with Red Dream ended after he badmouthed roping so much in his interview. I'm one to known for taking my time to think through my turns, but hey, whatever works, right? We'll have to see how he approaches that during his match coming up between Red Dream and Bart. What do you think?
Well, I mean, Red Dream is somebody I met. Red Dream several years ago at the Wild Hunt tournament in Philadelphia.
Right.
phenomenal human being. And again, there's the infamous chair incident where he leaned back too far and he kind of fell back in his chair. Handled it like a pro. Somebody that I've spoken to privately many times, and it's a friend of mine, and always surprising because I love Red Dream so much because he's somebody who can make fun of himself to a degree, or he's there for a good time, but he's also somebody who is so articulate, so smart, and is somebody who can really get the job done when necessary. One of the best Gwent players in my opinion, and somebody who just when he wants to can really make waves. And no slouch again for Bart. Bart is also a phenomenal Gwent player in his own right, but I mean a little bit of NA bias on our side. I think it's about time. Right? I mean, it's gotta happen. True. But again, that's our opinion, right? And that's just two people here talking about it.
Yeah, but let's see what all of you have to say on Twitter. What the poll says, it's pretty close. 57% for Red Dream, the Gwent Open returnee, versus 43% for Bart, his first appearance at an official Gwent event. Closer than you thought, Flake?
I thought it was going to be somewhere close. And I mean, there's always the fact that people, they'll sometimes just vote for the name that they recognize the most, and maybe Red Dream has a little bit more of that. But frankly, I think that if it was within that kind of margin, I don't think anybody was going to run away with it like we saw in the first round, where it was 75, 80% in favor of one player over the other, which in the end meant nothing because the vast Twitter poll underdog actually came back from first sweep and took it. So also worth noting, hey, phenomenal debut for Lionheart and Tia. That was awesome to listen to and watch. Excellent job by those two. It's great to have them on the team here, Shinmiri, but you got some decks to dive into to dissect here.
Yeah, let's take a look at those decks. First up is Bart. Bart is a part of Team Legacy alongside Tailbot, so I have a suspicion that they prepared together because 3 of their 4 decks are very similar. The Line Pockets, the Blaze of Glory, and the Imprisonment decks are along the same lines as what we saw Tailbot bring in his last series. The sole exception here is the monster list. Bart choosing to bring Keltullus, Carapace, over, I believe, Tailbot bringing Arrakis Swarm. I know Bart is known on the ladder a little bit for playing this Keltullus list. It's kind of a comfort deck for him. So I am curious to see how he ends up performing with it. What do you think about this list, Flake?
Well, the Carapace list is something that, I mean, I always just... I try it, I dabble, and I can never get it done. It's definitely one that is not straightforward. It's very tricky to maneuver, especially against lists that can run heavy control removal against the Nilfgaard, against the Nilfgaard lineup. But in this case, when you're kind of you have the option of certain bans or what's going on, in terms of being able to control your matchups to a degree, having a Keltullus list that you can rely on, like you said, a comfort list. Sometimes you got to rely on what what you're best at, and if you've got hundreds and hundreds of reps with this list recently, sometimes it just becomes muscle memory and everything just kind of makes sense. It just clicks and you roll with it. And that might be where we're going here. But the standard procedure with this list, I mean, you're jamming out a lot of big cards. And if you're on Blue Coin with this list, you've got Crystal Skull to protect your Siri Dash. Again, Carapace not giving the option of Veil for neutral units, only monster units. So being able to protect that Siri Dash is important. But I mean, the marching orders for this list typically is you have a lot of big threats supported by a lot of special cards, ultimately culminating in Keltullus and protecting and insulating that Keltullus with, let's say, a defender, and then watching as the world burns in front of her. So phenomenal list. Again, we've seen some big moments in Gwent Masters history with this list at the helm. So it should be fun to see how this plays out. Again, moving on here to Line Pockets, Shinmiri, we're rolling with Heatwave in that list, Novigrani, Justice Cleaver. Again, no Jacques in this, but we do have Horson Jr. and Horson Sr. The whole family is here, Shinmiri.
Yeah, the whole family is here. We didn't get to see Tailbot play his Line Pockets list because it got banned by cams, but hopefully, I'm crossing my fingers here and doing my best Red Dream impression. Hopefully, Red Dream will let Bart's Line Pocket through so we can see some Horson Sr., Horson Jr. in action. I think a lot of people are curious and wondering what the idea behind the Horson Sr. is, because it's not a card that you typically see in this sort of deck. Horson Sr. used to show up in the Congregate Crimes decks, the Swarm decks, where you had the leader congregate to guarantee yourself 2 small 2-strength tokens to transform with Horson Senior. But in this list, there's not that much guaranteed small tokens to transform. You have a Furco, which you may or may not have access to in the same round as the Senior. And then you have like a Philippa at 3 strength, maybe a Flying Redanian at 3 strength if you don't care about bringing it back out in future rounds. What do you think, Flake? Any thoughts on how else the Senior can be used?
I mean, you're right. Without the Jacques and not having those tokens that pop out of Jacques, having, you know, reliable units on the board that you're willing to flip, that makes sense to flip in certain cases is going to be difficult. But I think that there are also some applications and some targeting going on. Some sort of, you've got something like Joaquin in the crosshairs of that Horson Senior. I know that in the mirror, sometimes if I'm playing Nilfgaard, you do sometimes tech in on the ladder something like Slave Infantry to just go ahead and transform Joaquin, which dodges it from a coup de grace, which dodges it from being replayed with the location. But in this case, for Line Pockets as Syndicate, what options do you really have? Something like Horson Senior is a good way to just go ahead and shut down something like Joaquin that might reappear a second, a third, and God forbid, a fourth time. So I believe that might be an option there, as well as, I mean, it's 6 for 8. It's got Intimidate. It's got some, you know, some abilities to sort of transform maybe damaged units that you may run into, you know, rescue some points that way and find some value down the line. But it might be a way to just shut down a Joaquin. And speaking of Joaquin, there's that imprisonment list, Shinmiri. And again, we saw it in the mirror before. Was it the imprisonment list that that outdid the double cross? For sure. That one provision means nothing when you have 2 point click control options from imprison. And I mean, besides this list being, you know, it's fairly straightforward. You do have that one provision that you got to make space for. That's why you might see something like Battle Prep in there, kind of a cheaper card. But frankly, anything sticking out to you from this imprisonment list?
Yeah, mainly just the leader and the coded weapons. The coded weapons is a unusual card. I know Tailbot was also running it, but I think there's some fancy things you can do with it, especially in a round where your opponent has passed early. Like in round 1, if they pass and you still have cards to potentially play and you don't care about pushing in round 2, you can coded weapons like one of their really good cards, or even a Joaquin, and then use Gorther Gavay to swap with the Alchemist, the Joaquin, back on top of your own deck. It can potentially allow you to play Joaquin like 5 times, like an extra time. you thought this was capped at 4. No, we got more.
Creative minds, if you're listening to this, 4 Joaquins is enough. We could stop there. Just pump the brakes on that idea, ladies and gentlemen. We're not going to 5 or 6 potential Joaquins. It's just not happening. So don't put it in their idea. Don't put that in your head, Shinmiri, please.
All right, let's move on and take a look at Red Drame's list. What has the last hope of North America brought? Part of Team Aretuza, Red Drame and Shaggy actually prepared together, and they have a very similar lineup. Just bringing the standard good stuff: Line Pockets, Crimes, Arrakis Swarm with Portal version, Blaze of Glory, Iced Warriors, and the Double Cross Meta Breaker / Meta List.
Oh yes, the ye old meta list, the meta breaker itself. Well, here it is strong as ever. Standard procedure for a lot of these lists here. If we take a look deeper into Blaze of Glory, Utah's back, which is nice. We saw it, you know, certain players like Forever YOLO opted for double Greatsword instead. But in this case, Utah here, you do have Morkvarg. The Totem is there as well, but I mean, there's really nothing exceptionally spicy about this to write home about necessarily. You know, just Blaze of Glory, it's more so going to come down to the bans and what Renraim is looking to target specifically, as you know, with the double Brockvar, the Oncrite Marauder, and Herkia is a good way to sort of perhaps just sort of shut down some of those Arrakis just getting way too swarmy.
Yeah, the thing that I'm worried about for Red Drame is the Arrakis Swarm list, because even though you and I feel like it's a good list on ladder, we did see Shaggy with this basically the same lineup. Yet the Arrakis Swarm list got reverse swept in the first series of the day. So I'm hoping that Red Drame will find a way to squeeze out a win with this list, to see if, you know, maybe prioritize it in terms of getting a good matchup for it.
Line pockets again. We do see the return of Saul de Navarrete, and Furco is there to pull out some of the crimes. But I mean, it comes down to oftentimes it's just like the big five, and unfortunately, one of the five Backstreet Boys has apparently quit the band here. So there is again no Jacques, but we do have Cleaver, Philippa, Tunnel Drill, Harold Gord. I mean, that's 4 of the 5 big ones that you typically need to worry about. But cards like Saul, those can get out of hand if you're holding a nice balance in your bank account.
True. So I wonder what the players are thinking for their bans. I know that Keltullus is often a ban magnet when it's included in a lineup, just because it plays so differently than everything else. It has so many engine threats, whereas the rest of the lineup right now is more of a middle of the line, more fair, and doesn't have like the Siri dash to abuse the round 1 coin flip.
Well, let's take a look at those bans right now. Let's see what each player has decided to sort of just X out, just scrub it out of their opponent's arsenal. As each player, Red Raim of the USA and Bart of Poland. And here's the list as they're bringing him forward. And Red Raim and Bart each have selected a ban for their opponents. And the bans being BAM! And unfortunately, well, there it is. There's the Keltullus list off the books, and same for Red Raim's monster list.
Monsters, yeah. Monsters banned from both players. So maybe Red Raim actually breathing a sigh of relief after, you know, not having to get a win with this Arrakis Swarm list. Maybe things will be different for him than Shaggy. We'll see. It's Line Pockets, Blaze of Glory, and Imprisonment versus Line Pockets, Blaze of Glory, and Double Cross. So we almost have a mirror match on our hands, Flake.
Well, the deck list, if like we're going to talk about true mirror matches here, I mean, really, what is different between the two Nilfgaard lists other than the leader ability? It might just be a flavor choice for either player, a preference, frankly. And Red Raim opting in this case to go for the 1 extra provision to space, a little bit of extra latitude, and the potential for picking up a big home run hit with that double cross ability versus the point, click, and control option of Imprisonment. So we'll see if it actually comes down to a true mirror. We've seen it in the previous series. It seems like there might be a slight edge for Imprisonment, but it's going to be a intriguing matchup as Nilfgaard versus Nilfgaard typically is. And if that's really the only elements of true distinguishing between one and the other, well, it's going to come down to how the players sort of operated, and if that leader ability can really, if the double cross can hit a home run, phenomenal. That might just be what the difference is. Otherwise, the reliability of 2 imprisonment charges is quite big, especially when you're shutting down, some significant engines that can typically grow out of control.
Indeed, I totally agree with you. And despite the leaders being a mirror match or almost a mirror match, these are not the same lists. They have a lot of different tech choices in them. Syndicate 1 is playing quite a few different gold win conditions. Same with Skellige. I think Bart bringing Hjalmar, which we're not seeing very common these days, and Red Raim bringing Heron Kadoosh, the location, and the Nilfgaard list obviously having different leaders. So Red Raim on red coin, Bart on blue coin. I think typically, like we were saying before, Nilfgaard and Skellige want the blue coin, so I think Bart will bring one of those, and then Red Raim might bring Syndicate on red, is what I'm thinking.
Oh, well, they're smarter players than I am. That's definitely something that I think everybody on Twitch chat can all, join hands and sing Kumbaya about.
But have they ever defeated you, Flake? Have they ever beaten you?
This is a true statement. Never. I am still undefeated against Red Raim. I'm undefeated against Tailbot. I'm undefeated against everybody in this lineup. So frankly, none of them has ever beaten me. I am still undefeated against all these names. There's a reason why I'm a caster and not a player. Talent aside, I am better presented in Gwent in the form of a gigantic moving mouth than I am in anything else, frankly. But hey, I understand that. I know that I am not as fantastic as some other players out there, but hey, damn it, can I come up with 90s references? If there's a pro rank for that, then I'm on top of the ladder.
And a pro rank for Backstreet Boys karaoke, you would be definitely #1 there.
That is true, and I'm still trying to recruit my part of the crew here. I know that you're already on board. I have already I've hammered down the role of, I believe I would be Brian Luttrell of the Backstreet Boys, or if we're in an NSYNC universe, I might be the Justin Timberlake. If that's the case, I don't know if do you need any education on any of the additional cast members?
I'm familiar with a couple of them.
Okay, it's not a big deal. But yeah, talking about these players again and their lists, I think it's a tale as old as time by now when it comes to these lists themselves. I mean, Line Pockets, Blaze of Glory, and a Nilfgaard Ball that apparently in your Sick and Twisted Mind, Shinmiri, you can make 5 to 6 Joaquins potentially. It's way too much for me, but we might see 4. We have seen it happen in the past. It's very common. It's not a big deal if you're playing Nilfgaard to have that kind of reach and ability to sort of recycle cards, and that's the case. So these are just reliable lists, right? And you're not, like you said with the Keltulis list. The Keltulis is a little bit different than everything else. It's a very focal, or a lot of the deck strategy is focused on this one card, and everything prior to that is just gaining tempo, winning rounds, and then bleeding resources out until you can just play, insulate, protect, and just watch the world burn. But we're not going to see that. I'm kind of sad a little bit that Keltulis get locked out, but that sort of plays to the fact that there's a little bit of respect going towards that deck list in itself. So it's off to the races. Here we go. Bart representing that imprisonment list against Line Pockets on red. And we'll see if it happens again. Is it the Safecracker cheat code? Did they get it? Not this time, it doesn't seem.
Well, the mulligans are not done yet. He does have an Oniromancy and a Justice in hand, so Redraim does have access to those Safecrackers should he want that. And look at him sporting that robe. Very classy.
Well, part of it is it's a tough tournament, right? It takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of energy out of there. Red bringing all the energy of a hibernating bear in this case. But sometimes that is a very, very smart way to do it. You just conserve that energy and just focus it all into that, Death Star super laser in your head and fire it up. Commence primary ignition on brainwaves.
You gotta be comfortable when you're playing in a Gwent Open tournament. I mean, we saw it in the first series with Forever YOLO. Once he got into his groove, once he started jamming, he started winning games. So Redraim, getting in the zone, I don't blame him.
Yeah, Redraim is no stranger to sort of just living in the moment and doing what feels right. In this case, if you want to be comfortable, it's just one less thing bothering you, one less distraction, and you can just focus on gameplay. As you can see there is no Safecracker in hand, and he's kind of hovering over that Oniromancy. It feels bad when you got to go ahead and fish out a bronze card like Safecracker with a 13-point Oniromancy, but you're on red. You want to make sure that you can get things rolling, and that is one of the strongest openers. Safecracker into Justice, into the double engine, the pockets being developed here. You won't have Furco to pull it, but here it comes as immediate response without even wasting any time there. The Fangs comes in and deposits a little bit of poison, but it's already getting its job done. It's a Crown Splitter on the board, which just stretches the value from that Novigradian Justice.
Yeah, immediately getting poisoned, but Redraim able to use that Crown Splitter body to pull out the Novigradian Justice before it gets finished by the poison. So still big tempo plays coming out from both sides. Typically on red coin, Syndicate wants to try to win on even if they can. But we'll see if Redraim is able to keep up here. Needs to play 8 points to get ahead. It's just a little bit short because something like Siggy would only get 7 points, getting the boat out. But Cleaver can definitely do the job. Takes advantage of that Crown Splitter pocket already. Big commitment from Redraim in round 1 here.
I think Redraim is just sensing that, you know what, if you poisoned one of my engines, I'm going to give you a bigger, scarier engine for you to deal with. And you're on red coin. You're on the right side of the coin here, and you're going to make it happen. And that's going to go fish out a charge from imprisonment. And I think Redraim kind of felt that was the case. We're also going to break up one of the 2 pockets, of the 2 Crown Splitter pockets with that Emissary, going to boost the Fangs. And Bart playing, like, shooting from the hip here. He's playing like he's got a plane to catch. He's really, really just jamming the cards. It seems like he's just going autopilot now, knows what he wants to do, wants to maintain the lead there, and just is one after another just dealing with the threats as they emerge.
Yeah, imprisonment targets for this matchup. Cleaver is definitely a big one, especially when he's got that Crown Splitter pocket. So a lot of commitments coming out from both players. I think they're both respecting and recognizing the fact that round control is very important in this matchup. In the long round 3, Nilfgaard is very favored against Syndicate, but if Syndicate wins round 1 and gets a good push off going into round 2, maybe like can get the ball out in round 2, or even if Nilfgaard has a bad hand, potentially even 2-0. So I don't disagree with the level of commitment we're seeing here. And the extra leader charge to get the Flying Redanian thin out of the deck, extra 3 points, and gets Red Dream ahead by exactly 1, still threatening to win on even at this point.
That's right. Flying Redanian is just 3 points when you fill the bank up there. And Bart, wow, finds the dogs. They come out, the hunting pack. One calls the other, and then that's now we've got the Nazca Sergeant sitting in the back row at 14 points. That's an engine for you. You've also got Vigo. That's an engine for you. And there's a lot of points still to come. I mean, you do have the just incredible reach that Brathens can offer you if necessary, especially with an Intimidate engine and a Deploy Effect engine on the board. A Sea Jackal comes through. It's going to click twice, methinks here, maybe even a couple more times. I think Red Rain wants to continue to pressure forward here. I mean, I'd be surprised if he doesn't just go over the top just to make sure that he can, avoid Bart passing, an opportune pass. So he's just going to click it enough times just to get ahead by that one little point.
Big commitments continue to come down one after the other. Brothens now into an Informant to copy a Cleaver's Muscle, gets a lot of engine activations on the Brothens and the Arturius, as well as the Nausicaa Sergeant. And the lead is again 13. What will Red Dream do here? He does have Siggy to replenish the coins, or he's going to have to slow down a little bit, and he is going to play the Siggy with another leader charge.
Yeah, both players playing hot and heavy here. Wow, just keeps clicking.
This Jackal instantly went up to 24 points. This is an unconditional 24 for 4. I can see it on Reddit already.
Well, what's funny here is that Red Rain is just putting it all into that one, eggs meat basket kind of situation here. And 24 points on a Sea Jackal. I mean, you're thinking, okay, is there a Yen's Invocation that I'm going to eventually just run into? But the difference is that you're on red coins. So if a Yen's Invocation comes and just ruins the party, fine, you can just kind of pass along and go on to the next round, no problem. And really, what is your Yen's Invocation giving your opponent? It's giving them a Sea Jackal that can't really be stretched out like Red Rain did here. I mean, 24 points on a Sea Jackal in the hands of a Syndicate player is perfectly fine and normal, but if Bart steals it, it's not exactly fantastic.
Exactly, and now Bart's starting to show that he's running out of options, taking a Resurrection, a Remedy, onto a Safecracker, which doesn't have any crimes, obviously, in his hand as a Nilfgaardian player, so it only plays for 3, does get a couple of Assimilates and Deploy effects. The Red Dream easily able to stay ahead with that crime now. And things are looking tough for Bart at this point. Yep, decides to pass and take the loss on even. With no more real playable cards. Doesn't have a poison finisher to accompany the Cupbearer, so not able to deal with this super tall Jackal anymore.
That Saul de Navarrete is an interesting choice in this list. And the reason why is that typically, you might be increasing your bank, but having a full bank in a deck like Line Pockets that wants to spend to reaccumulate those coins with the future crimes, it seems odd as, Saul, it's not a guarantee. It's not like a deck, for instance, like Hidden Cash that typically will float a big bank for a few turns to get a card to grow like that. Saul, it might just be up there, but eventually you're going to want to throw some spenders on the board and make it happen. We'll see how this works here. It is a nice card to have in a round 1 before the spenders come out and just let it grow. But Furco is the first move here. He's going to go fish out a crime. It's going to be Swindle. We just want to basically fill the bank a bit here. Just load up those coffers. Getting to the max, which is nice. You're going to also get the Flying Redanian out after another click of the Line Pockets charge.
Yeah, and Bart actually actively mulliganing away the Masquerade Ball win condition in round 2, knowing that he's probably going to get pushed to the limit here, doesn't want to commit the ball in this round, and draws the Joachim instead. So very happy to see that, being able to play the first 2 copies of Joachim here with the Menno into Coup de Grace.
Scary time here now is that fact that full bank, your only spender in your hand without using your own Aeromancy is Philippa, but there's a 12-point target there, so you're not really stealing anything. So
Yeah.
are you dip in the Pontar and just bleed more cards and over profit? How do you approach this? You could actually dip in the Pontar and onto the Nausicaa. It brings it down to 9 and just hope that there's no deploy effect that occurs, but that is highly unlikely.
That is highly unlikely indeed. But Red Dream does have the Oneromancy. He has a couple of options on what he can pull with that. I think it's possible that he might go for an Oneromancy onto Heatwave to kill this Sergeant. It is a lot of points. It gets rid of an engine, and the nice thing about that is that it doesn't spend any coins. But Bart does commit the leader here to answer the Sol and kills it at the same time.
You could just go ahead and own your into the Sol again if you want to. I'm just saying.
Oh, I mean, yeah. Okay, so with the coded weapons, the death blows actually potentially being a downside here, giving Red Dream another copy of Sol on top of his deck.
That was just maybe a mix-up by sequencing. You probably should have coded weapons first. And then kill them.
I agree here. Red Dream's got a little smirk on his face. Do you see that? I think
he's kind of wondering. He's like, you just gave me another big card, and that I'm going to draw into next turn. And I think what he's evaluating right now is, does he want to float some of these coins into the next turn and maybe open up with Sol, given the fact that basically that last imprisonment charge is not going to stop it next turn. But you know what he says? You know what? All right, fine. You got no more locks. Let's just go do it again. It's completely possible that he just goes finds a return, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, the Sol return. This is the sequel we all hoped for. Sol shows up again. Oh boy, and he's just going to get back to 7.
Yeah, so like you said, Bart could have stopped this from happening. He could have played coded weapons first to avoid the death blow, but oh, and look at the Joachim into Usurper. It was a 50-50. I think only 2 units in his deck remaining. This is a big lead now, though. Joachim into Usurper, up 20 points. No great targets for Philippa now.
Well, I mean, I think now you just literally trade bronze cards for gold cards. Your Sol's going to continue to grow. You're not winning this round. That's probably fair to say. You might see a Philippa as their last say here, but Red Raid is perfectly okay to just over profit here if it's going to be changed. You know, I'm going to exchange a 4-point bronze card for a whatever the hell's in your hand. We've seen Usurper already. You've already double Joachimed on me. The coup's gone for this round. What else do you have? You know, you're a little bit late to the party if it comes down to a Masquerade Ball, so I'm not worried about that. But I want to see your other cards. Show me what else you got. And frankly, if it comes to a bleed, he did have the benefit of winning on even here. So just tossing away these cards is perfectly fine because you're basically buying gold cards out of your opponent's hand.
That's true, but a Viper Witcher Alchemist could be a big deal here. Not sure who it's going to end up benefiting, because Bart may end up getting a useless crime in his own hand.
Find out soon.
Gives Red Dream a tourney joust, and Bart receives in return the tunnel drill. Tunnel drill goes burr no more.
Well, now it's just 5 points. It's a weapon best wielded by it's for more it's a more civilized weapon for the Syndicate. And in this case, that tunnel drill is just 5 points. But in the hands of Red Dream, that thing could have been absolutely menacing if the pocket existed. Unfortunately, Cleaver's gone, and a lot of those Crown Splitters are a way of the past. And like a double Sol in one turn is fun. The difference here is the fact that a lot of those major resources are gone. Frankly, for both sides.
Yeah, but it's still even cards, and Red Dream still has a couple leader charges. Might be able to get the Flying Redanian back. Still has last save for that Gord. Heat Wave, great answer for potential ball, if there is a ball. Bart could be taking these mulligans.
And you got to kind of maybe hope for ball. That's kind of what you need to go for here. The difference is how many more aristocrats do you have? The fact that you kind of needed ball in your hand so that you can go ahead and play the Roderick and then onto the Roderick. But are you running out of gold cards in your deck at that point?
I think he can still do it. With good luck, Bart can still fully activate the ball, but because he can get it from Roderick. If he on the first time he gets it from Roderick, I think he just did.
There it is.
I think he just did. And then now you can play Joachim with Cantarella and Gorthric Evade, and then play Joachim onto, you can play Coup onto Joachim for that, or Coup onto Roderick for that second aristocrat.
Now to to quote Lloyd Christmas, so you're telling me there's a chance. And in this case,
exactly.
It seems like the stars are aligned here for Bart to make this one very interesting. Red Rame was in a commanding position in round 1 and had some very unique plays and options in round 2. But, you know, having 4 coins in the bank plus 2 ready to go, you know, it's not fantastic, especially when your options for poison here is a tunnel drill. Is your own
Roderick.
Yeah, that tunnel drill is looking a little bit weak at this point, but it's still 13 points of beef here, so.
Yeah, but the Joachim and the coup into Joachim still a lot of points despite pulling out like a 5-point card. Now, some people might be wondering why poison the 2 and not the 4? Because Bart is planning on hitting the 4 with 3 points of damage from the coup de grace, and so it will end up as a 1-point card. So with the poisons, he'd rather destroy a 2 than something that's going to end up as a 1.
We're gonna see that Duchess is probably just gonna be fodder. It is discard fodder. So Bart even down that card. There's gonna be no bronzes on the board for Red Ring.
You know what is strange here? There's currently no bronzes on the board for this Duchess Informant to copy, but there could be if Red Rame ends up flipping this 4-point Fangs of the Empire.
Oh, you sneaky Pete, you. That is definitely an option. You're opening up that Duchess Informant with the poison. We're going here now. We're going to double this up. There is the... Oh, my God. And you know what? This So hold on a second. Because, well, there's the double poison. You can... If Philippa comes in and steals that Fangs, that means that the Duchess can now go ahead and clone the Fangs and complete the poison on the Roderick. It's not a whole lot of points.
No.
That might be a little bit of the extra reach necessary.
It might make the difference here. Like, Red Rame potentially could have played the Gourd first. But this score should be a 12, right? Yes! Look at Red Rame with the fist pump and the dance. No. It's just barely enough by 2 points. Red Rame takes game number 1 as Syndicate versus Nilfgaard in the unfavored matchup. And love to see that emotion on the screen there, Flake.
Oh yeah, and he's dressed up like Hugh Hefner, and he's feeling good. The guy is in full mode now. That's what it took to wake him up. The bear is awake. He's angry. He's hungry. He wants to go ahead and make this a 2-0 lead at this
Blake,
point.
You know what I'm crossing my fingers for? I'm crossing my fingers that Red Rame's robe doesn't become undone while he's doing the dance in front of the camera.
Yeah, wardrobe malfunctions here at Gwent Masters are typically not something that occur within the sort of confines of the studio and us here in our caster, fortresses of solitude, but we can't be held responsible for what occurs. A rogue gust of wind, and this becomes, NC-17 real fast. But Red Rame right now with the victorious fist pump and took that one. And it all started, Shimiri, with a lot of fireworks, a barn burner in round 1.
Yeah, both sides just unleashing the heavy guns in round 1 and showing just how important round control right now is in the meta. I think a lot of these popular matchups that we see between Syndicate, Arrakis Swarm, Skellige, and Nilfgaard are all coming down to who wins round 1, who has the ability to push in round 2 to control whether or not you get a long round 3 and to get some big resources out of your opponent in that round 2 push.
And then the bleed was pretty spot on for Red Rame as well, even over profiting where necessary. It didn't matter. He's sort of trading cards here and there. And, he got out of it. Bart got out of it. There was maybe just a mix-up in terms of sequencing the lock before the coded weapons. Maybe it should have been a little bit of a reverse there, a little switcheroo. Unfortunately, it did really factor in, so it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. But these are small little things. Pros still could potentially make some mistakes, but at the same time, there's still a lot more to go here. So first game is in the books. The players are getting ready for the next matchup here. This is the third set of matches for the quarterfinal here at Gwent Open number 1. Shinberi, can you believe we're already at season 3? It is ridiculous.
I know, right? What happened to the time? I feel like it was just yesterday that we had the first challenger, the first open, and now we're in season 3. It's crazy.
Yeah, no, it's flying by, and if all things go well, hopefully soon we'll be able to do this in person, and I'm sure everybody's looking forward to that. But until then, we're beaming up through space and directly into your mind. So that's the kind of way that we do this here. And really happy for Red Raven. You saw that there was the emotional response there. So let's see if that kind of translates through and can carry that momentum into game number 2, as Red Raven now is representing Nilfgaard against Line Pockets. So here's the this is the role of reversal. Now it's going to be Bart on Red Coin against Red Raven's Nilfgaard list. However, this Nilfgaard list is not imprisonment. This is double cross. So maybe it might be playing out just a little bit, but looking at these hands now, there's a lot of bronze cards, so maybe not as many fireworks in round 1 here.
Yeah, perhaps not. And I think Bart's specific lined pockets list is extra teched against Nilfgaard, like you mentioned before, with the Horson Senior being able to transform a Joachim to prevent future plays off of Coup de Grace and Gorthur Gebade. Oh, and Bart shaking his head, taking the final mulligan, getting the Flying Redanian in his hand. This is not a good sign. No way to mulligan this Redanian. Like, I don't think he plays an Eavesdrop or something to fix his hand.
No, there's nothing really there to sort of make up for that little gaffe, as we've seen this before. A little deja vu here, Shidmiri. The Safecracker comes out, and it's immediately met with a Fangs of the Empire. Difference here is there's no immediate Fangs of the Empire for Red Rain. You might have to rely on that Vigo to find it, and that's not a guarantee, but it is potentially a way to get out of this, as we see Bart now, again, one dead hand, a card in hand, but if he wants to go through here, he might need to use his Furco, obviously, to go find the, he needs his Furco to go find the Novigradian Justice, but it seems, oh, there was another Fangs. He was hiding in the corner. That's my bad. I apologize.
That's all right. But I want to say the difference between Bart's list and Red Drame's list is that Bart's Syndicate list also runs poisons. You see the 2 copies of Fist Tech, Crime, and Red Drame doesn't have Purify in his hand. No Cupbearer to stop this poison, and that's going to be a big, juicy target killing this 11-point Dodging Sergeant that's going to continue to grow.
Here comes the other Safecracker. Unfortunately, his brethren has already died. A Fist Tech addiction has got him, and in this case, yeah, it's still a decent amount of points there. 7 points on the deploy. The Fist Tech comes through. It's going to be a little bit of over-profiting, but it's fine. Now, here's the thing. Red Rain has figured it out. Okay, 9 coins. He had the Redanian in his hand. Not that it matters ultimately pass, but you know, it's just fun to think about that Red Rain is knows that there's at least one dead card in the hand that needs to be mulliganed away.
Yeah, Red Dragon, with a pretty weak bronze hand in round 1, chooses to get out as soon as he can because doesn't want to risk losing on even. We saw how bad of a position Bart was in after losing his game on even, the same matchup but with reverse roles. Having the extra card in round 2 makes it a lot easier for Red Dragon to defend the round 2 bleed.
All right, so there is the Horson Senior, friends, and the difference here is that there is no Joaquin that's accessible for Red Rain. There's no Roderick, and there's no Joaquin. So
this is
could
still
be
a very weak hand for Red Rain. He didn't really get to improve his hand very much from round 1 to round 2.
That is something he's gonna have to sort of figure out on his own over here. He's not gonna have the help of certain cards such as Masquerade Ball potentially to drop, because you don't have Roderick either to trigger. You don't have Joaquin. You're really sort of, you know, you're going here with rags in your hand. Unfortunately, there's not much that you can do. Red Rain is going to have to kind of just, you know, maneuver his way through this, break up some of these pockets and figure out how this goes. I don't think he's typically all that caring as to how tall that Cleaver gets, because that's likely going to be the Yennefer's Invocation. So he's opting instead to break up that pocket first and see what happens here. Obviously, he's going to break up the other pocket down the line, kind of dodge some of that drill value. But as it stands, again, there's a Horson Senior that could transform one of those spies as well.
Yeah, it actually gets pretty good value for transforming a 1-point spy. But I think Bart will hold it for a little bit just to see if a potential Joaquin comes down. Bart now committing the Spender, the Sea Jackal, getting it to a safe level at 7 strength. Red Dream does have a lot of spies to kind of clog Bart's board, and especially Bart's front row with the Crown Splitter. But I think Red Dream needs to consider when to leader in this round, because with such a weak hand, I do think he is going to lean towards leading early, and he does. Right now, nothing great. Probably just takes the horse and senior here, right?
Yeah, you can transform to 1 point. In terms of actual just
not terrible.
Point value, I mean, you're not getting any crimes, right? So those are basically, that's the end of the story. It's 9 points though, plus the double trigger of assimilate. So that's not bad. Unfortunately, however,
he would have liked to see a Oniromancy, because if you double cross an Oniromancy, you get it again on the Echo the next round, and would help him get a lot. He has a lot of golds missing, so it would help him a lot with access to the rest of his gold deck.
I will say this though, there was the fact that you did find, I mean, it was a crime, a Philippa, and the Horson that could have been much worse. The fact that he actually managed to find that Horson, really, Oniromancy, Horson, and Tavern Brawl were most likely the best options there.
Tavern Brawl was pretty good. Yeah, it would have killed the Cleaver.
Red Ram still maintaining a lead here, 2 points, still holding on to 2 points of damage on that Slave Hunter in the back row. Dancing around a Tavern Brawl quite nicely here, not giving too much value out of it.
Yeah, but being careful not to put a unit next to this 13-point Slave Hunter, especially like an 8. An 8 dueling a 13 would be 20 points of value for that Tavern Brawl. So
that is a nasty one to sort of stack through. I think that's why Menno is going to play mediator between whatever that 13 is standing next to, at least to maybe block a little bit of that. But nonetheless, Red Ram is just kind of hoping to that maybe Bart just decides to sort of throttle back here a little bit. That there is that Yen's Invocation still standing around in Red Ram's hand, and again, we suspect it's going to be on the Cleaver. That's most likely the best place to put that value. The problem here, however, is that there's no crime follow-up. Like you said earlier today, Shinmiri, without a way to generate coins, that Cleaver, left to its own devices, isn't a lot of points.
Yeah, and most of the coins so far are going into that Sea Jackal for a 3-to-2, a 2 coin to 3 power ratio. And Philippa coming down yoinks the Horse and Senior and gets the Syndicate card back on Bart's side. Now doing work with the Intimidate tag, still potentially 2 or possibly even 3 crimes to come.
Bart is still holding on to that Horse and Senior. I think he's just waiting for that Joaquin to show up, and Red Ram's got the sinister grin on his face. He's like, I don't even have Joaquin, so it's like not even a problem.
Joke's on you.
Pretty much, exactly. He's like, this is gonna make the front page of circus.com because this is absolute full-on clownery in terms of how this is going. But Red Ram is making the best of a bad situation at this point, and he knows that the Horson's there because he saw it and cloned it with his ability. And it might be a matter of he's just saying, like, you know what, you're not playing the Horson.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that. Horsons for days, ladies and gentlemen. How many do you have? Because why don't we see like 3 or 4 Horsons?
Philippa puts the spying tag on Horson Senior, allowing Coup de Grace to copy it without getting Deathblow, and now that's the second Horson Senior Redream has played as Nilfgaard. He actually has the bonded ability for the cut-up lackeys. If he were to play any crimes after this, that would be hilarious.
I wish that was a way to do it. I mean, you know what? Potentially, I guess you can. Well, mind you, I was going to say you could maybe go for the Alchemist to sort of swap a crime and a card from one deck to the other, but there's no really way to access it, right? So
yeah.
The board is what the board is at this point, and I think Bart is suspecting that maybe now that I've seen that Joaquin's not in hand and it's not a threat, so I might as well use this now. Now there is a little bit of a visual glitch there, as Horson did transform the Duchess into
a cut-up lackey.
The cut-up lackey, right? But the visuals are different. It takes some time to get assimilated into the Syndicate Crime family. Yep, that's a cut-up lackey. Just in case for the doubters out there. Red Ram still has a 3-point lead. Got the card up. You know what? In all honesty, the fact that there wasn't really much going on, like given the strength of the hand there, Shinmiri, I think Red Ram's actually been he's been doing a good job of just being able to stay competitive against hit after hit after hit. Cleaver,
Indeed.
Philippa, 2 Horsens, all of this going down. But here comes the Owneromancy, and we're going to see right now what he's looking for. It might be that heat wave, maybe to just get rid of a big brick
Heat
of
wave
points.
or tunnel drill. Tunnel drill is not going to be good later because a lot of your crown splitters have been spent. Most of them, except for the gourd, have been spent. So he does go with the heat wave just for the 15 points because it is the most points. It's going to force the biggest commitment out of Red Dream in this round. But we are getting...
Is there a pocket even for that drill?
Not a full pocket. Not currently. So maybe that's one of the reasons why he didn't elect to take the tunnel drill. But the heat wave is also really valuable for the ball later on if this game does manage to go to a round 3. So that's gone for now. But Red Dragon will have to decide how he's going to survive this round. Looks like Menno into battle prep. Now that the big unit is gone from the range row, he doesn't fear the big duel anymore. So finally, he's able to play the Menno into battle prep. This Tavern Brawl still looking kinda. It can be played for 8 points of removal. Gets rid of an engine. Activates some intimidate. So still pretty good tempo play, despite Red Dream doing his best to play around it.
There's a remedy there, and if we look at the graveyard, we're gonna, it's one option. But the thing about it is that there's not many good bronze cards to go pull out there. But we're gonna go for the location. That is 9 points of boost, meaning that the top card, or rather the best card in the deck for Bart is a 10 provision card.
That's a Horson Senior in there, or Horson Junior, excuse me. Horson Junior still in the deck for Bart. Bart is gonna go the distance, play everything. Well, does he click the cleaver? He has 1 spender. Or is he thinking about keeping the coins for the carryover? He is going to actually click the jackal instead. I didn't see that. And actually looks like he's spending a lot of coins. Gets 20 points ahead. 21 here is tough. There's a 13-point invocation. Then you would need an 8.
I mean, that's a tough nut to crack here. I mean,
I don't think you can do it. Let's look at Bart's graveyard. I'm seeing that there's only a Cleaver's Muscle and Halfling Safecracker in Bart's graveyard to access with this this remedy. There's not even any bronze spies in there, unfortunately, for Red Dream.
Yeah, there's no assimilate on the board either. A Yen's Invocation for 13 means that you're still digging yourself right here. This is an 8-point hole that you need to fill, and unfortunately, a remedy into muscle is not going to do it. Red Rain here is kind of, he knows the writing's on the wall. It didn't quite make it happen, and it didn't work out. And you know what? Just in case, we'll give you the Tavern Brawl back.
Yeah.
Because he's a good guy. But it's okay. Big smiles all around. Bart comes through. He's going to go ahead and even this series 1 game apiece. Red Rain, well, it's, again, 2-0 this time. There's a little bit of bully in round 2 for Bart in that case. But, I mean, it's hard to fault Red Rain in certain cases because he was missing a lot of his resources.
Yeah, so many golds stuck in the deck there. A bit unfortunate, but interesting to see that, typically Nilfgaard is seen as favored versus Syndicate, and now we've had 2 games where Syndicate has won both games. This one with a 2-0. Might be the first 2-0 of the tournament, I believe.
Yeah, well, you smell blood, and you just go for it. You go for the throat at that point, and Bart wanted to come back into this one with a vengeance. Waste no time! Bart wanted to make sure that this was even Steven as we go to game number 3 now. So that's both Syndicate lists are off the books, if I'm not mistaken.
I see what you did there.
Got him. That wasn't even on purpose. Guys, I'm not even kidding. Just make it fun. But as we move forward, what do we have left to go with? There's no one has access to their monsters list. It's going to be Red Rain on red this time. So Red Coin, Red Rain is going to be going forward. What do you think he's going to be playing with? What is the option here on Red Coin? Is it a Blaze of Glory perhaps to try to really go ahead and get maybe a double last say or win on even in round 1? How do you think he's approaching this?
Blaze of Glory and Nilfgaard left for both players. That's a tough one.
I think that there's no real I mean, everybody wants to play on red coin. It just feels better sometimes, but obviously that's not going to be the case. It's an alternating coin system here. So as red coin is now on red Rame's side, he's got to figure out what he wants to do. I think both can kind of operate and pretty successfully on either side. The thing is that I feel like Nilfgaard has a lot more awkward plays when it comes to proactivity. If you're not holding on to something like a Sergeant or holding on to something like a Slave Hunter, it's harder to really establish the board and start developing as the first turn, as your first turn, if without committing a gold card. Nobody wants to drop a Vigo and then get, you know,
Right. But
nobody wants to drop a, I mean, no, I say nobody. We saw it earlier. The first play being a Joaquin and just YOLO like crazy, but those aren't ideal plays.
To be honest, at this level of play, I think blue coin is actually favored for Nilfgaard and Skellige matchups. Red coin does have the ability to win on even, but neither faction is really that fast tempo. It does maybe Nilfgaard a little bit more fast tempo than Skellige, but Skellige certainly is not very fast tempo with its bronzes that it likes to play in round one. So you're not as worried about losing on even, and you're more concerned about winning round one to establish round control. And in that sense, the extra 4 or 5 points, the extra Crystal Skull Veil can help you a lot in terms of winning round one.
And this Skellige mirror is brought to you by Lippy. Friends don't let friends play Lippy.
All right, Skellige mirror. Let's see what the differences of these decks are. I'm gonna pull up the deck list here again real quick. Red Dream playing, the differences are Red Dream playing Svalbard Totem, Heron Kaduk, instead of Bart's Hjalmar and Jangay and Greatsword. So Red Dream has an extra value card in the Heron Kaduk, which I think should help him a lot in the matchup. Hjalmar not as useful for Bart here because nothing goes super tall until like very, very late in round 3.
Well, that's right. And if you're going super late in round 3, typically your response to that super tall card would be to go ahead and drop your ice to use your leader ability and just deposit that damage into that, waiting and ready pincushion of damage that is probably your opponent's Yuta. In this case, however, like you said, that Hjalmar might be just a target of opportunity. Maybe you kill a 6-point Raider in round 3. Maybe you kill your opponent's, a Herald or whatnot. But it's not going to find a big target early necessarily, especially since it's not like something that you could come back with on your opponent who maybe plays a boat and drops their Crystal Skull on it. You can't just go in and Hjalmar it because you got nothing in the graveyard. So it's a card that also needs a little bit of time and investment to get all of its value. So Brockvar Hunter comes here, and we're going to go ahead and start the damage festivities. As everybody in the red, this is how we go, and that on-crate Longship in the front row is going to start the party. As you see, it's just everybody's just eating damage, and it's. Nobody loves anyone anymore.
Every single unit on the board is going to end up bleeding out of their eyes at the end of this round. The Morkvarg in Red Dream's hand, honestly, is it's good to have now because it's only in this round where Skellige is going to have boosted strength, and only from the stratagem. So to have it on red coin in your opening hand in round 1 is when you want it. And there it is. 3 points of boost that Morkvar can potentially answer in this round.
Yeah,
take it or lose it.
Well, that's basically it. I mean, where else are you going to get the value off of it? I mean, really, unless your opponent is playing Heimei Protectors and they just get out of control. But in this case, there's no secrets. Everybody's got everybody else's list here, and really, where else are you going to get value from Morkvar? You're probably going to find it on that Brockvar Hunter, but again, you don't need to do it yet, I suppose. But it's still potentially an option in terms of the most reach that you can get with that card. But in the mirror, I mean, Morkvarg it's a 6-point card.
Yep, exactly. Right now, representing 9 on that Hunter, so it's still kind of bad for a 10 provision card, but you take what you can get. in this sort of situation.
Yeah, that's wise words from one Shinmiri. Now, if all the stars align for Red Raven here, that Marauder might be able to go ahead and finish the job on that Brockvar. We'll see where the chips may fall. But Red Raven jamming out there, he's just kind of chilling, doing his thing. And in terms of cards that he's willing to commit here, I think that basically you can kind of go ahead and maybe drop everything that you want other than the Herald and the Skjordal. I don't think the Skjordal is a card that you would really ever want to play in round one. It just feels so bad to drop 3 points of damage.
No, I agree with you completely. And Red Dream actually electing to take the pass now. Not really being able to answer this on-kite Longship on Bart's side. So that engine has been doing a lot of work for Bart alongside, the blue coin does help you win, like I mentioned. So Bart now having round control has last say for round 3 if he wants to go to a long round 3.
Big card pickup there for Red Rain. He does now have Iced in hand, which is nice. Still no access to Blood Eagle, unfortunately. I believe that is not a second Morkvarg in Red Rain's hand. That would be terrible, especially at the cost of, I believe that was Herald.
The Herald, yes. The transforming cards are having a little fun transforming into other cards today.
It's ridiculous. Double devotion, so they could just be anything at this point. It's like your Charmeleon just evolved into a Venusaur for some reason. It's like, what the hell just happened? We have no clue why this happened, but there it is. It's a good card to have, and when you have Ice and Herald, these are two of the main weapons that you would usually take into a short round 3 and a longer round 3 now. Should be nice for Red Rim because I believe he still has access. Does he still have access to both boats?
No, he spent one in round 1, and it was killed.
So the raiding fleet there is a bricked card. We're going to get rid of that on-kite Longship that goes right back, which is going to make another appearance, and that's a card, Shinmiri, that if played early and maybe gets a few turns to be useful. It's not just a matter of the points it represents, but it's just guaranteed bloodthirst, like all the time.
Oh, Bart gets the Yuta, but still has a mulligan to save it, and ends up drawing the Hjalmar. Not bad. Great hands for both players, drawing into most of their golds.
Yeah, it looks like we've
I think
got everything except Iced for Bart. Bart is missing Iced, but he does have Blood Eagle, and I'm sure he's going to be able to find it. With playing against Skellige, a faction that doesn't typically boost itself very much, especially the Blaze of Glory lists, you're going to find the bloodthirst on the Blood Eagle pretty confidently every time, and it's not like you're looking to play it anytime soon. The Blood Eagle to go get Iced is likely a move that you're going to see with maybe 2 cards left, potentially. We'll see what happens here. Blue looking to decide what it wants to bring back. Herald comes through. It's just going to go ahead and grab a 7-point Invader, and there wasn't really much to sort of dig through in that graveyard, unfortunately, so I think 7 points might have been just the best bet here.
Yeah, I agree. The Herald gets scored right away.
Agree. My confidence is shot, Shinmiri. Alliance is now at risk.
I was just focusing on the game, thinking about some other things, about how this Totem and Heron Kaduk is going to make a difference in this mirror match, and the fact that Redraim has access to his Herkia with Blood Eagle, whereas Bart doesn't because he needs to save his Blood Eagle for the Ice. So that is a very important engine that can make a difference in such a long round 3.
Red Raim's still holding on to his Herald as well, which is usually once the Herald hits the board, it's an instant and immediate response by the Skjordal, as we saw from Red Raim onto Bart's Herald. And in this case, okay, well, we're just going to go ahead and get rid of that card. I mean, at the end of the day, that boat might have represented a lot more damage down the road. Every card that was going to be played was going to get a 1-point haircut. A little taxation without boat representation now, as Herald does come through. And there is an option to go ahead and, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, there is a Raider there. Yep, there he goes. The Raider is back from the dead. Beautiful.
Now, great lock by Bart, locking one of the Fanatics, making this Totem a 0-point play for the time being. But Red Dream does have the location to potentially block the left side of that Totem to activate the singular Fanatic on the right later down the line. A lot of different, like, these small little tactics. These two players are playing very quickly, by the way. But these small little tactics can make the difference in a mirror match where every point counts.
You're not wrong there. Every point does count as it's through testament of the fact that we had a tie earlier today. And, you know, 1 point here, 1 point there. Even along the lines of like, okay, well, that Skjordal did kill the Ankreid Longship, but now Harold's there. And Harold's going to start pinging away and pinging away and pinging away.
Redraim decides not to use the Hunter ping. I wonder what he's saving it for here. Trying to get the Bloodthirst too, so he can get Gutting Slash from Vabjorn for 6 damage and squeezes out another extra 2 points. Very well done.
Phenomenal, and Harold's even you know, playing along here. He's being a nice obedient boy and not pinging the target that you're looking to kill. How many times has that happened and you just get mad at
too many times. But Redraim...
Sorry, I was gonna say the Patricidal Fury days where you drop your Arnulf and Harold just loves to ping that last siren that comes out.
Harold never cooperates. Never cooperates in that situation. I think Redraim is looking pretty good here. He has he has 1 engine on the board with the Brockfar Hunter, and he's gonna be able to get another one here with the Blood Eagle into Herkia. There's, for the most part, removal. There should be no real removal left on Bart's side, other than the Blaze of Glory. And if you Blaze of Glory the Herkia, that is quite of an aggressive line that puts a tall target on your side of the board very early.
Yeah, I mean, Herkia's there. She's going to go ahead and ping away. I mean, it's tempting to try to deal with it. You can deal with it in 2 turns if you're Bart. I mean, you can drop both of your Bear Witchers to deal with it. You know, you're not getting full value off of it, but again, you're saving yourself the trouble of, you know, having that Herkia continuously just raining down these pings of damage. And I've seen the movie 300, and I don't think Bart wants to fight in the shade, so we'll see how this works. He might just go ahead and take 2 turns. That's one way to do it, absolutely.
That is one way to do it. Actually getting 1 extra point of value from the Morkvar, taking out armor, and setting up the clean 3 damage kill on the Bear Witcher for the next turn.
Game of inches, buddy. Game of inches, and I guess that's a one little thing, and it's tough to have. I'm sure Bart would have preferred to have Herkia rather than that Morkvarg in the hand, or Iced for that matter, if we're gonna go down that route. But you know, I don't think either player is really at a risk of trying to find a proper target or having the Bloodthirst activated for their own Ice. As you can see, both of them are just in the red. Bart, I think, here is just waiting for Redraim to make his choice, and there he goes.
Do you take Mentor here? How many points is a Mentor?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think there's 6 damage. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh. What's the idea with this? Quartermaster.
Quartermaster might be a situation where he maybe is looking to just kill one of his own units and just remove the Bloodthirst from his opponent. Like, it's an odd situation, but now that Quartermaster could potentially go ahead and kill his own Skjordal.
I think his Quartermaster's to activate the Fanatic so he doesn't have to click the totem. I think he's basically playing the Quartermaster as a 10-point card. 10-point card.
Great line there. Great line. A great way to sort of rescue an otherwise murky situation. As the Quartermaster comes through, gets the shots on the Fanatic in the back row. Alternatively, like I mentioned, I mean, it's a very out there play, but it is possible. But in this case, there's just so much damage on each side that you know, trying to dodge Bloodthirst wasn't going to happen. And here comes Iced into the draw. The draw is a pretty decent draw too. It's not going to ping the whole way.
It's not very good. Well, I mean, it's not very good because it's not going to transform itself.
It's not going to transform itself, but it's still a body. It's better than drawing potentially something like a Gutting Slash, which happens to me all the time. Nonetheless, okay, big lead here.
Lead, 42 points. This is not going to happen, I don't think, right?
Well,
you can't, I don't think you can do 42 points.
Here's the deal. I'm from NA. You're from NA. Redraim's from NA. The NA math is here. Oh,
that is definitely not going to do 42 points. Drawing the special card, unlucky for Bart, but I think even if he drew the best card there, it was not happening. The lead was just insurmountable.
And that's tough to digest there. You know what, the thing about it is that even if Bart picked up a huge card there, I don't think it was going to be enough either way. Masterfully played by Red Ream in that case, and he's vibing to that victory. A 2-1 lead here. Gwent Open #1 for Season 3, and the Red Ream is up 2-1 on Bart. And Shinmiri, I mean, when it comes down to it, you know, it's difficult in those long rounds. Both players know more or less what the game plan is because they're trying to effectuate the same game plan from start to finish. The difference here is how do you get, you know, how do you eliminate targets of value, and how do you rescue situations that become a little bit murky, like we mentioned. Like you said, there was the lock on the Jengi that did lock the Fanatic, and that is one of those cards, those tech choices, or those sort of you know, cards that can be that are different between the two lists. And you lock the Fanatic, which essentially sort of negates the value of the totem. And in this case, bringing the location online, bringing out the Quartermaster, it's little plays like this that get you so much value down the line.
Yeah, Red Drain was able to play a very highly efficient value game. I think his deck list was better suited for the mirror with cards like Heron Kaduk, flexible, heals all the damage, because you know there's going to be tons of damage on the board. The totem is able to soak up some extra damage before transforming as well. Just better choices than Hjalmar and maybe even like Greatsword to an extent. I just don't think those techs helped Bart as much in the mirror match. So this one, despite Bart winning round 1 and having last save for round 3, wasn't enough because his deck wasn't tweaked for this mirror match.
Yeah, no, you're right. And eventually some of those little tweaks here and there, those little choices of flavor that Bart made or that Red Ray made, it came down to it. And again, you know, sometimes you draw and you whiff on ice. It's happened, and it feels terrible, but ultimately it wasn't going to... Red Ring put himself in a big enough lead, in a good enough position to basically withstand the final barrage that Bart was going to go ahead and lay it on.
But despite losing the Skellige mirror match, I think Bart's lineup is more targeting something like Nilfgaard. So maybe he, you know, it doesn't matter that much to him that he loses the Skellige. He just can't let Red Drame's Nilfgaard through. And this is Red Drame's final deck. He is up 2-1 over Bart, and we've got our Nilfgaard mirror that we love to see. This is going to be some crazy stuff going down, I think.
Yeah, we're just going to put the calculators aside for these kind of crazy mathematical plays. Nilfgaard is definitely a fan favorite out there when it comes to copying your opponent's cards and locking your opponent's cards and stealing your opponent's cards and other kinds of fun and wholesome lines of play like that. I'm just hoping in this case, I mean, both players don't necessarily have the strongest hands, but I feel like they're going to be a little bit more improved than they were prior. The difference here is that, again, I don't think either player has access to their Joaquin unless Bart wants to roll the dice on that Roderick.
I think it's highly unlikely that he will this early into the round. Red Drame has the second Nausicaa Sergeant to have a proactive play after the first one gets Tourney Joust. And Red Drame seems to have access to more poisons, which is also very useful to have in round 1.
Now there are coup de grâces as well. So the coup de grâce is there to, I mean, what are you really looking to target in this case? None of them have the Duchess Informant. So
there's no Duchess Informants. There's no hunting packs. There's not even Arturius to roll into hunting packs. So it looks unlikely that either of these players are going to be able to thin their decks very well in this round 1. I think Red Drame's plan, his game plan will probably be to win round 1 and push round 2. Similar to what Cams did against Tailbot in the last series. We saw this, Cams playing Double Cross against Tailbot's Imprisonment, right? Double Cross tried to push Imprisonment in round 2, but Imprisonment ended up winning that game, so curious to see if it plays out the same way or if Red Drame has any other tricks or tactics up his sleeve to change that.
You know, we talk so highly about these Nilfgaard mirrors, about how they can be really off the wall, cloning your opponent's units, and just, you know, all of these crazy 2, 3, 4 card in a row plays that can really you know, extend the point totals on either side when necessary. And here we are with these very pedestrian hands that don't really have that kind of spectacular kind of
Don't worry
shebang.
about that, Flake. Don't worry about that. This is round 1. It's fine. It'll be a calm round with this hand, but just wait for round 2 and round 3. It will get crazy, I assure you.
Oh, I agree, but this sounds very familiar to when I was trying to explain to my ex-girlfriend about how freaking amazing Star Wars is, and then we sat down to watch it, and she's like, "This is trash," and I was like, "Okay, well," but that's kind of what this is. I mean, it's gonna get good. It's gonna get crazy. At the moment right now, it might be a little bit, slow paced. There's nothing really spectacular going down here, but it's gonna get nutty as we see, as both players are kind of just feeling it out, seeing what either player has. Red Ream right now has the 15-point lead, though he is on blue coins, so he's down a card as it stands. Bart kind of evaluating how he can get back here. Both players do represent a Nausicaa Sergeant as an engine piece. Red Ream, however, already removing one unit with the double fangs, and Bart now is, you could commit another emissary if you want, but what do you play beyond that, Shinmiri?
I think a coup de grace. If Red Dream decides to take a pass here, I think Bart has exactly enough points with a coup de grace onto an emissary. Gets you 7 points plus a deploy. Oh wait, no, I take that back. Wait, it's not enough. Because the emissary is 7 points, 7 points, and then it gets you 1 deploy proc. Red Dream is going to continue playing anyways. Menno for the battle prep. That's one additional thinning. Yeah, perfectly fine.
You got the coup in your hand. Menno is there primarily to grab the coup. The Turdy Just really is, and the Turdy Just in the battle formation really are just 4-point filler tactics, also to sort of unbrick your Menno. Bart sees that this is an insurmountable lead in round 1, and Red Ream taking a nice swift exhale, just sigh of relief in this case, because everything after that was going to get a little bit expensive. So both players are maintaining the coup de grace. The coup de grace has not yet entered echo mode, as Red Ream unfortunately is drawn into the entire animal shelter here.
I've observed several practice sessions with this mirror match before, specifically imprisonment versus double cross, and I know Red Dream likes to push the second round after winning round 1, so I expect to see a lot of fireworks happening here. Here we go.
Look at that, Shinmiri, without even any hesitation. Yeah, atta boy, Hef, just dropping him in there. Look at him go.
No ball though, no masquerade ball here for Red Dream.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he's got enough balls on that play right there. So he's just coming in.
I mean, anything can happen in the mirror match. Red Dream can double cross into a Roderick to get a ball. That is very possible. Depending on when he takes this double cross, the timing of this double cross is tricky. The longer you wait, the better cards you're likely to get, especially in this second round. But Bart knows that, and he might try to use some of the better cards early in the round to establish a lead, maybe try to gain card advantage. Like here, he opens with Roderick, just gets it out of his hand right away.
Furious Vigo does have some good options there. Poison, Nausicaa Sergeant, but I think you're looking for the dogs in this case.
Yeah, dogs would be very good thinning. You already have the spying tag from the Roderick. Bart deciding not to take dogs. Did he rope out?
I don't know.
Oh no! Yes, he did rope out with the imprisonment locks. You see that reaction from Bart's face. The leader model Yennefer is actually known to be quite slow in terms of the leader animations, and he got locked into playing that second leader charge without actually intending to do so because he ran out of time, and that's going to be extremely costly for Bart.
I think Red Ream is going to capitalize on this big time, and as you saw, I didn't even know that there was a tier list for avatar animations, but apparently...
When you rope as hard as I do and as often as I do, Flick, you know exactly which leader models are fast and which ones are slow.
I just like it because it's just exactly in your wheelhouse, man. You're there, you're like, rookie mistake, I know how to rope. How did he not know that? And unfortunately for Bart now, again, it's just such a nasty situation to be in because now there's a little bit of a gaffe there. It happens, but how do you really capitalize now? Because what was he looking to get there? What are you looking to lock? It just didn't quite work out. As Red Ring now, big pull of the doggos. That's a thinning play and a massive tempo play as well.
Yeah, and it's going to be important now for Bart to maintain his composure. When something happens to you like that on your first major Gwent tournament, it's very easy to kind of like lose focus, get tilted, and continue spiraling downwards and making more mistakes. So I hope I see him slow down a little bit and just collect himself for a second.
But that's that's what's part of it. Sometimes like we saw it earlier, Bart was just playing so fast. And when push came to shove and it came down to it, he took a little bit too long. And maybe there was a problem there where he, I don't want to say a misclick, but it didn't quite work out. And I know I've been the victim of this so many times where you're trying to, drop a leader charge or use an order off of a unit, and it always picks the worst target. And here we go.
And here we go. The clown shenanigans are happening. So Red Dream leadered into an invocation, stole the Brothens, and Bart immediately replies with Cantarella to play the stolen Brothens again for his own hunting pack. The double thin as well. Very powerful play. Catches up, gets ahead.
Oh man, I don't think the coin even flipped. Red
I didn't. What happened? Red Dream just invocated, right? The Brothens, and now Bart is gonna play an Alchemist perhaps to swap that Brothens over to his side of the board. But you know what's gonna happen next.
Can I just say here that I've never seen Red Rain leaning this way forward. He's usually in full recline mode, in full luge mode, aerodynamic to a T. And in this case, you can see that the focus is just enormous. As we went ahead and made a quick little switcheroo there, this is quite fascinating. I mean, this is where all those Nilfgaardian mirror shenanigans occur, because it's really, I don't want to say it's anyone's game, but it's anyone's cards. I mean, I'm playing your cards, you're playing my cards. E-I-E-I-O. That's kind of how this is going. Look again, here it comes. Oh.
Red Dream deciding to play his own Alchemist to get his Brothens back, rather than Cantarella.
Oh god, and now we're gonna see the
now we're gonna see the coup onto the Duchess Informant to copy the Alchemist to get the Brothens back. This Brothens is just getting passed around. I wonder how he feels right now.
There is a significant custody battle going on over that Brothens, and unfortunately, the victim, frankly, in this case, is
the Fangs of the Empire is the victim. The Fangs of the Empire is innocent bystander getting caught up in all this.
This is not fair, and he's back! Ladies and gentlemen, Brothens is back! This has been impressive. This Brothens has so many stamps on his goddamn passport. It is insane. I don't think he's been bouncing around. This has been a Brothens ping pong match, and I'm all for it.
Now Red Dream is going for it, seeing if he can get something high value. Nope, just a Sergeant.
See, all the excitement's gone. Come on, Red Dream. Figure it out, buddy.
And Red Dream puts a Tourney Joust into Bart's top of his deck to ruin his top deck draws a little bit, knowing that he's already played his own Cantarella, so there's no chance that we'll see another Joachim from Red Dream at this point. I mean, I say no chance, but they'll come up with something, maybe. Bart kind of replies in kind. Both kind of clogging.
I mean, we haven't seen a Masquerade Ball. We've seen so much back and forth here, and not a single Masquerade Ball to be had on either side. So there's still potential on either side, as Bart is holding on to a Usurper, and I believe both the Invocations have been played. And, all right. It might not be the kind of play that you want to see here, because Red Ray might be looking that he wants to get something bigger, badder, and nastier out of Bart's hand, but Red Ray went full throttle here, and we did see some pretty nifty plays on either side. Unfortunately for the Van Worlem Hunter, sorry, for the Cupbearer here, it's just going to go ahead. It's going to remove some, it's going to go ahead for the Purify, get the triggers going. Bart goes through, and the card that he's holding on to is massive.
Yeah, it is a Usurper. Red Dream now down a card, going to a short round 3. Neither player has leader ability. It's going to come down to the draw quality, I feel like, and Bart already has a pretty good hand. Red Dream, not so much.
There's some Fangs. The potential for a second Fangs coming from that Vigo, but I think
Red Dream just...
It's tough. That is a tough place to be in. Red Rain, unfortunately, in that case, didn't find anything of value, as we saw Bart was able to hold on to a massive, massive nugget like that. That Usurper is it's a lot of points that coming off, even with or without ball. That thing is just is nasty to deal with, and unfortunately for Red Rain, why bother going through the motions in that case? Let's just pull the shoot on this round, save our energy, go into the next game.
Yeah, and once again we see Imprisonment defeating Double Cross in the Nilfgaard mirror. Similar story actually to what Cams and Tailbot experienced. Double Cross trying to do the round 2 push, losing their card advantage, and then losing a short round 3. Unfortunately for Red Dream, you're just not able to find the Masquerade Ball, not able to find, I think, the Roderick either to source it, or his own Usurper. So a lot of misses on his side. But we are now tied up 2 apiece. I think we have Red Dream's Nilfgaard versus Bart's Skellige.
We're getting our money's worth here, Shinmiri, when it comes to high-level Gwent action, as we're going to another Game 5. We went to a Game 6, and another Game 5 in the previous set that was casted beautifully by Lionheart and Tia Beastie, and now you and I get to go ahead and enjoy another Game 5. This one not a mirror, though, so we're going to be seeing Red Raim's Double Cross Nilfgaard versus, if I'm not mistaken, I believe it's Bart's Blaze of Glory, correct?
That's correct, and Bart's on blue coin, Red Raim is on red coin.
Yep, so Red Raim on red coin will be able to perhaps just answer some of these some of the issues that present itself. However, Bart does have Crystal Skull on his blue coin, so he could open with an Onkrite Longship, could go ahead and protect it with the Crystal Skull, giving it Veil. It is no longer lockable, it's no longer poison. It's going to be a little bit of a problem in that case.
This might come down to a battle for round 1 again. Nilfgaard Nilfgaard wants to get to the long round 3 with Masquerade Ball. Skellige does not want to let that happen. So let's see how much these guys prioritize round 1. We might see some interesting mulligans here from both sides. Bart versus Red Raim, game number 5. Here we go.
Red Raim, really, with his Nilfgaard list, hasn't necessarily had access to all of his main arsenal. Unfortunately, missing big cards like Usurper in certain cases, Masquerade Ball. So if the stars align just a little bit more, Red Raim might be able to go ahead and really make a game of this. Not that he has been a slouch in the previous games that he played against Bart, but when you're you don't have all the crayons in the box at that point, so you can't necessarily draw a really cute picture with missing some of those key colors. In this case, Bart holding on to one ship. You do have the Greatsword, you do have the Raiding Fleet, you do have some proactive cards if you need it with the Brockvar Hunter as well. But then there are some cards that we're just not going to see played at all, like Iced, Skjordal, and Herald. So in reality, you are drawing some of these good cards in terms of what Bart has access to, but you're not going to see these cards be played.
Yeah, I think Bart, I'm surprised to not, Bart had 2 mulligans left and didn't take all of them. He decided to keep Iced, Herald, Skjordal, and War of Clans. 4 cards that are potentially unplayable in this round, and I wonder if this is going to end up coming back to bite him, or if he has a plan even after losing round 1.
Now, if you want to complete the picture here, you can grab a Brockvar Hunter, you can grab a Berserker, and kill that Nausicaa. In this case, opting to just go ahead and protect the Brockvar, which means that the boat there is a little bit vulnerable, but I don't think it's really that much of a problem, given the fact that really a lot of the cards that Red Raim is going to play are going to get boosted and stay out of the red. But the danger now is the fact that you're coming in, you're taking a 1-point tax off of all the units you're playing to that Onkrite, and then you got the Brockvar brothers in the back row, just one after another, just making it hurt.
Yeah, quickly developing 3 engines on Bart's side of the board. Red Raim might have to actually pass before Bart has to play these cards before Bart has to play these cards that are not playable in round 1. Let's see what Red Raim can do right now. He can still play quite a lot. He has the Joachim, Usurper safely in hand. Might be worth trying to contest this round with Joachim, but no coup. He's hovering over that right now, I think.
Spy on the board, meaning that, even if you're you do have the Joaquin. Joaquin could pull a whole bunch of stuff. A whack of great cards here. We're to see if he's gonna maybe try to go for another Alchemist play here.
That is what it is gonna be. Trying to find a gold. A lot of the good gold's already in hand for Bart, though.
Well, that's the issue, right? Is the fact that you're not gonna hit that home run that you might be hoping for. We'll see what he grabs here.
Yeah, just an invader. Not great. It will continue to veteran herself up, though, because Red Drame's deck is also a devotion deck. So it'll be okay for later. You know, if you could play the invader at some point and then have it as a resurrection target for a copied Herald on Crate in round 3. That's not too bad. Let's see. We have Bart now making some tough decisions. Bart actually electing to pass. Red Drame needs to make... Oh, Red Drame has a big facial reaction to that, like surprised to see the pass. He needs to make up 12 points. 12 points, but in 2 cards.
It's doable. That's the thing, right? You haven't necessarily crossed the Rubicon into the 4 or 3 card territory. You can recover this if your game plan is to go for a longer round 3. So you can go ahead and expend 2 cards here. The question is what are those 2 cards that you want to expend? And if you're playing location in round 1 and you're playing 2 cards to get ahead, it means that you're likely not bleeding in round 2, and that location becomes a little bit null and void here. So we'll see what happens.
Wait. Can he go location into Blood Eagle, take the Blood Eagle with the Cantarella, play the... Is that enough points?
Oh, we get to see.
If you can steal the Blood Eagle, that... It would be bad for Red Drame, but it would be even worse, because Red Drame won't have any more warriors to play later, but it would be even worse for Bart to lose access to some of the golds, although he does have a lot of the good ones already in hand.
Well, that's a gamble that Red Drame might be looking to take here. He's deciding now what's going to happen. Arturius Vigo is the way to go here. So, see what he happens.
Arturius Vigo does get the doggos. You got to be happy to see that if you're Red Drame. With the double thinning, gets enough points out with all the engines boosting, and now we're going to see a long round 3. Nilfgaard loves this. Nilfgaard really is happy to see the long round 3 versus Skellige. Skellige being a devotion deck, no heat wave to answer the Masquerade Ball. It's really up to Red Drame to draw well now to get those golds. And I think in a long 10 card round when both players draw their best, Nilfgaard should be relatively favored. Red Drame has committed Gorther Gavade, which means that there will not be 3 Joachims, but 2 Joachims is still, I think, more than good enough in a long round 3. Bart, on the other hand, also pretty good hand so far. Got the Dry Pass card on the Invader or the Raider. Red Drame went down to 4 cards in round 1, so he is 2 cards down in this round 2 situation, so he's not going to be pushing. Bart decides to throw the Raider away, puts the Raider in the graveyard. Does he want to play another Bronze Warrior? He could also play the Tershek Invader, add an additional Bronze Warrior res target to the graveyard in case he's worried about some stealing shenanigans. You know, maybe Red Drame can steal enough warriors from the graveyard with Remedy and make Bart's life a miserable hell.
All right, here we go. It is round 3 for game 5 here between Red Drame and Bart. This is it for all the marbles. And speaking of living hell, that Brathens is still having PTSD from just being on the board, off the board, this deck, that deck. I wonder if that same kind of silliness will occur today, in this game, or this round rather. But looking for good cards here. Still no Masquerade Ball. We should be able to find it though with Roderick, but it's still tough when you're Red Drame and you're just not getting that card you want. And there's a Cantarella, but there isn't the location in this case to sort of at least pick and choose what you want. Not that there's really much left in Bart's graveyard that you want to go ahead and pull out, but it should be a fascinating round here because both players are going to have a lot of opportunity to do some damage. And I'm just curious, what kind of reach does that Yalmar have? What is in that Skellige graveyard that is going to be able to
there is a 10-point greatsword in the graveyard for Bart. So yeah, that Hjalmar does have 10 damage available. Can potentially kill something like a Usurper or even a buffed up engine.
But the
Redraim is just gonna straight up. He's gonna yoink the best resurrection target for Herald on Crate right away. Stealing the Raider, not even worrying about, you know, developing his assimilate engine. Just wants to get that Raider right away.
Bart could have been playing like the next play could have been Harold into that Raider, and that's typically the best target that you want to be picking out there, given the fact that the Greatsword is likely going to be just Tom Brady, through the middle pass, just bullet into the end zone, probably into one of those units that the Joaquin is going to pull out of the deck here. But for Nilfgaard, that typically likes to lean on Masquerade Ball as a win condition, or a big threat, something that generates a lot of points, a lot of threat on your opponent. I don't know how many rounds. I think it's been like 2 or 3 Nilfgaard games now that we haven't seen it. No, Masquerade Ball has just kind of been. It's been wearing these cement shoes and just sinking to the bottom of the deck. Has just refused to come out.
I'm sure Red Drain will be able to find it. Oh wow. Well, this is unexpected. Using the coup de grace actually to destroy an engine and also make an engine for himself. Redream diverging from the standard protocol of using coup de grace on Joachim. Joachim would have gotten, like 2 Joachims would have guaranteed both poisons from his deck, and I guess he doesn't need it because Redream has 1 poison in hand already. So he only really needs 1 of them to complete the poison pair, and maybe doesn't intend on playing Invocation because Invocation is also still stuck in the deck, and he needs Roderick to get Ball.
Definitely.
I think that's Redream looking really, really far ahead into the end game of this match, deciding that what he wants to use coup on. And here we go. Roderick does hit the 66%. Sees 2 out of 3 golds, gets that Masquerade Ball. That's really good news for Red Dream.
Well, there we go. And that is a big anchor for a Nilfgaardian list that's looking to close out a game. And unfortunately for that Thirsty Dame, she showed up and is immediately shown the door there between the Raider and the Blood Eagle. Here comes Pain as Herkia is going to be hitting the board and start just dishing out damage. Everybody gets a little bit of a haircut here as the Slave Hunter is going to come through, and another Assimilate engine on the board. 2 points of damage where necessary, but Red Ream is still in a little bit of a deficit here. There's the 1 point of bleed plus the Herkia that's just constantly firing away, but both triggers of Masquerade Ball are still there. You've got Usurper, Braffins, Joaquin. I don't know what you can possibly hope for with that Cantarella, but it's there nonetheless. In case you wanted to, if you're keeping track, but it's there. And what is the best thing you could pull with that? Are you looking to? I think you could just roll the dice and see.
I think the best thing he could pull is maybe.
Is it Yuta?
Yuta to deny the Iced and Leader ability. But things are like, even though I said that Nilfgaard should be favored in the long round, Nilfgaard here, Redream did miss a couple of his golds, and he's getting a lot of his engines answered here. This version that Bart's playing has more answers, like with the Jenge and with the Hjalmar.
These are 2 decks
sticking any engines.
These are 2 decks that I feel can really, they'll pick and choose their spots where they'll just eventually just burst for an immense amount of points, be it through a Joaquin into a Ball trigger, a Fangs, a Poison, this and that. Both decks can really just kind of turn the tide in these foul swoops. The difference in this case is that, Bart still has these 2 massive weapons between Iced and Harold that he still has not yet used, and still has a Hjalmar as a very effective control element here against something that just grows too tall. There is that, like you said, there is that great sword.
Wait a second.
Oh,
I just had an epiphany.
Revelation, Shinmiri revelation here.
I was wondering, why is Red Dream holding this invader in hand? And I originally thought he was just holding it as a 7-point play that would activate Assimilate, but this gives him the option to double cross into Iced. We know that Bart is going to be likely holding Iced for very late, so it's going to be guaranteed on double cross, and then as long as Red Dream can get Bloodthirst 2 somehow, if he can, he doesn't currently have it, but if he can get Bloodthirst 2, the Ice can discard the invader, draw him another card, potentially drawing him his Invo or his Cupbearer or something like that.
Problem here is, where do you find that Bloodthirst 2? Now, there is a Bear Witcher in hand, right? And that is definitely an option to go ahead and make it happen. But, oh, here we go.
He just went for it. Got the Ice, but there was no Bloodthirst setup. I don't know, maybe it was not in his plan, but I just thought about the possibility of maybe playing that and drawing into one of your golds. That would have been a pretty nice play. But Hjalmar, no slouch himself, kills the Herkia, gets rid of another, like, 6 points worth of damage, I think Herkia was going to do.
What is it?
And the red just keeps on coming there. Lots of red, a little bit of green. Christmas colors all the way around, as Red Rain is, he's up by a point, but all the fireworks are still yet to come for Bart. I mean, you do have the iced into the leader ability, and we're going to see what happens here. Oh, 7 points is 7 points, but it's not the Yuta that maybe would have really turned the tide here. Even though the Yuta would have come through only as 6 points, based on the deploy effect, it
would have denied more.
Correct, yeah, it would have denied more. As we see here, Hjalmar getting a lot of damage there, as it's probably tossing that 10-point greatsword out of the graveyard, removing points. And again, Red Rim is in the hole here, 4 points. Not a lot to left for him to do, but Joaquin could maybe change the tide. The problem is Bart is just holding on to this nuclear weapon. This iced with the Bloodthirst active is disgusting.
I want to say I love this setup by Red Dream. He has 1 charge left on the ball, which gets a Fangs of the Empire, and he has Joachim into a guaranteed poison in his deck. It's either going to be a Fangs of the Empire or a Cupbearer. So with the last play Joachim, he can poison in one turn whatever he wants, which is going to be that Yuta that comes out from Bart's iced and leader combination. So it's a really big swing that we haven't really accounted for here.
And here it comes. That's a bad one to draw. Unfortunately, that's probably one of the worst ones. We've said it's only 3 points that are going to show up, but we're going to go ahead and make it. We're going to let the Bear Witcher take the brunt of it, as we're going to get the deploy benefits of that Marauder. But here it comes. We're going to go with the iced. Yuta comes out. She's probably going to find that Usurper in the back row. She shows up.
28-point lead now for Bart.
It's not over yet, because
it's
Bart
not over yet.
Play, and like you mentioned, Red Rim has essentially stacked the deck now that this could get really nasty.
29 points. Can Red Rim do this with Joachim?
We're going to see. Joachim's going to come through. It's going to trigger the ball, and like Shinmiri said, there's a guaranteed poison coming out. That's a big one.
Oh, Red Dream shaking his head. Is it barely not enough? How much is it? 20?
Oh boy, he looks slightly.
It's like, I think it's 4 points short. It's 4 points short. Heartbreak for Red Dream. Bart moving on to day number 2, 3-2. Another super close series. Bart taking it.
Yeah, that's a little bit heartbreaking there for Red Rim, because I mean, there's only so much you can do, and it's a very big play when you go through it, and you're just up against an iced with all the bloodthirst in the world. As we see here on the bracket, Bart advances 3-2 over Red Rim, and there's still one match left to come, ladies and gentlemen. Just Headbutt Play versus Payable in the final quarterfinal match of the afternoon. And Shinmiri, I mean, when it comes down to it, like, you're wondering, you're always looking to coup de grace onto the Joaquin, and in this case, it was a little bit perplexing for both of us, where you see the first order of business was to actually coup de grace onto the Ankret Longship. Maybe that was a little bit of, I don't want to say an oversight, but maybe you're getting a little bit too cute in that spot.
It's hard to say. It's very, very complex, because I think without using the coup de grace on the Longship, Red Dream's not going to be able to answer it very easily. He might have to commit a poison pair on it, and then you're missing out on a bigger poison somewhere else. But and the engine that he copied was not was not great because it just got removed by Skellige. But maybe we can see what Bart's perspective was on that, as Powell Burge is standing by to interview the winner of our third series of the day, Bart 933. Take it away.
I am here with Bart. Bart, first of all, can you hear me well?
Yeah, hello, Burza.
How do you feel, man? That was such a close final match. How do you feel, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. A bit feels bad for Red Rain because he really deserved going further, but unfortunately one of us has to go. That's the rules.
Yep, exactly. Tell me, tomorrow going against Gravish or Payabol, who would you like as your opponent?
Yeah, so of course my Polish fella Payabol, I can't choose differently. And yeah, I'm rooting for him, and I hope he will put. I know that he will put up a good show. So very interesting game incoming.
Yeah, agreed here. Hopefully you can get some rest. Be fresh for tomorrow. It's been a long day, but yeah, congratulations and thank you.
Yeah, thank you, son. See you.
See ya, man. See ya. All right, and I think we have a leak, right? We do! And we also have some Baba Busha here, not fake, gonna take. Remember that? That's an old one, but it's a good one. I love that, see? So good, those beats. But yeah, we have a mage jumping through a portal. And he has something in his hand, which I don't know what it is. But it's also tied to something that's coming into Gwent. So those of you who saw the previous art, and now are seeing this art, well, that's something totally different, right? You had a monster, a siren in water. Now you have a mage jumping out of teleport. What's the theme? I don't know. You probably also don't know, but I won't tell you. So back to the casters.
I hate portals. Think, Flake, a portal, another one. What is happening there?
I think that if I was Doctor Strange, I'd call my lawyers. But no, it looks mighty awesome. Again, those pictures that we see, this beautiful art from Gwent and the upcoming cards that are coming out soon. Honestly, Gwent art is just unrivaled. The theme of this upcoming expansion it's amazing. It's crazy. It's awesome. Amazing. No, I didn't mean to say that. I meant to say it's amazing. It's great. It's awesome. And a card like that is just phenomenal. So just stay tuned. Again, there's a lot more for us to find out over this weekend. Really, really, really spectacular stuff coming through here. I don't know what this card does. I just know that the premium version must be just beautiful. So
yeah. Unbelievable games, unbelievable leaks and card arts. I'm really excited to see what is next. We are going to have a little update here on the prize pool. And after having 3 out of the 4 quarterfinals complete, we have 3 3-2s. Super close series all day long.
I think there was no doubt that this is a really fantastic and just top level squad here of 8 competitors. So it was going to be close. I wasn't suspecting that there was going to be any just sort of easy peasy routes to the semifinals, but these matches have been just excellent. Kind of like a day late, a buck short in sort of these games here, just like a game of inches. We've said it before, and that sort of comes down to great lines of play. Fantastic gameplay just all around, Shinmiri, and there's more. There's more coming. We're not done yet, but I think that there's something we want to show you just before there. Again, a great oak bundle, and just before that, the last time we showed art, and it was the squirrel, and I said that the new card is nuts. Everybody just kind of crucified me for that. It was just a bad one, so I don't want to.
It's all these unintentional puns leaking out of your mouth, Flake. What are we gonna do with you?
I don't know. I really don't know. Hopefully keep me well hired and employed is what I'm hoping for. So there it is. Great Oak Bundle, friends. Go ahead and pick that up. It does support Gwent Esports and the prize pool for these phenomenal players. Speaking of phenomenal players, Shamir, we got some more coming around the corner, right?
We got some big names wrapping up the day. Just Headbutt play, also known as Gravesh versus Payabol, the defending champion from World Masters Season 2. Very excited to hear what they have to say in their interviews coming at you right here. Then this is just going to be it for today for me and Flake. We'll be back tomorrow to cast the semifinals and the finals. And after this, Tia Beastie and Lionheart will be back to take it up and wrap it up for the day.
Yeah, so let's go take a look at the new players coming through. This is Gravesh and Piable. Friends, I love you so much. Be kind to one another and be nice to these two casters because they're damn awesome. Here is Gravesh and Piable.
Hello and welcome back, Gravish, or shall I say, just headbutt play to another Gwent Open. I think the question on everyone's mind is what led to your pivotal name change? Where did the inspiration come from for this new name?
Well, it started off just as a joke after the end of the first season of this competitive cycle. The meta was terrible. It was Vi everywhere and lockdown everywhere, and it was basically pure roulette. Like you queued up and you tossed a coin, and if it landed heads, then you had like 80% to win, and if not, then probably gonna lose. And I was really annoyed at it, and I was like, well, maybe it's time for a slight change in the name to reflect my state of mind. It started off as just a joke, but then it qualified to an Open, and I thought it might actually be a pretty funny name to play the Open under.
Indeed. Last season, speaking of last season, you got to the quarterfinals in the Open, you got the semifinals in the Masters, so does that mean you're making it to the finals this time around? And also, second question straight away, what are your goals for this competitive season, this whole year of Gwent?
I mean, like, I obviously hope I can make it to the finals, that would be great. But I think my general goals for this year of Masters are just to make it to Masters again, honestly. I feel like I'm not as like hardcore motivated as I was last year. Like I'm still passionate about the game. I still enjoy it. I still enjoy competing. But like this whole crown point grind I did last year for Masters was pretty exhausting. And yeah, well, my goal is still to get to Masters. I'm not as 100% try hard as I was last year.
I see. I think playing from home and not actually making it to IRL tournaments also puts a dent on the motivation for some people.
A bit.
Yeah. One last question. As you already played different competitive tournaments, what do you feel like is the power level of this Open when it comes to your competitors?
Ooh, it's pretty high, I think. There's like veteran after veteran after veteran. And then there's this random nerd from ladder called Tobliet. I don't know who this is, but never know. But realistically, like the only one who didn't play an official tournament yet is Forever YOLO, and he's a pretty good player too, from what I can tell on ladder. So I think it's gonna be a bunch of banger games.
All right, looking forward to it. Thank you so much for that interview, and good luck in the rest of your preparation.
Thank you.
Hello, Piable, and welcome back. You just won the last Masters tournament and the Open number 4 before that, so I don't think there's an introduction needed when it comes to you as a player. My first question straight away is, when will you decide to let other players win a tournament?
I mean, they have to fight for it. Like, I won't give anyone anything for free. So yeah, as long as I manage to qualify to a tournament, I'm definitely gonna do everything I can to win again, like now. But yeah, I'm definitely up for a challenge, and we'll see how it goes.
All right, good introduction. Second question would be, speaking of tournaments, how do you feel does this lineup that you're facing now, or the current roster of players that you're going to have to face, stack up to the other tournaments that you played in?
This is actually one of the strongest rosters for the Opens so far. Like we have loads of experienced players like Shaggy, Gravesh, Kams, who else is there? Trying to remember from the top of my head. We also have Red Frame, right? And Tailbot. And then Bart and YOLO are new players, but they definitely also can play the game very well. Bard has been consistently achieving good results on ladder this season, so he's going to be a strong opponent too. So yeah, it's definitely a pretty stacked lineup, and I'm looking forward to playing in this tournament. I think it's going to be really interesting.
Yeah, awesome. I think there's actually, yeah, I agree. I think there's some strong competition. Even as you said, the rookies kind of have a lot of experience on ladder and have won pro ladder seasons. So I think it's going to be exciting to see how it plays out. One final question before I let you go. Do you have a favorite card out of the 12 new leader cards that have been released to Gwent? I know some are perceived as stronger and others definitely can use a little more help, but do you maybe have a favorite?
So even though the strongest one is definitely Cleaver, my favorite one is probably Emir. Like I experimented a bit with that card at the beginning of the season, and it went quite well. Then I switched to like more meta decks, but actually the synergy this card has with Spice is really good. Like you can often just drop him round 1 when you're playing a Masquerade Ball deck and actually like use him with all the bronze engines and try to win the round, because then if you win the round, guarantee a long round 3 of Masquerade Ball in a really good spot. So yeah, I think that card definitely added a lot of support to the Spice archetype, and some people were getting really good scores with Emir decks on ladder last season. So yeah, I think that card is the most interesting for me.
All right, thank you so much for your insight into that. All the best with your games today, and good luck when it comes to your draws as usual. So yeah, thanks so much for taking the time.
Hello again, everyone. We are back for the final quarterfinal of this Gwent Open, and we are going to see a TLG civil war between Just Headbutt Play, or Gravesh, and the reigning Gwent Masters champion, Pireball. And joining me once again is Tia Beastie. So Tia, are you ready?
I think I was born ready, Lionheart. Having two players who are on the same team face off against each other always makes for a very interesting series. Keep in mind that Pajabal and Gravesh have been practicing together from the very get-go, meaning they know each other's decks as well as strategies inside and out. How they'll be taking advantage of this information is going to be very interesting.
That is very true. I'm sure we're going to see some interesting cue choices. And we can take a look, I believe, at the Twitter poll to see what Twitter believes is going to happen here. And it looks like Twitter resoundingly believes Pireball is going to be in the lead here. But let's bear in mind, currently they have a 33% success rate.
I mean, this does not come as a shock. We all know that Pajabal was the grand winner of Masters 2, so of course he seems to be the one with the most likelihood of taking this, but don't underestimate Gravesh. He has proven himself time and time again to be an excellent player, and we can definitely not count our eggs before they have hatched.
Most definitely, Gravesh certainly knows his way around these lists, and as you say, knows Pireball very well as well. They have probably prepped together. There is some very similar cards and choices in their deck builds, so I think it is about time we go and take a look at those deck lists and start with Gravesh's lined pockets.
Alright, now Gravesh taking line pockets here. As we know, this is a very strong tier 1 list, very flexible. We have a lot of thinning and tempo options when we need it. Of course, we have Novigradian Justice, the Flying Redanian, as well as Furgo, cards that most people have included in their line pockets lists. It is interesting to see that we also have Horsan Jr., a pretty strong card if you're facing decks that have boosted units. Unfortunately, it does not find a lot of value against matches with Skellige in it, because not a lot of cards get boosted there, if any, in all of these lists we have seen today. Then we also have cards like Tunnel Drill that are very dangerous, as we have seen in these past few games. We have 2 Fistic, only 2. And then we have Siggy, a card that can quickly give us many coins to fill our pockets. Then we go over to his second list, which is Araha Swarm.
It is indeed, and we have seen a lot of Araka Swarm brought to the Open, but also a lot of it banned so far. A powerful list, and the versatility of this list is one of the reasons why people are worrying, because it can win on both red and blue coin. Has opted for the non-Yerden variant here, finds a lot of value on ladder, but perhaps considering it will find less value, maybe deciding he doesn't want to ban SK, I guess we'll find out. But you do see he has teched in a decent chunk of removal. The Karathi Heatwave, as you'd expect, accompanied by a Curse of Corruption, which is incredible. Also takes double Bone Talisman here to try and boost the masses of Swarm as quickly and as effectively as possible. They can trade for up to 18 points a pop, as we have seen. They can also go down to just 4 or 5 and be really sad. Typical techs, Dora Grey of Vol in there to be able to give you a lock, and even a Night Wraith down at the bottom if you run out of bodies to put on the board. Not necessarily something this list worries about, but you just never know. And his next list is Blaze of Glory.
Yes, the standard ice list that you have likely seen plenty of times tonight. Now it has its 30-point finisher, of course. If you can get that Bloodthirst 2 out with ice, a very strong combination right there. We have a lot of control and a lot of strong cards to defend the bleed. It's worth noting here that we do not have Hjalmar Uncrate like Tailbot had, but instead we have a nice little proactive card, or a rather big card should I say, Svalbard Totem, which can potentially play for 12 points. We've also included Morkvark into this list. It cannot be tutored with Blood Eagle, but we can still target some pretty tall units. Also, we are missing Jenga, so we are not able to lock other units. This should be taken into account when we look at these matchups. Then we go into his final list, Double Cross.
Ah yes, a double cross list you have likely seen countless times today and thousands of times on ladder. The one that really broke the meta to become the meta. It is Masquerade Ball, as always, with just a little Assimilate in there. Has also teched into Armor Albert Cavalry. Again, probably to go for those long rounds to deny engines in worse matchups. Makes perfect sense. The over-under rate quite right now on Joachim's in those mirrors is at least 5, so make sure you get yourself in there. There is a single-coated weapons too, which is interesting in that list. Potentially the risk, as we saw in a previous matchup, of giving your opponent back a card you just don't want to, but provided you play around it, it can provide some really, really good damage or removal. Now, having seen Gravesh's lists, we can now go in and see Pyreballs, and he also starts with a Lined Pockets list.
Now keep in mind, again, both of these players are in Team TLG, or well, just TLG, Team LG. Well, the fact that they brought similar lists shouldn't deter you. There are some significant differences that can throw a game entirely. So the fact that Pajabul hasn't brought Horsan Jr. might just make that difference, but instead he opted to bring Kurt, something that Gravesh did not include in his list, as well as Sir Skewertooth, a card that not many people have brought to this tournament. I find it quite odd myself because this little piggy is exceptionally strong. You can pay for immunity, meaning that he can't be touched. He has Intimidate too, and he's also a Crown Splitter, meaning if you play him next to something like Tunnel Drill, you'll get that extra point of damage. A very strong card here, and one that might make all the difference in the world. Another little change you might have noticed is the fact that Pajabul has brought Payday, whilst Gravesh has gone instead for Bloody Good Fun. These two can also make quite the difference, especially when it comes to coin spending. Then we go over to his Arajas list.
We do indeed, and while there are tech differences between the Lined Pockets lists, there are none between the Araka Swarm lists. They have obviously made a decision. This is 100% the version to go with. We've seen lots of variations on this list over the course of this tournament. We saw some portals in some, but not here. It is the Karathi Heatwave. Crimson Curse, if you can find it in round 1, can do some serious damage, and it swarms, just as you would expect it to. It is Araka Swarm in its absolute best form, and it'll be interesting to see if that mirror is 100% mirror. But again, we go to Blaze of Glory.
Alright, now this list is very similar to that of Gravesh, but the devil really is in the details. From the top, it's the same, but when it comes to the bronzes, Pajabul has decided to include 2 War of Clans, while Gravesh only has 1. He has also taken out both of his Berserkers and added an Uncrate Warrior. Whether this will make a difference in a mirror match is yet to be seen, but it will sure be interesting. Now Pajabul, also the second player in this entire Open who has brought Nature's Gift.
He is indeed, and I do love to see some Devotion Nature's Gift. It is a very strong lineup, and nice into Nilfgaard as well. We see all of the Purifiers you'd expect, a couple of Pyrotechnicians right down the bottom, which can make it very, very awkward for your opponent with their opening engines. Ethne right at the top, Gezrus Ablader in there as well, Pavko sitting nicely if this time he gets the defense that he deserves from the defender in this matchup. It is one heck of a lineup, and they are some very, very good decks from these two. So, what is the matchup you're most excited about, Tia? What do you want to see?
Well, I'm certainly a little bit biased here, but I quite like Sir Skewertooth, or Peppa Pig as I refer to him. Makes no sense, but I'll still call him that. Well, I think Pudgeable has also said himself that he thinks in a potential mirror match, the fact that he has Pig as well as Kurt might just give him that edge over Pudgeable's line pockets list. But Pudgeable does have Horse Son Jr., which might also sort of sway that game just a little bit. What are your thoughts?
The mirror, if we get to see the SK mirror, the SY mirror, my apologies, will be really interesting. There are some tech choices in there, as you say. Gravesh is running Junior, and Junior in the mirror can find real value, just instantly deleting that cleaver for huge value. But on the other side, Pyre does have a few more techs. Kurt to deny the poison with no follow-through could be game-winning, and the extra little pocket that Sir Skewertooth gives you really can be the difference. And I'm hoping we can check the bans out right now as well to see how those players are getting on and what they have decided. I think they may be with us, but if they aren't, we can go and take a look at the other lists that we're going to get to see. I'm curious to see how different Blaze of Glory is. The two Blazes are pretty similar, right? But the tech choices at the bottom, it's probably Paja's decision to take the additional cards down the bottom because he knows he hasn't got his own Nilfgaard. Perhaps he's trying to target something different here. It'll be interesting. When we spoke to both of the players, they were telling us that they were curious. Coin was going to make a big difference, and how those lineups were going to go would make a huge difference as well. I think we're going to see some real five-head queuing here.
I know that we spoke to both actually, and none were a fan of Skellige. They didn't really like the fact that their Skellige were the weakest links, to say, and the problem is they're not very confident that you can bring Skellige through on Blue Coin, even against Nilfgaard or Syndicate, so there might be a potential mirror match there in the end. But I see the bans have come through right here, and it's exactly the same. We are not going to see any more monster plays today. None at all. What an interesting choice. Well, they are on the same team, so there's no shock there, let's be honest.
There is definitely not, and both have decided no more Araka Swarm. They are both going to ban those. Perhaps it is down to the flexibility of those lists and the worry about those matchups. It isn't much of a surprise, given how strong they are, that they are the ones that they have decided to ban here. It is a very, very interesting set of choices from those guys. And now we come down to who picks what. So I believe Gravesh goes in on Blue Coin here. Yes. And as a result, Paja is on red. We know that they want to get SK through on blue, so do we expect to see him cue that straight away? And he does cue that straight away here.
Alright, and Pudgeable likely anticipating exactly that. He decides that the best list to run against the Skellige is going to be his Nature's Gift list. This is going to be very fun to see, and let's see how the players tackle this matchup.
It is going to be very interesting, and we can now look at the cards they have in hand here. You can see the Mulligans finds Harold and also finds the Iced in round one. That seems to be quite common in this tournament and never happens to me. I miss them regularly, but it looks like a pretty strong hand on the one side, and you can see Pyre here finds Gord round one, probably not a card you want to keep, and we see him instantly thrown back into the deck.
I think it's definitely worth mentioning in our interviews with Pudgeable, he said that taking Dunka on red might be something that he does in order to surprise Gravesh here, because normally you expect Dunka on blue, so him taking this on red is very typical, and it is a very five-head move on his part. Of course, Dunka can now not be boosted, but he doesn't have it in hand anyway, so it's not going to be that much of a problem.
No, it's not. It should be absolutely fine, and we're going to see. I'd imagine he'll start with a setup of engines here from just headbutt play here, maybe just drops the boat front row. Has chosen in this matchup to take a different strategy. He's gone with Magic Lamp here, not something you typically see in Skellige, and I'd be curious to see what the decision making is there. In Nilfgaard, it makes sense because it gives you additional proactive plays. Perhaps he simply just doesn't want to boost those engines up and would rather keep physical points on the board.
That certainly is odd, right? Because both of these players were afraid that this might all come down to a Skellige mirror match, and putting an extra card on the board is never something you want when Bloodthirst is an issue. Pudgeable has in fact brought Crystal Skull with his Skellige list, meaning they had a different state of mind when picking their stratagems altogether.
Yeah, very much so, very much so. But these are the little things that can make such a difference. And you can see Pyre here in the corner. He is thinking about his opening play as if it is the last one he will ever make here, trying to work out what does he want to do. Is it going to just simply remove this card and deny the engine? And I would imagine he does. Yeah, there's the rebuke coming down to say, no, you know what? I don't like this boat. I'm not going to have this boat. No more boats for you.
I mean, that absolutely makes sense. It's not that easy to actually play your first card here if you're a Pudgeable. There are a lot of options. Pyrotechnician is always a very nice little deterrent. Whatever card you play now is going to get damaged by 4 points, 50-50. Also, if you get that Hamadryad out round 1, she's going to give you another extra point with Symbiosis, and that would have made his triage 1 point bigger right now. So him getting rid of that boat might be an interesting play here, seeing that if he plays Hamadryad and boosts it and the boat pings it once, then Gutting Slash is suddenly within killing range.
Yeah, most definitely, and that's something that you have to bear in mind. The ability to do that simply is dropping another engine that he doesn't expect to lose here. Using the 5-point removal Nature's Rebuke is always worthwhile, but you only have access to 2 of them, 3 at most in this list, and given you're looking to deny Bloodthirst, you're more likely to want to use your other cards later on, things like the Dryad's Caress or the Tempering a little later. So choosing to use that may be why Pyre took so long in that decision there, and we do just see the Pyrotech come down now.
And just a little note on my previous comment, I was assuming we would get another melee boat there, but if Hamadryad did get its first boost, we would be on 5, and of course Gutting Slash would only play for 4 without the Bloodthirst. So that was something he could start off with, but instead he still decided to go with the Nature's Rebuke. Now we do see that little deterrent coming out there. It's unfortunate that it can't get rid of the Berserker, who is now in killing range, but that is not the issue here. What do we go for here if we are Gravesh?
And Gravesh is thinking long and hard about this. Does he just? He's likely just to set up another bronze engine here and hope that it will stick on the board and doesn't get hit by the Pyrotech. Instead, goes straight for the Blood Eagle onto the Pyrotech, which is an interesting choice and does even more damage, knowing he's going to remove that Pyrotech with a ping. That is a really nice play from Gravesh. Also setting up the Marauder into his graveyard for later to be able to replay, denying that and trying to take control of this round, because ultimately this is the list they both said they were most worried about, their SK lists, and if he can get it through first try on blue, he will feel very confident here.
Indeed he will. Is now a good time to perhaps play that Hamadryad is the question. Pudgeable needs to figure out how deep he wants to get into this round, because he does have cards like Ethne as well as the Defender, so perhaps committing them now isn't something he necessarily wants to do. He needs to decide whether he is prepared to play that Hamadryad and give it 1 leader boost, and that's exactly what we see here. A very standard proactive play coming from Symbiosis.
Yeah, and that makes complete sense. The Hamadryad there is a decent engine that sticks, although of course Morkvarg existing in the other hand. So there is always great reach for Gravesh here. He will be quite happy with that. I think when we saw Paja delete the boat initially, he could have been considering, do I play Paulie Dahlberg? He does have his movement option, so would he value that perhaps over removing it, but perhaps saving that, valuing it more, effectively putting the Nature's Rebuke in grave does at least mean there's an option to replay it later, whereas Paulie maybe not and can be used for the second boat.
Yes, perhaps he just valued Paulie a little bit more in later rounds. Who knows? It's another card, it's 6 points. He might have his reasons for using it later.
That makes perfect sense, and Gravesh really taking his time with this decision here, and does just drop the On-Crate Raider. 2 points of damage sat ready on the board if he chooses to use it. Unlikely to be removed is the way he's looking at it, and plays for a little carryover if he pulls it again later from Harold, which is a pretty viable option. You can see that these guys know these matchups so well. Every little decision is being gone over in their heads.
I mean, the concentration on their faces says it all, doesn't it? They are not merely thinking of the correct play, they're thinking what their opponent normally did in practice sessions and what they will assume the other player will be doing, it's a whole different ball game here, and these players are concentrating extremely hard. We see Pajabul boosting that Hammer Dryad there, and Gravesh's turn now. He has a very nice Morkvarg target, and it might be a very nice opportunity to end the round with it. Perhaps not now yet, but with Ice being a nice tool removal card for later, it might be one of your best options to use it in round 1.
Yeah, and Pasha's either hoping that he doesn't have it, or as likely, just simply wanting it out. If it's gone, then you don't have to worry about playing around it later, and you can take some slightly greedier lines. I think Gravesh would much rather not have access and not use it now and get out of the round winning if he can hold it. But you can see, typical Skellige issues, it has multiple cards that it just doesn't want to play here.
Yes, it's very odd that these pro players keep on pulling all of their best cards. Again, us poor casuals never get these opportunities. Perhaps that's just why we are here and they are there, right? RNG favors the brave. And we see Fabio coming out here, and finally we see that ship now. Are we going to be seeing Pauli as well? This is the question.
Quite possibly, and you can see there the vitality completely erased. And Paja is just saying, show me the Morkvarg. I don't believe in the Morkvarg. Show me your Morkvarg. The Purify there completely, obviously doesn't matter, but the additional boost, Gravesh constantly, he is thinking, do I take this? Do I need to take this? Or do I just gutting slash and once again pretend that I don't have it and make you play something else? He is, I mean, you're not going to get more points than that, but giving it in round 1 does open up much greedier lines later on for Pajabul.
I mean, Gravesh's face says that he's not sure, and I completely understand this. We do see Morkvarg. It is a massive commitment because we know it might have found value later on as well, but this definitely guarantees headbutt play, also known as Gravesh, round 1, which is definitely something you want as Iced. Also, with someone having Herald in his hand right now.
Most definitely, and the quickest pass possible from Paja, accompanied by what looked like quite happy nodding. I think in spite of losing the round, he's going to feel pretty content here in the situation that he is in, because that has now gone, and it really does open up a few greedier lines. Of course, there is still a good chunk of removal, but going into other rounds, he can deny a lot of that bloodthirst that SK really wants, or he will feel he has a decent chance to at least, so this should be interesting here.
Yes, I see Pajabul actually drawing Dunka. He also has Ethne, which is a very nice card. Question is whether Headbutt Play ever decides to bleed here, or whether he thinks he's stronger off in a round 3. Now, we will definitely see here, both pretty unsure about what they need to mulligan. We haven't seen a single one so far.
No, we haven't. And he's trying to work out, and he gets rid of the ice. That sort of implies to me he intends to go. He has mulliganed his best cards, which signals, I am going to bleed you, friend. I would be very surprised if we see a pass here having mulliganed those 2 cards. That is an indication that he intends to push and possibly play out every single card here in the attempt to trade up.
Well, Pajabul's hand is indeed very strong, and he definitely will be trading up. Almost every card he has will trade up, except for the Svalbard Totem, as well as the Location card perhaps, but at least you can carry over that order ability into round 3 if you want to use it later. And we'll see what he decides to do now, because he is still not sure.
He isn't. I mean, the Totem is a great card for this round 2 push, because it represents so much value, and it's really nice to be able to slam that on the board as and when you need. He may decide simply to go with the Raider first, or the Totem. He does look like he has decided to take the Raider here, and see if it can be removed.
Yes, this is certainly a bleeding round 2 is what it is. We are not looking at a potential 2-0, but rather a trading up game. Headbutt Play is paying for some very expensive units from Pajabul, and Paja is not sure what he needs to be playing here.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, because ultimately he's looking at a hand full of gold that he can see. So he has to work out now, in what order do I play these cards and hope not to lose the game 2-0. He obviously isn't aware that those better cards have been mulliganed, although having scrimmed may well know that was a plan that he may have taken. It's an interesting line, and we see straight away going into a defender, keeps him ahead and potentially protects whatever comes next.
Yes, the problem here is that Pajabul doesn't actually know what Gravesh's plan is. He might very well be working his way up to Bloodthirst 2 and might just end off with something like Ice for all that Pajabul knows. So he's immediately going to try and prevent that Bloodthirst 2 from happening, and we see that first with the Defender coming out in the range row.
Yeah, very much so. Obviously, we know that there is no Pavko Gale in hand, but it would be quite scary if it did exist. I mean, this is a matchup that Paja will be very happy that he's been able to snipe. Unfortunately, there does manage to hit the armor rather than generating some Bloodthirst with that random engine, meaning that the Gutting Slash isn't going to jump straight to 6, but maybe we'll ping and give him the opportunity slightly later with the 2 points on board now with the On-Great Raider to delete that in the next turn.
Yes, and again, Gravesh just indicating here, I am looking for that Bloodthirst 2 Pajabul. I 100% have Iced in hand, and you need to start committing here if you wish to keep up with me.
Very much so. It'll be interesting to see which line Pasha takes here. He's looking over the various options and trying to weigh up simply what's better for him. And it's going to be interesting to see which line he takes. Having protected the back row, Dunker doesn't get protected unless it's played in the other row, meaning that it will not boost in hand, or rather the unit and the order ability won't be usable, but it will continue to boost in hand. Instead, takes a full boost here, throws the Shaping Nature. Which of the 3 choices is he going to go for?
Alright, interesting to see. I was afraid he might just boost the Defender, but of course that would just give Ice some very nice value that he's looking for anyway. Instead, we see the Defender being removed entirely. And we also see that 1 token being removed. So Bloodthirst 2 is not really an option right now, even if Gravesh miraculously decided to go for Iced with Blood Eagle. And we see Dunka finally coming down now. Hopefully for Pajabul it doesn't hit Ethne too many times. But we do see that Forest Protector getting its first point of potential carryover.
We do indeed, yeah. First point has dodged Ethne, which he will be very happy about. And Gravesh now looking to see, okay, so how much further am I willing to go? That Vitality ticking for a point a turn means that he is actually behind by more than just the 2 points if he gets that chooses to pass here. Does he want to start committing better cards? Are we going to see a location come down with a Bear Witcher perhaps? Or are we going to see that Totem to try and push some extra points out?
I mean, Pajabul's plays have been very revealing. The fact that he has suddenly played Dunka and hasn't started off with it is telling Gravesh here that Pajabul has some better cards in his hand that he's holding onto. So Gravesh deciding here to go with Dunka, using it immediately so it's out of killing range. And now Paja is in a difficult position here.
That's an interesting line there from Gravesh. He has played second Blood Eagle, having mulliganed away both Herald and Ice, so is now relying entirely on drawing those cards in the next round. That is a very, very interesting choice there, but does remove Dunker, denies some of that carryover, and has decided he believes he's going to draw those cards. 9 cards in deck, he's going to see 5 of them, so he's got more than a 50% chance of seeing each of them. Literally throws that down, uses the ability, and now we see the Totem on board as well.
Yes, Gravesh is going all in here. He's going to play all of his cards, see how much he can get out of Pajabul, and he's hoping he's going to be drawing all of those legendary cards at round 3, which will make for a very strong round 3 indeed. Having Iced and Herald both in round 3 is always something you do wish for in Skellige. It really happens, but he still has to draw them, unfortunately. So we'll see how this one plays out.
He does indeed. Now, I think if you're Paja here, he's got the option potentially of just using Isengrim's Counsel, trying to play a card that otherwise he doesn't want quite as much, and still getting back ahead. He does have Vitality on board once already, and he is only behind by the 7 points, which become 5 with that. So he could do that, could also just simply drop a Forest Protector instead. That is a lot of points on that Forest Protector to take here, and is he going to deny 1 point of value on that Totem? He is, and is now ahead.
Alright, and he gets the death blow, which is always nice to see. He's now ahead by quite a bit, and Gravesh likely going with the Bear Witcher. There we go. Alright, that puts him ahead by about just enough, just a little bit, and Paja holding on to Ethne in her 3rd form in round 3. That's going to be very nice for him indeed, and is definitely going to make Gravesh's life a little bit more difficult.
It really is, and he takes the round, holds the card, and keeps 2 leader charges. Gravesh does miss out on a point there, could have played his location first to block the single point of damage, but it didn't make too much difference in that situation. And now it is simply mulligan and find your golds. Drawing into the Juta is nice because you can mulligan it straight away, but we know he's definitely missing one of the 2 cards. At least one of the 2 cards.
Oh my.
Oh, and it's both. The decision to play it, he is not happy here, Gravesh.
No.
The decision to play, oh no, and that is a lovely looking hand on the other side for Pasha, but I don't think it matters, as missing both of those is really, really sad. It is not necessarily over yet, but it is about as close as it could be here. That is very unfortunate.
If Gravesh gets sniff in the nose here of what Pajabul has in hand, he likely will forfeit. This is looking very bad for him. He decided strategically to mulligan 2 of his best cards away. This is completely understandable if you decide to bleed your opponent and you don't want to overcommit. But unfortunately, RNG has not favored Gravesh's move here, and he's now in a bad spot, unfortunately.
He is, and RNG deserts him again as the Marauder. 2 pings on Ethne, only the 1 on the Young Dryad. Could potentially have gained that extra point of denial for the Symbiosis had he managed to hit 2 the other way around, but it hasn't gone that way for him, unfortunately. He has got a couple of good cards in hand. There is a potential for the Skjordal to play as a 10-point card, as well as the Bear Witcher coming down itself for 8, plus getting healed. But as soon as we see that Gezrus drop down here, it is a scary card, even when there aren't too many units on the board.
And I'm hoping Pajabul gives that a little boost there, otherwise it is definitely in Skjordal range. Otherwise, Gravesh might just use his leader to get rid of it off the bat. So perhaps Pajabul thinks it's a waste and rather gives a boost to something else entirely, and that's exactly what he decides. Because if Gravesh does have access to ice, then he could very well have used it just now. But he doesn't have Bloodthirst 2, which is of course a bit of a problem here. He just uses Skjordal, holds on to his leader, and he's left with a Bear Witcher.
He is indeed. And obviously Pasha trying not to make anything too tall here, to try and deny some value, as he does have Lassay. You can see the amount, and that's a 3, 4, 5 point play on the additional as well with the leader. I think this is I mean, the leader could still be pretty big. It's still a 12 coming out as well. It is a decent chunk of points, but I don't think it's going to be enough. He is ahead. Takes out the 7. Doesn't jump back onto the board though. So with the option to pull Call of the Forest, I would imagine, I think it is a comfortable round 1 win there, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, it certainly is. Pajabul takes the first game. That was very unfortunate to see on Gravesh's end. You can see he's not in a very happy spot right now. But alas, what can you do?
Indeed, he took an interesting line. He knows he's got a bleed there, and he's certainly unfavoured in that matchup. And I think Pasha was expecting the Q there, so has decided to take that snipe, because now he has managed to get his list through, and it doesn't get hit by the SY list from Gravesh, which will feel really nice. I'm curious to see what their Q order is now. Pasha also, of course, has an SK list. Do we expect to see him queue that on blue, because he also needs to get that through? There is no gift list on the other side, of course. So what do we see Gravesh trying to queue here?
Well, if we're going for blue coin here, Pajabul might very well try and get his Skellige list through. And a list that is going to be a very tough to beat is going to be the Nilfgaard list, because it has a lot of locks in it, so it has the potential to get rid of ice engines. And if ice wins, if ice loses on even in round 1, then it's all over from there. So I think Gravesh might just assume that Pajabul is now going to try and get his Skellige list through. But unfortunately, he did manage to get his Square Tile list through on red coin, which was exactly his sneaky plan, because one always expects to play it on blue coin, right? But instead he went for the opposite.
Definitely, and he will have liked having the versatility of having 3 shots at red coin. Obviously they know each other well, so they will be picking which lineup do I take, when do I click, what am I doing, and the queue orders, as we said last time, it is a bit of a mini game between them, and I'd expect to see Paja, unless he goes full 5-head again here and decides not to take the SK, he might take something else, and
my, it's happening.
It's
It's
a syndicate
happening.
mirror. It is a syndicate mirror. Now, in theory, from what we've looked, both players feel that they have a shot here. Gravesh, if he manages to find his junior at the right time, could get some serious value, but equally, the poison from Paja could go all the way through, whereas Gravesh does not have access to Kurt, and that may be really risky. I'm looking forward to this matchup.
Yes, it's going to be very interesting to see these two in action. Pajabul obviously thinking he has that little bit of edge with Sir Skewertooth as well as Kurt. And now Kurt will definitely here be a game changer because there is absolutely nothing that can be done when those 2 poisons hit if you don't have Kurt in your list. And we see Pajabul here on blue coins. Gravesh is certainly going to try and win on even here. And his hand certainly allows for it if he decides to go all out.
Most definitely, and they will basically work out who has more crimes and how much are you likely to commit. So, if Gravesh is going for this round here, he opens with the Furco, because he is basically saying, I'm going to Furco into Novigradian Justice, mine is going to be worth the same, if no, more than yours. I'm going to have an 8-point safecracker. He would have to Anero for the second one, which would be something maybe he doesn't want to do, but he could, as you say, push, or he could simply just drop a Fist Tech and basically talent check that Kurt. Is it going to be that line? He is currently trying to work out what his best strategy is here. Is he going to push and try and force round control and even win on even?
Yes, now often players on ladder assume that the proactive play you always go for when you're Syndicate is playing your Halfling Safecrackers first, but we have often seen pro players actually do the opposite. The moment they realize that their opponent has more crimes in hand, sometimes they opt to save their Halfling Safecrackers for later instead, when it has more value. But Pajabul here does have Skewertooth in his list, meaning he does have that extra Intimidate for a later round. He therefore can go all in here and use Furco, therefore opting Novigradian Justice and getting out his other Halfling Safecracker.
Definitely. I mean, if you have to commit the Novigradian Justice and both Safecrackers on blue coin, sometimes it can feel like you're being forced to overcommit because your opponent can sort of choose how and when they play. Gravesh here going to make the decision. Is he going to look at this and say, you know what, I'm going to commit mine and I'm going to force yours out of you because I know mine is bigger? The fact that he Anero for the first Safecracker should give some indication to Paja that he probably has the option, and we do see a poison drop down, and there is technically the option for that poison from Paja to go through as well, because he does have Furco and Anero in hand. That's a little scary, as we've said before, just headbutt play, does not have access to Kurt, doesn't run it in his list.
Yeah, using that poison round 1, getting rid of one of the larger cards in the game. Now, of course, he only has 2 poisons, so whether he uses the other one now is certainly going to be interesting, because you can only use that bait once. Once this is out of the way, you can't pretend like you have 2 more poisons, because that's not going to be nearly as effective. And Gravesh doing exactly the same thing. I totally have poison in hand, Pajabul. What are you going to do about it?
Yeah, anything you can do, I can do as well. It really is the definition of a mirror here. And both of them have the ability to push it through, only one of them can purify.
That is indeed the case. Now, the problem here is Gravesh definitely wants that Kurt out. The thing is that Kurt is a pretty powerful and versatile card. If he doesn't purify, he can give a card bounty, making that tunnel drill so much stronger. You never want to see that, especially in a mirror match, and Pajabul now has to decide whether he's going to call the bluff or in fact go for Kurt with a Neuromancy, which I very much doubt. He instead goes for that other poison and gets it out of the way, uses his stratagem, and there comes the boat. You love to see it.
You do, and he will feel very, very good about that. Being able to wipe the board. He's used his Furco, but has managed to retain Novigradian Justice later so that he can use potentially for another pocket. As you said, he runs the Skewertooth, so a lot easier to find value than it would be on the other side of the board. He will much rather be in the position he's in right now and not have to worry about potentially losing on even, but it depends which way does Gravesh go here. He follows suit.
Of course he does. Bye-bye halfling safecrackers. You have both been poisoned. Alright, well, Pajable's still ahead here, but that boat coming out for Gravesh as well. Very nice thinning right there. So now we are on 5 and 10, and Pajable taking the pass there on 7 cards.
He does. The worst that for him, he had reach while the poison was a threat, assuming that the poison couldn't be followed up on his side. He's now in a position where he thinks, okay, I now potentially lose on even if I need to get out here. He hasn't committed the Kurt, as you said, and that can be terrifying with Bounty, knowing that it can't be purified. Not losing on even and just taking a full bank of coins into the next round, I think he will be thinking, yes, please.
Certainly, and having that Kurt still is going to be an interesting take. I can't wait to see it. Gravesh actually getting his hands on Horasan Jr. as well. Now, this is certainly going to be interesting. Seeing what Gravesh does from here on out will determine quite a few things, because a long round here, I don't know. They have 2 very different cards in hand.
They do. It's going to be interesting here. Is the choice to bleed, and are they comfortable? If you're going to push, there's a good chance you're trying to push and all-inning here. In this matchup, a lot of the time, it's who can board white first with that drill and find the best value. That is a nice last mulligan there. Coming in, the Cleaver obviously acts as a crown splitter as well, so Nova Gradient Justice will find value if he goes down that line, but won't have a pocket itself initially.
No, that is indeed the case. There are not a lot of proactive cards here for Gravesh. He would have to commit something if that were the case. He can't play Nova Gradient Justice yet, as he doesn't have anything on the board that will proc the right cards. He can, of course, not yet play Horasan Jr., as there isn't another card on the side of the board with Pajable. He instead decides to go all out here, committing one of his strongest cards, Cleaver.
And is he going to click choose to spend and get a second unit on the board? No, he is not. He's aware the odds of it being removed. If it's going to get Philippa'd, he can Philippa it straight back. Does not believe that is going to be an issue and knows 7-point removal is out of range in a single card here. So decides not to play the second spender and is likely to wait in Justice. This certainly shows an intention to go in here for Gravesh, and Paja now sitting back in his chair thinking to himself, now what do I do? What now?
Yes, this is certainly the question, right? Because pacing is very important, and Pajable needs to determine whether Gravesh is actually going for the 2-0 and whether he's merely trying to bait out some similar cards, because you want to place those Intimidate engines on the board before you start committing your crimes, or else your long round isn't going to be nearly as strong as your opponent's. So Pajable here, what
and his
does
first
he do?
a Nero from Paja, and he does take a Philippa. So Philippa steals it and takes it away, and he's decided, because he has first the Nero, he is very willing to do that, but it is a Philippa off. It really is the mirror of all mirrors, and Philippa says, no, actually, you know what, I'm going to take that back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, give me back my things, please. Pajable saying, fine, I'll just create my own. Here's Cleaver, and we're going to use him only once. So the board looking exactly the same now.
It is 13 all, and it is the literal definition of a mirror image here. The players are too intent and noticing to actually worry about the amusement of that. They are dedicated to see how they can get in here and how they can potentially come out on top.
Yes, take into account, although the points are exactly the same, Pajable is a card up. This is Gravesh's last opportunity to pass and go into round 3 with a full hand. Otherwise, he's going to have the disadvantage of having one less card than Pajable.
Yeah, that's very true. It'd be an interesting choice if he decides to take that, as he has far less chance of getting a Crime Splitter pocket after this point. I believe the remaining Crown Splitter that he could use as a pocket, he does have a Halfling Safecracker, but wants to pull that from Justice, would have to play something like Gord instead to do that. So just drops Siggy, going to max coins and starting to threaten.
Now, normally that is a telltale sign that Tunnel Drill is about to be dropped. You normally want to get all of those points out of the way, as Tunnel Drill very rarely survives longer than one turn. Pudgeable might be doing exactly the same here. It's going to be interesting to see. There's a lot of things he can do, but he doesn't want to commit anything now that can be killed by Tunnel Drill, as this is very likely to happen.
Indeed, and that's the risk, as you say. He may well decide to Siggy as well to return that threat, but the risk is he won't have a pocket left potentially to play his drill in that situation. So now he has to make the decision, what is my best line here? We also know that he actually does run Payday, but doesn't have it in hand. Gravesh doesn't know this and will be expecting the potential for that, but the drill is going to be needed to answer the drill here.
And we see exactly the same play. No shock there, but he doesn't decide to fill his pockets. He is not going to get the Flying Redanian there. Instead, he decides to make sure that he has enough Crown Splitters on board that by the time Gravesh's Tunnel Drill have gone through Cleaver, he might still have enough left to get the full value out of his own.
Yeah, very true. Also, if he leaves the coins in pocket, spends and just gets the boat out there, which was an option, he leaves it at 20 points all and does give Gravesh a pass while he has coins, something that he would obviously rather avoid. While the bleed can be uncomfortable, as long as you can keep your opponent at bay, entirely worth it. So he has decided that while it would make his drill slightly smaller, with all of the coins he has hidden away in his pocket there, he's pretty happy to make sure he stays in control of this bleed for now.
That is certainly true, and even if that drill is dropped on Gravesh's side, it is not a necessity to play your own immediately, but we instead see Horson Jr. coming out here, a card that Pudgeable doesn't have in his deck, and he immediately gets that 6 points of damage on a boosted unit and also decides to use 3 coins to get rid of a card that is 3 points or less. So he quite quickly deals with Cleaver in the way that Pudgeable wouldn't be able to with his own deck.
Very much so, and that's probably the other reason that Pasha decided to choose to spend, not just to resist the bleed, but also knowing, hey, I really want to make sure I keep a pocket on board and I retain that threat constantly, because if I only have one of them, the drill only has a single-sided pocket, and that is just sad. Imagine coins trading at 1 for 1. This list doesn't know such nonsense. It is at least 1.5 for 1.
Oh yes, no, coins have never traded 1 for 1. This is a fantasy realm where these sort of things don't work like that, and the economy is definitely not going to last very long. We now see that Novogradient Justice coming out, Pudgeable threatening here that his crime cards are now going to be worth a little bit more, but that Cleaver on board as well as Siggy both have Intimidate, which is quite scary. Cleaver being placed next to Cleaver's Muscle also obviously gives it 2 Intimidate, which is quite scary. So Pudgeable might need to consider here actually getting rid of those engines if Gravesh decides to go on with the push, which he very likely might actually do here, knowing him.
It's an interesting choice. The boat has jumped to the wrong row as well, which isn't ideal. It's actually denied a point for him there. Closing the Cleaver pocket, it has jumped out so that everything Cleaver spawns is to the right of the boat, so he's lost a point on that there. Pasha did offer him a pass, had no spenders on board, and as a result did give him the opportunity to pass, but he simply doesn't want it. He feels now, I'm going to play my crime cards, I'm going to see if I can get something decent out of you, and keep pushing here. He's only ahead by 7, but does have more coins currently in hand, but a few less leader charges.
Yes, Pudgeable trying to figure out what he needs to do here. I suspect he might actually commit a crime card here to fill his pockets again, getting out that Flying Redanian, and then potentially having the option to play Tunnel Drill if the time comes. But right now, you don't just want to commit your card when Gravesh still has his Tunnel Drill potentially in hand or in deck.
Yeah, and that's definitely the risk. He doesn't quite have the coins he would want to commit his own drill here, although still could and just jam his leader. He is waiting till the very last second to make up this decision and does just play the crime card. Throws the boat out without the same issue because there are so many pockets available to him and is a point ahead here. So he will be quite content with that.
Yes, that puts him in an absolutely great position here. And he also has the option of playing Sea Jackal as a spender, so he doesn't have to commit Tunnel Drill yet in fear that he would waste extra coins with his crime cards. He can now play Sea Jackal, who is of course going to be triggered with the Horde ability as he does have more than 7 coins, and he will be able to trade those 2 coins for 3 points anyway. So that's going to be quite nice for him. And we see Gravesh also now threatening with those Intimidate engines. And now Cleaver gets 3 points for every crime card. That's very scary. We have 5 points per crime card at the moment with all of these Intimidate engines on the board. Not good for Pudgeable. I think this is perhaps the best opportunity for him to start using his Tunnel Drill and get rid of them ASAP.
This could indeed be the drill turn if it's what he chooses to go for. Could just decide the drill is going to brrr its way straight through Cleaver here, and he is weighing that up because it is a huge card to be willing to give. He knows that he has the chance at a pocket in the next round, whereas that is almost impossible now for Gravesh, although he would have to use a Neuromancy to find his own drill, of course. It's going to be interesting, is he going to get it out? Because it does feel like that is the card that Just Headbutt Play is grabbing. Instead, Pasha says, no, I'm just going to drop my other 3 for 2 spender and offer you a pass.
I very much doubt Gravesh takes that pass on the silver plate. Well, Pudgeable at least doesn't waste that 1 coin that does come with Tunnel Drill. Sometimes these lists are a bit awkward if you don't run cards like the Coerced Blacksmith, because you end up wasting some coins when it's on an uneven number in your own pockets. But at least he has the opportunity to still use his leader ability there. He has 2 coins more than Gravesh has in his leader charges. And again, I wonder when we see this Tunnel Drill. He's holding on to it, which is a risky move, but it is going to pay off in round 3 quite nicely.
It is indeed, if he can hold it, and you see Gravesh there just saying, no problem, I'm going to spend 5 for 4, I'm going to drop another crime, and I am going to boost as far as I can. I'm going to keep forcing you to play here. Let's see how that pays off. Pasha has a lot of options, of course, with this Sea Jackal spender on board. He can click and spend now to ensure he doesn't overprofit. As you pointed out, no single coin spenders. Jacques is sat in the deck, and it is the only one. Both of them did bring Jacques, whereas other lists decided to cut it, so they do have access to it later. But at the moment, only Gravesh could pull it during this round. At the moment, Pasha trying to work out what his best line is. Possibly a spend? Oh no. He has decided the drill is going to go brrr.
And indeed it does go brrr. That drill is getting rid of the Halfling Safecracker. That is 1 Intimidate engine off the board now. He's considering getting rid of Siggy. It's a very unfortunate amount of points that Siggy was at 7, so he's going to waste some points there if he decides to kill it off entirely. And he decides not to. Alright, so he does not waste any points when it comes to damage and just hits Siggy for the heck of it.
Indeed. Now the Bloody Good Fun in hand is a little awkward because it needs to, it spends all of your coins even if it overspends. So you aren't just going to jam it straight into that Tunnel Drill. You would have to spend first, or more likely, perhaps set up your own drill now to answer it instead. And that is exactly what we see here.
Oh no, we see a drill off. Alright, Pudgeable's drill is definitely not surviving this turn under any circumstances. It's the first card to go, it always is. Now Gravesh has the opportunity to take the pass here, or to simply go ahead and kill some more cards. He is able to look at Pudgeable's deck and see whether he can actually take out that card. But with the cards in hand, Pudgeable isn't able to remove it at all, actually. Not at all. Not in one turn, that is.
And he doesn't know that for sure. He has to bank on the payday being available here. And that was a really quick push there from Pasha. It's going to be interesting to see, does Gravesh hold this card here? Because now he's going to be thinking to himself, I effectively have a crime that's going to play for 4, plus give me 2 coin. Give me a coin. The extra coin I can get from leader means the drill can also play for 3. It's also another +2 as an Intimidate as well. So for quite a poor card relatively, it can actually play for a lot of points here if he chooses to push. And he does, doesn't even question it, drops that down, full spends and deletes the spender here. Can Pasha get out in a single card? I don't believe he can.
Well, he has Gord there, putting him on a tie there. Gravesh taking the game with his well-planned push. Gravesh doing what he does best. Always keeping you in the loop, not entirely sure whether he's going for the 2-0 or the bleed. Instead there, he takes Pudgeable out and he didn't even get a chance to commit Sir Skewertooth, which is
No.
really a tragedy.
It really is. That was really nice. That 2-0 push, it ends up being 2-1 because it was a draw in the final round, but the ability to choose how and when to set up those points and get the drill second, but also find absolutely huge value from that drill was massive for Gravesh there, and he will be delighted to get through because that was definitely an attempted a Q snipe of something unexpected there from Paya. So he will be pretty pleased to have gone through with that for sure.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the lists they were most worried about, that specific mirror match. And both had their opinions about what cards were favored, but it turns out just getting that bit of round control that Pajabul quite easily offered Gravesh actually. He could have gone a little bit further in round 1, but he decided to opt out willingly, and Gravesh took advantage of that, taking the 2-0, which was quite significant to see. It was extremely close as well. Those coins were used optimally to gain as much damage and as much boost as possible. Well calculated, and turns out it won him this game.
It did indeed. And now we go back to the mind games. It is 1-1 here. So, do we see another attempt to get SK through on blue? Or does Gravesh now say, maybe it's my turn for some mind games, and I, in fact, will queue my other list instead. He still has access to his own double cross. Probably not likely to want to take that here, but you just never know. Paja now has the choice, of course. His gift has gone through. He could try and queue an SK Mirror, which would be very interesting, although I don't think he wants to be SK Mirror on red coin, if I'm honest. I think he'd much rather queue that from blue, as it's the one he needs to get through. Maybe he simply goes, I'm going to take line pockets here into that matchup instead. Oh, so many different options.
It's very difficult because you never want to go into a Skellige mirror match on a red coin. You never do. Both of them do not want that at all. And Gravesh deciding he is going to try and get Skellige through a second time. Luckily, Pajabul hasn't queued Skellige, which obviously makes sense here. You never want it on a red coin in the mirror match. And instead, he again decides to take his lined pockets list. He's going to try and get little Sir Skewertooth through if it's the last thing he does.
He is indeed. And you saw the little nod there from Gravesh as he saw the queue come up. He's like, yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. And if he can get this through, he will feel comfortable. Tried at the first attempt and didn't get it through. He's going to hope for the second. It again isn't a matchup that he's going to love, but it is one that he has a chance to deal with. This could be his chance to get this through here.
It certainly is. Now, Gravesh needs to be careful here because line pockets have the ability to win on even. It's a very strong list with some very, very nice tempo. He starts off with his long ship, a very normal play there from Gravesh. It is perhaps the best proactive play you have when it comes to Skellige.
Definitely, and this matchup always has the Philippa risk. So developing those engines early on, we often saw in the matches with Tailbot playing a similar list to this. Herkia had to stay until a lot later, or was even instantly used to prevent Philippa from just stealing it. The boat far less likely to be a target, but we also again do not see that solitary payday in hand. So there is no simple answer to this boat here.
Yeah, the problem here is Pajabul has almost no crimes in his hand. A very, very bad hand to start off with here if you're Pajabul. You don't even want to commit your halfling safecracker because it's going to be a total waste, and it will tell Gravesh that, oh dear, it will tell, yeah, you can see Pajabul isn't happy there.
And you can see Gravesh's face right now. They are two very different pictures. We are a mirror no longer. Paja is not happy, and Gravesh, with a little giggle to himself, saying, okay, this hand is so bad, and I'm not going to say that it's criminal, because it really isn't. There are very few crimes there. And now Gravesh gone straight back into peak Gravesh mode, hands on face, thinking, okay, this is good for me in theory. How do I take advantage of the fact that I might not get beaten on even here? What do we go with? Can I even look to win this round now instead of perhaps passing as early as I originally intended?
Now, the thing with Skellige is most of their bronze cards tend to be crimes. So if you're left with a handful of units, it's very telling. You're going to be trading up almost all the way, and there's no way that Gravesh will ever pass early here. He's going to see just how far Pajabo is willing to go, and I doubt that is very far in all honesty. I think Pajabo is going to opt out of this round rather quickly. Maybe he just sees this as a quick opportunity to thin those cards out of his deck. Not that there is a lot to thin in all honesty.
No, very true. He will probably try and gather as many coins as he can and possibly get out, but it is risky here giving SK the round control. He will have liked queuing this matchup so that he could attempt to bleed or push it potentially, because of course against SK, the long round can be quite telling. It is a phenomenally strong deck in a long round with all of those damage engines, and while against Nilfgaard it struggles if something gets locked. That isn't the case, and Gravesh again with a great use here of that on-crate Marauder, combined with a single ping, meaning now there are also no Crown Splitters on board here. So what does Pasha do? Because really none of those cards are his friend. The Gord is playing for almost nothing. You are not likely to want to play Furco to thin out a Justice right now for effectively a 3-point safecracker. No way are you playing Jack, so he could literally just signal, you know what, I'm fine, I'm just going to play a card. I think Gravesh will be quite happy here.
Yeah, he certainly will be. Pajabo definitely has decided he cannot face ice in a long round 3. He is not willing to do it, otherwise he might already have passed out of this round. You simply can't give Gravesh that sort of reach, not with all of his legendaries still intact. That's never something you want to do.
No, but there is a big gap here. There's a 15-point gap, and Gravesh may look at this and think, okay, you don't really have access to crimes here. Am I ever in the situation where I decide to get out and make you play a couple of cards so you can't bleed me? He says, no, I'm going to win this round and I'm going to take round control. I am not leaving it up to fate with that spender on board.
No, certainly not. And he definitely wants Pajabo to play more cards. Pajabo not looking very happy at all. Obviously, he has the opportunity to thin his deck, but again, not a lot of cards you necessarily want to thin, because you're still going to want to play that Novigradian Justice at some point. You still want to play Sir Skewertooth, and with all those crime cards, they will grow substantially. Now, giving Sir Skewertooth immunity here in a long round 3 might be extremely valuable against a matchup with Ice, because it can't be targeted. So this might just help Pajabo out with his bad luck here, and he does decide to take the pass.
He does, and he is shaking his head furiously at the situation he is in. Not the way he wants to be drawing at all. He has drawn into Justice, a crime, probably a crime he doesn't want to see, because he wants to pull that from the Furka. Oh, he is not going to be happy. His mulligans are not in his favour right now, but at least it was the boat on the so that he can get rid of that. And he is going to be expecting here, is he likely to be pushed, or does SK make the decision, we like a long round, we definitely like last say, so I can play a couple of cards, set my graveyard up, and see you later.
Yeah, Gravesh is quite prone to bleed. He likes to see what his opponent has. And right now, he still knows that Pajabo's hand is extremely good, unless Pajabo purposely decided to discard some of his cards. So Gravesh's hand also has quite a few bronzes he could just commit and try and trade up anyway. It totally depends on his game plan here. Does he want last say in a very long round, or does he want to bleed out some of Pajabo's potential intimidate engines?
And I guess that's what we're going to find out. This is a non-committal play, drops the on-crate Raider here. It can be useful later on to develop some Bloodthirst, but equally can also just be really useful for finding Harold. Ultimately, it's a card that comes back, nice damage, and if you can hold that charge, it does give you a decent opportunity at either removal or doing that. Paja just saying, I'm just going to find myself some coins, not convinced you're going to push me just yet, and I have enough time to make the points up if you decide to do so.
Yes, Pajabo perhaps assuming that Gravesh is merely going to go until he has only 7 cards in hand and then pass. It will definitely depend on this next play. Now, Gravesh running out of proactive plays here, unfortunately. He could perhaps play that Brockvar Hunter, but that's something you perhaps want to keep if you're actually going to go for a long round 3, as it does have the potential to help you target certain cards and get that needed Bloodthirst too.
Yeah, it does, and as you say, things like playing that Brockvar Hunter now means he cannot play it later. Decides that's fine because War of Clans will just bring it back to me anyway, so has decided to keep that there. And now is the big choice, because here comes the boat. is the commitment on here? There is no real target. You certainly don't really want to be killing that boat if you can avoid it, as ultimately it just comes straight back. So, Gravesh now deciding, do I want this? Skellige, decent enough matchup into this and does have, or in theory, could pull Morkvarg with both Harold and the Blaze combination. It is a lot of points and it's such a huge tempo swing at the end of a match. But we have seen nothing yet from Pasha. He's been able to play almost no cards, and he will be acutely aware of the value that the drill could deliver if he doesn't bleed it out here. And that is what he is pensively thinking over right now.
Yeah, Gravesh definitely still busy with, he's still riding that high of 2-0ing Pudgeable there, and he might really be considering it, but from our perspective we can see he's not really favored in this sort of matchup. He's definitely going to end up going a card down. Oh dear, and he does commit. Pudgeable is definitely able to withstand this bleed, and he might just commit his first Intimidate Engine now. Or he could just simply go with something like Jock.
I mean,
but
the hand
he
that
would
Gravesh has
overspend.
right now, he in theory has access to absolutely everything. And again, in the previous match, he bled and he bled and he bled and got to the point where he was very confident. There is no Harold in hand, and in a short round 3, Harold was simply enough before. In the round, as you go through, you'd much rather give Iced than give Harold going into that short round, because Skellige's short round with Harold is still pretty strong, and Bloodthirst is hard to come by in that short round. I think he's thinking here, if I'd had more out of you in round 1 and I'd seen some of your better cards, maybe I would consider going for a long round here, but given how much power you have, you know what, I'm not playing.
And we see that Philippa coming down and likely stealing that Herkia makes sense. That's not something you want on the board when Bloodthirst 2 is a danger. And we can already perhaps see that Blood Eagle coming down here potentially. We instead go for War of Clans, and what are we getting? We are getting another Brockvar Hunter, getting rid of Herkia right off the bat. We don't like to play against it, and neither does Pudgeable, so this is what we do. We kill it. And there's Piggy.
But no tribute on him. Oh my, that fills me with sadness, but you can understand the value of the coins. He is trying to line up a pocket. He doesn't believe there is a guarantee of removal at 6 points immediately. It may be a Morkvarg target, but if you are Pasha, if that ends up getting Morkvarged, it means a spender cannot later. And ultimately, why protect it when there are no crimes in hand? That card is not growing, and it would have traded as a net -3 there, so it makes sense in this situation not to do that right now.
Yes, it's quite ironic that Pudgeable isn't actually getting access to his crimes, even though his entire deck is built around it. Now, Gravesh really thinking about what he should do here. That's a very telling play from Pudgeable's side. Gravesh can still play quite a few cards without really substantially committing here, and he decides to go for Fabjorn, tutoring the raiding fleet and getting out another ship.
Yeah, and the boat comes down, which is a nice bit of tempo. It is going to try and create Bloodthirst everywhere it goes. Every card that plays is going to get a nice little ping from that ship, unless they get answered. He has got the ability to answer. He can use Furco instead of pulling Justice, but I think Justice in this round's really awkward because, again, it's a 3-point safecracker. So he may just decide to Furco and kill this instead because his short round, there's just so many crimes in the deck. I don't think I've seen a hand for this list with so few crimes in a very long time.
Yes, it's very ironic because he has his best cards in hand, but that's not what he wants. He wants the crime cards, none of these. These are all meant to go afterwards. But
And
he
pulls-
does... Payday, finally. We see Payday taking out that boat.
Yeah,
Alright,
I think
and
that
it
makes
puts him
sense.
ahead. It does put him ahead here.
Yeah, it does. The bleed on Skewertooth not going to be enough to prevent the pass here. And I can see that line. He decides, you know what, I'm going to drop the Furco here. There is no point me playing Novigradian Justice right now for a safecracker that just comes up 0. It actually gives more information to my opponent and doesn't really benefit me. Denying the Bloodthirst from that ship could be pretty huge here. And instead, now he's just dropping more bronze cards, trading up consistently here, really, you would say, for Gravesh. The question is he going to be able to find a way out?
I'm wondering if he's actually looking for a way out at this point, knowing Gravesh. because it has happened in the past where Ice was a viable play in round 2. The thing is, you rather want your Herald in round 3, seeing that it is at its best form. You never want to commit both unless you're going all in, but committing Ice round 2 and hoping for the base might just be something that we see here. But here Jock comes out, which is going to be quite a bit of points, and we finally have a spender on board as well, which also might just be a very nice little target there for Iced in the mind of Gravesh.
It could be, and Pasha does overprofit just the once while playing the Jacques, also chooses to spend once when he is dropped, and I think that is on the basis that if that Berserker hit it at 6, he then knows there is a ping from Brockvar Hunter and Skjordal Drummond would remove that, so it's a really nice choice of spend there, meaning that unless a leader and Iced is committed, he's pretty confident that the card is going to stay alive here. Also playing around a potential gutting slash at 6 as well, because there is Bloodthirst on the board already. Only needs Bloodthirst 2, so trying to avoid multiple lines where his spender gets deleted.
And we see that Blood Eagle coming out. It's only going to have access to a 7 Provision Warrior, and he goes for the Raider.
He does choose the Raider. Now, in the last game, Gravesh used second Blood Eagle and decided, I am going to draw my cards in round 3, and it really bit him. Has decided to do exactly the same thing again and is confident that he is going to find them this time. Of course, 2 of them are already in hand, but we still see no Morkvarg, we still see no Harald, no Totem, no Kaduk. He has decided, you know what, I believe I'm going to find this Harald. This Harald is going to come into my hand by sheer talent alone. My previous, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, we're going to have to hope for the best here, because we know that Pajabul can quite easily catch up if need be. Gravesh doesn't know that, however. He might just go all in here. And his next card is going to be quite telling, to say the least. He can, of course, get rid of that Jock Spinner if he wishes. He has 6 points ready to damage it. And if he does that, it's... Alright, no Pajabul deciding, no, you're not getting rid of it. But it's a possibility still. We have 2 points from the Raider, 1 from Bokvar Hunter, and we have a 4 from Skjordal. So Gravesh, very tempted to perhaps do that, but the bounty there, that is also a little bit scary here, especially if Pajabul has access to Tunnel Drill.
It is, and the drill may not have a full pocket, but Skewer Tooth is a single part, and even trading at 2 for 2, the coins are effectively free if it is there, and he will now be making the decision, is it worth getting that drill right now? Deleting the only spender on board in Jacques is very powerful, but you're also giving up a very powerful card to do so. Instead decides, you know what, I'm going to delete your pocket instead. That's a very interesting, and I quite like that line.
I also like it because it gives Pajabul the opportunity to put more coins into Jock, which can perhaps be a very nice ice target. He also has Bloodthirst 2 at the moment, meaning it's a viable play right now for Gravesh. Whether he does it or not, that is going to be interesting to see.
It is, and there's also a risk, of course, if he plays Iced with no other cards in hand. There is a decent target in that Jacques, of course, but he could draw Kaduk, he could draw Totem, he could draw Gutting Slash, and those cards simply just do not spawn on the board. So, it is risky, and he will be well aware of that, and Paja right now is trying to work out, what do I do? Remember, he has first a Neuromancy, so he has a free hit at a Neuromancy here. Could also simply spend 2 and drop Siggy, puts him ahead, gives him 9 coins. So there are multiple options for him here, and he is taking every last second before choosing.
Yeah, it makes sense that he wants to keep that Neuromancy in hand, just so he has the option of choosing whatever is needed. Now, Gravesh here needs to decide. He's going to make a very important decision right now that can very well determine the game for him.
It can. I mean, it's really risky. If he manages to remove the spender, he has to hope that there is no access to another spender because there are just so many coins on the other side. And if he does decide to play Iced into Blazer Glory right now, he will need to high roll and find the best possible options. Perhaps a Bear Witcher and then using Leader for Juta would be what he wants to do. He is now looking back and doing the math in his head, thinking, is this worth it? Can I afford, with everything I've got, just to take the pass? No, he has decided not. Oh, and he draws the Gutting Slash, and he is not happy. He is not happy because that is the worst possible pull for him. He knows
that is the worst card he could have drawn. Absolutely horrible for him. If he got a unit there, it would have spawned on the board as well after going into the graveyard. Now, that's just horrible to see. Very sorry for Gravesh there. He took the chance, but it didn't work out for him once again.
No, but it is still a lot of points, and there is no spender on board, so that pocket is, the amount of coins is all well and good, it can be overflowing, but there is no spender. Both cards are going to have to be played here, and Paja now is doing the math, because that gourd, it's a pretty sad looking gourd right now, it's only 7, 8 if a Nero comes first, so Paja is going to be frantically working out, how do I make up all of these coins? I'm going to overprofit with almost everything I pull here. The drill, not very good, because there is no pocket. So, which order do I play this, and how on earth do I get out here? May have to a Nero, a Sea Jackal, and just spend, spend, spend to avoid that.
Alright, yes, this is the problem, right? Okay, so we're going to play Gourd, which is a Crown Splitter, next to the Tunnel Drill. The Tunnel Drill will now play 2 for 2, which is still fair, and it gets him ahead with all of his leader charges still intact. I'd say Pudgeable is pretty happy with taking that, and Gravesh a little bit less, so if he actually did get one of his other units, Pudgeable would have had to spend all of his coins there, but alas, he's in a very good position. Now Gravesh drawing what he needs though, very nice to see here for him.
Actually finding his cards, and now on the other side Paja is going to desperately be looking. Obviously Cleaver is available if he chooses to take it from a Neromancy, doesn't need to, and finds it, as well as Novigradian Justice. Overall, 2 very strong hands here. I think Gravesh was trying for the cards remaining in Gravesh's deck. He missed Morkvarg and Totem, sat right at the very bottom, and he is not happy.
Yeah, that is the thing, right? That is the thing. He's saying some words there. I'm not going to try and mouth read here. I might say something horrible. He's saying many things. Oh, and we're seeing those gestures too. It doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. I can very much relate with him here. These sort of RNG plays can quite well determine an entire game. And Paja there playing his Cleaver. Is he willing to spawn another muscle? That is the
I don't
question.
think he will. I don't think he will because of the Anero. He's sat here, maybe, okay, he's deciding to go for it, thinking that spend is more efficient. He's probably expecting to see a Morkvarg right now, and as soon as it isn't Morkvarg, he is going to be very, very happy potentially, because that Cleaver now is going to exist. We do see the Herald come down, as it always was, enough points to take a whole round. This most certainly isn't over here, but every one of those pings going to get potentially absorbed by armor or a shield.
And it is a dwarf party that have all gathered along here. We also have the halfling, not quite a dwarf, but he'll fit in quite nicely there. And we see him being played next to the Cleaver, of course, giving him 3 Intimidate instead. And yes, those are a lot of dwarves in a row. The problem is these random pings coming from Harold isn't going to do much when it hits a shield. And he quickly gets rid of that halfling safecracker.
He does indeed, but I honestly don't know if it's going to make the difference here. The crime is coming in, and Gravesh will feel horrible about those draws. The push was really nice, but red wins the game, and again, SK just doesn't go through on blue. So that takes Pyreball through. He is now 2-1 up in this series, going into what could be his final game for the day. He has managed to get his list through, and we have potentially 1 or 2 more games still to come.
I mean, he now has Skellige left, which is the most difficult list for him to take through here. On what coin are we here when we are Pageable?
So Paja is now going in, I believe, on red coin. He gets 3 shots at that. So, no, sorry, he goes in on blue. Maybe he is likely to, well, he has no choice, right? He has to take his Skellige list on blue and now try and get a win with that. Gravesh likely then is going to take his Nilfgaard list, does have the locks in his list, as we've said, to make that matchup significantly better. And as they predicted when we chatted to them, this really could come down to a blaze off.
This is quite scary actually here for Gravesh, but Pageable here has his best opportunity now to go through with his Skellige list on blue. And you are quite right, Gravesh is going to take Nilfgaard and give everything he has. But if Pajabul loses this one, he is doomed to a Scaliger off on red coin, which is wildly unfavored. So he has to give everything he has here, and so does Gravesh. This game, in a way, almost determines the outcome of the whole series. So let's see how this plays out.
Quite possibly, although it is not done until it is done. And he finds them, and Paja does find the Morkvarg, and certainly can find some value in this matchup. But for Gravesh right now, he's looking at his hand and thinking, okay, I'm definitely going to want the locks for later, and I currently have neither of them. I would quite like to have access to one of them, though. So, does find the hunting pack. That will provide some nice thinning, which will hopefully improve his draws, but does pass the Yennefer skill check, which is huge in almost any matchup.
Interestingly enough, he didn't shuffle away his Usurper, perhaps learning from his mistakes and knowing he might not get his hands on it a second time. Obviously, you never really want to play Usurper in round 1, as it is very weak compared to its second and third form. Now, Pajabul here going first, of course, he's likely going to end up playing his most proactive play, the Longship Boat. He also gives it a boost as well as Veil, so it cannot be locked, nor can it be poisoned.
It cannot, and as I say, the Usurper in round 1, it's a card you don't want to commit, but it's certainly a card you want to keep in hand, because if you do find that Joachim, it is the worst possible pull. But has not managed to find it, in fact has not found either of the gold spies, also hasn't found his Blood Eagle, but does have access to it. Instead decides, you know what, I'm just going to thin and try and improve those draws that have been punishing him.
Yeah, so we see that hunting pack coming out before the Nausicaa Sergeant, which would have gained 1 point for the deploy. Perhaps he is afraid that Pajabul will just get rid of it with a swift gutting slash, still missing out on a single point there, and perhaps Gravesh just deciding he's not going into this round because most of his cards will give a lot of deploy points to Nausicaa Sergeant, so not playing that first is interesting. Instead he does it second. I wonder why.
Just keen to get the thinning out, I suppose. It's unlikely that you're going to see that boat disappear. I don't see him yenning it, and if he chooses to purify it to try and threaten a poison, he doesn't necessarily transfer it through. May well be time for just some spy play here instead. Start using those spies to gain some points. Throw maybe your own boat on the side of the board if you choose to do that. It is quite possible here. I think Gravesh will be keen to try and get round control in this situation, albeit his opening hand not the best you've ever seen, again, unfortunately for him. Lots and lots of good cards in deck.
Yes, certainly not the best opening hand, because this is the infamous quadruple Joachim list, and getting one of those Joachims out round 1 would obviously have put Pajabul in a tough position because of that tempo and point slam, perhaps even getting it out a second time with a swift coup de grace using Menno as a tutor. But no, that is unfortunately not an option here for Gravesh, and it does show in his facial expression. He instead opts to go for Emissary and boosts that Nausicaa Sergeant out of killing range before Pajabul can use a gutting slash.
It makes sense. The engine now is going to stick. If you get Morkvarg in round 1, again, it's one of those things. The card has gone. It does provide nice reach for Paja, and that will be something that Gravesh definitely considers. But a card that if it comes and goes in round 1 doesn't exist later on. And Paja saying, I am not going to let you beat me on even here, drops the totem, big card, but plays for a lot of points and will protect him in this round.
Yeah, that's also quite a telling play, also giving a little bit of tempo back at Gravesh. There are quite a few engines that Pajabul could set up here, but he's holding on to them instead, perhaps opting for around 3 engines, getting that Bloodthirst 2 out with Iced, because we haven't seen Dunga being played yet, and of course we do have Raiding Fleet, which would give him access to another boat, helping quite a lot to gain round control.
It would indeed, it's just whether he decides to do so. And the totem is an awkward one against Nilfgaard because you constantly just get in the way of it. You constantly flood it with spies so that it doesn't find as much value. It deletes the spy, which actually isn't insignificant because it does reduce the potential Blood Eagle, but doesn't trade for as many points.
Yeah, the coup de grace, it definitely
Yes.
takes away potato, but he does actually get rid of the spy, which is an interesting move. It does get him that 6 points, and not that Gravesh is planning on copying the boat. Nothing random there, so that last card isn't going to change into a 6 anytime soon. We now have to decide what the plan is. Pajabo is at 25, Gravesh at 12. He has some catching up to do here, and he might have to commit Yennefer, although he doesn't necessarily want to do that using the Longship.
No, definitely not. Certainly not an ideal Yen target. Much, much better choices later on with something like a Herald, and the constant threat of it existing is almost as good as the card itself. Instead opts for a poison, saying that's a decent amount of reach for me. All of a sudden, while I am down by 10, I have a poison that can trade for exactly that much. So, a decent amount of reach, knowing Purify doesn't exist here. And Paja playing some speed Gwent, definitely saying, I am not going anywhere in this round, sir. I am not going to give you the control that you want, because I know I need to get rid of that Masquerade Ball here in this long round.
That is certainly the case here. Pajabul still having quite a few options in hand to get ahead even more, though I am quite certain he's not going to have to use them. Graveshia deciding what is next. He does go for the pass with only golds left in hand. I would do the same here, as they're going to help a lot when we are going into a long round with Iced.
Definitely. Now he's going to consider, if he does draw into ball, I would expect to see him mulligan that away, just because it's not something he's going to want. But finding a lock is going to feel really nice. Vigo also finds the second lock, so does he choose to keep both of them here? That's the question. Because in the long round, it is very, very vital that he can close down some of these engines. Ooh, and Paja draws into a card he really doesn't want to see in hand.
Yeah, that is a very unfortunate one indeed, as you cannot use it with your leader. Definitely not what you want to see. That might change the way Pajabul goes into this round. He might not want to commit at all with a hand like that.
No, he might not. And we do see there, both of them have drawn their Echo cards. So Ku and Blood Eagle, both available, both for the first time here. But Paja will be a little sad to see that Juta appear in his hand, because ultimately it is one that you want to play. Depending on how deep he chooses to bleed here, of course it does guarantee it doesn't sit in his hand for round 3 at least.
Yes, whether Pajabul ever bleeds here is... yeah, it's going to be a lot of commitment being a card down, and the fact that Gravesh might now very well have access to cards like Joachim or Roderick, although that's actually not the case, which is rather ironic. Pajabul still considering the pass here. He is definitely considering it. We will see.
He is. I mean, normally in this matchup, without the locks, he would have been favoured in the long round. I think he's looking at his hand and saying, you know what? I don't fancy this at all. Gravesh now looking and looks intently, thinking, what do I drop here? What is my card of choice? Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he just plays something like a Menno and thins out a battle preparation or something like that, because it is probably the least commitment when he has access to his coup already. This long round is going to be massive.
Oh, it is going to be big. And also, there is still the potential of overswarming here. Those spies are not going to help Pajabul at all. And I do think you might be right with that Menno thinning mechanism. It might be the best play that Gravesh currently has in hand, because that lock is going to come in very handy when we try and stop some of those engines that Pajabul still has. And that's exactly what he decides to do. We see that battle preparation coming down on the Menno, and Gravesh will be passing here.
Yeah, very much so. Now, a couple of people might be wondering, and sometimes I wonder, it seems like such a simple line to do that as the choice, so why take so long? In these games, there are occasions where you don't get enough time to think. So a lot of that decision wouldn't have been, I'm going to drop Menno here. It will have been, I'm going to drop Menno here, and then what? What is my plan here? I've scrimmed this matchup a load of times. I'm going into a long round without last say, but I have hopefully all of my things. So he will then have spent those extra few seconds potentially working out the next step, something that perhaps the layman, certainly I always forget to do, but will he find the cards he's looking for? And once again, Gravesh appears to have disappeared here. He has gone because there is no ball, there is no Roderick, there is no Cantarella. He got up, he left, he has returned, but he is not happy, and I don't blame him.
That is extremely unfortunate to see. So sad. He didn't even mulligan them away to begin with. He simply never got them in the first place. Pajabul obviously not knowing, and Paja did get his Herald in the third form. He does have access to ice. He doesn't have a brick trading fleet. He's in a very good position here, but poor Gravesh here having to make up for a lot of lost cards. It's not something you want to see.
It really isn't, and he will feel very unhappy about the hand he has here, but needs to remember that this is not over yet. There are a lot of points in that hand, a lot of engine denial that he has the ability to use as well. So, Pony has access to the cards he's got and drops the Usurper here to slam those initial 12 points, and also the Agent Engine nice and early, because ultimately he now has to maximize his points as much as he can, but that is not a picture of happiness right now.
Not at all. He just gave Pajabul a few units that can quite easily get him into Bloodthirst 2 range. Gravesh isn't happy here. I hope he hasn't given up already and still gives it everything he has. He still has a chance here. I mean, he has his double-cross leader ability. He can still steal some cards. Yeah, it's not over yet. It certainly isn't over.
It isn't indeed, and we're going to look to see, is he going to use that ping here to set up the Bloodthirst permanently? He is, and may decide to do that. Now, this is a decent Yennefer target, because being able to grab Harold back is never a bad thing. There is one single SK card in his graveyard as well. I do believe he had a Brockvar Hunter earlier, and has access to Joachim. So
And
at
that
least
is
he can
exactly
pull
what he
that.
does. That's exactly what he does. So that's going to be a very nice Joachim. And at least he has access to a card like Coup de Grace as well. So he's still going to get that very nice point slam combination. But now his job here is to lock these engines as quickly as he can. Unfortunately, that's not an option with Herkia unless he decides to purify that veil first. Whether he does that is a good question, because he doesn't have Masquerade Ball, meaning he has less access to poisons. Well, he might very well need his Cupbearer along with a card like Vigo that might give him a second poison. So purifying Herkia, it's a difficult decision, but she's a strong card that has to be dealt with.
Yes, it is indeed, and it'll be interesting to see what line he chooses to take here. From his Vigo, he may well decide, you know what, I'm probably going to want another Emissary. Same with Brathens, I'm going to try as much as possible to deny that Bloodthirst, because that may be the line he has to take. Is constantly thinking, do I just set my own Harold up right now, or do I drop as many engines as possible first? And I think he goes down the engine line with a Brathens.
That's exactly what he does, and he has a very nice target there with the Brockvar Hunter. Very nice indeed. That Usurper getting the boost also makes it difficult to get into the red zone. So right now we have those 2 units in the red, but cards like Herkia can still accidentally kill one of those. And already 2 of them are in killing range, which is a little bit scary for Pajabul. He needs to start targeting some other cards just in case.
Yes, indeed he does. The Harold may not be there to accidentally remove your Bloodthirst that he's supposed to create, but Herkia is a perfectly fine stand-in. We also see the Brathens engine rapidly answered very quickly with a single ping, and then the Skjordal as well. And we're just going to see more and more engines on the other side here. Gravesh saying, you know what, I'm just going to do Nilfgaard things. I'm just going to play your cards as if they're my cards. I believe, in fact, they're our cards.
They are indeed our cards. Definitely not the capitalist way, but here we are sharing everything. Now, obviously, these cards are very quickly going to go into Bloodthirst range as well. Pajabul might considering playing that Harold here at some point. He doesn't exactly want to kill a card necessarily with Blood Eagle. He is perhaps waiting until enough cards are in Bloodthirst zone so he can just use it on a different card altogether. Whether he sets up another engine now is going to be interesting. Perhaps we see that raiding fleet coming out on a Brockvar Hunter.
Yeah, I can see that being a decent line. The boat is quite a frustrating one. Has decided to play the Herkia to try and get as much Bloodthirst as possible, and we do see that boat come down now, and that is bleeding all over. That Brockvar Hunter, it is a deep wound, and he is going to bleed all the way down to 0. So for the next 4 turns, there's guaranteed to be some Bloodthirst over there.
Yeah, using Herkia early on would have no purpose unless Pajabul was afraid that it started getting rid of those red units, and that's exactly what it just did with 1. But right now that Brockvar Hunter is heading into the red zone, and he will have Bloodthirst 3, likely use his Blood Eagle to get something. Does he ever get Harold out is the question, because those random pings are just as dangerous as something like Herkia.
Yeah, very true. I mean, I think right now he just chooses to take a lock. I'd be surprised if we don't see one of these engines locked immediately on his side, because he just needs to deny those as quickly as possible. And he takes a leader here and manages to low roll the leader as well here. Just grabs a 6, effectively plays for a 7, and only sees the base version as well because he is creating them, so doesn't even get the strengthened versions. Admittedly, the only thing really that would have been much better is Morkvarg if he manages to pull Vabiorn and Blood Eagle. They play for almost nothing, so as the hand state sits, it's actually not a terrible low roll, but it will feel like one for him. He will have hoped to have found something a little better. If he could have found Iced, he would have managed to Iced, and the first card drawn would have been Harold that would have dropped on the board, which maybe would have been slightly better for him. But that was not the case.
I mean, ironically, Morkvarg would have played for the exact same amount of points. It would have been 5 points himself, and then it would have hit something into the red, making it 6 points. Pretty much the same. At least it would have some armor as well, making that damage a little bit more difficult for Pudgeable to give out. He does put another card in the red and decides to get rid of it altogether, giving him only 2 Bloodthirst units.
And that makes sense. He does have a damage engine on board, as well as multiple other options in hand that we can see, of course. The Vabiorn there does have access to a War of Clans as well. It is by no means a bricked Vabiorn in his hand, so he really does have access to a lot of options here. And we see that Purify coming down to deny the bleeding. We do know there's an Emissary, and he could make the attempt to try to prevent some of this.
Yeah, he certainly will try his very best, but Morkvarg is not going to make it very easy for him, unfortunately. Pudgeable here having to decide what card he wants to play next, perhaps holding on to that Raider for later when he really does need to give something a last bit of damage, and perhaps doesn't want Gravesh to deal with it yet. Of course, he doesn't know that Gravesh doesn't have access to his Masquerade Ball, so he'll only find that out a little bit later.
Very true. I mean, from Pajabol's point of view, he doesn't have to commit too quickly. Does have the Invader in hand, he can just drop that. Or does drop the Raider to set up the threat. Isn't too worried about potential damage, because knows it is unlikely that there is enough removal in the hand on the other side. So we'll be pretty content with that play, and permanently threatens a little extra damage here.
It certainly does. Now, Gravesh is in a good position here to play that Emissary and protect one of his cards. It might be the next thing he does, seeing that he doesn't yet want to give Pudgeable any big iced value cards. Playing Joachim is definitely going to give Pudgeable a lot more points than he would have gotten. So, and that's exactly what he does. We're going for Joachim right now. Hopefully we get a card we want.
It's always Harold. Always
yes.
Harold.
Very, very nice steal there from Yennefer.
It is managed that plays for a lot of points and redevelops that second damage engine if he chooses to do so here, which he does. He's going for as much Bloodthirst as possible. Now there is, if Ice doesn't get played early enough, you see that there is Bloodthirst 2 on the other side of the board. Now while there are no SK units left in the deck, he could decide to go really cheesy here and Gaved, High Roll, and Alchemist. Probably doesn't take that in the attempt to snipe the Iced or the Jutta, but it is still a possibility. And bear in mind, Gravesh missing ball, he is still up here by 17 points.
I'm rather scared of what you just said about the Alchemist scenario, because there are only so many cards in Pudgeable's hand, and Gravesh might even decide he wants to get something like a Jutta out, which is going to play for a solid 12 points, mind you, because he already has a card on board that is bigger than 12, and Jutta will not damage herself with 6 points then. That is a lot of points if you combine it with the swift Joachim, and Gravesh might very well be considering this play. Quite scary now that you think about it.
It is possible. Obviously, if he chooses to switch a much better card of his opponent's onto the top of the deck, it does improve his own coup onto Joachim again. The cards that he has available in his list are simply 4 points. There is also a 5-point lock, but at this stage, probably not huge for him. Does he go for the max points? Because he knows his opponent's leader ability is going to find value. Denied the Bloodthirst reasonably well until now, but we know that that is unfortunately not going to stick. So what line does he take? We are coming in. There are 24 points difference, but we have seen Blaze Iced comfortably skip that gap in a single play. Gravesh's last chance to interrupt it might be coming up.
Yeah, Pudgeable needs to be careful here. He needs to figure out exactly when he wants to get iced out of the deck. He also still has Morkvarg, and Morkvarg might find the best value he's going to find. Joachim has already been played, and that Herald is boosted. He does decide to go for Morkvarg, and he does ping that Herald.
He does, and it is huge value. Obviously, that is the difficulty in this matchup. Nilfgaard going in has lots and lots of targets, and if you draw the Morkvarg, something Pasha has done here, it's going to find value from every one of those Joachim targets, among many other engines, because of the assimilate value. So right now, there is a 10-point gap, and there are 2 cards, one of which potentially trades for 8, one of which could trade for a little more. It depends entirely here on which line Gravesh decides to play. He knows he hasn't got ball, and by this point, Pasha may have realised this as well, you would imagine. So, it's what line does he take? Does he decide to try and high roll something and 5-head to find an out here? Or does he just go maximum possible points without the odd line?
He's certainly considering it. He is thinking about it, but he is running out of time. What does he go for here?
And we will find out. He is Gaved, and he hasn't gone. He has just gone for max points. He has gone for the 11, so he knows that the card isn't in hand, because the only 11 that he would be expecting to see is the ice. But we know Blood Eagle does exist, and he will know Blood Eagle exists now that Fabian has been played for literally anything else.
And of course he plays Fabian first, making sure that he doesn't accidentally brick that ice with a special card. He gets out one of his bronzes from the graveyard, and now everything is set up perfectly for that final iced play. Alright, this is it. It has all come down to this final play from both player.
It has, and now it's a big gap, and we know it can be breached, but Pasha also has a couple of cards that if he draws, do not trade well with this iced. He has had to wait all the way down until the last card and not been able to hold a unit in his hand here. So while Gravesh has missed some key cards, iced could still do the same thing to Pasha that it did to Gravesh last round. He could draw a special. War of Clans is sat there. It is going to be really, really interesting to see what line happens now, because this is not over.
It certainly isn't over. We can still potentially go into a 5th game here. Oh, and he just put that raiding fleet back in Pudgeable's deck, meaning that Ice has the potential to draw it. He goes for that Joachim. What is he going to get in return?
Oh, this is huge. He definitely needs to take the highest of rolls here, I think. He is really going to be hoping to draw into... Oh, and obviously we know the raiding fleet is there. Is it... There's still a 19-point gap. Juta is going to find that value, though, I believe. No, it's a 29-point gap. It doesn't. And it's just enough. It is just enough for Pajabol. Is it Pajabol? Is it Piabol?
It was a 19-point gap, and Juta definitely breaches it. Oh, and Pajabol takes it, going through to the semi-finals. And there is the face of someone who is very happy and ecstatic.
He is. That was a long, hard-fought series between two guys who they just know each other so well. And he doesn't look full of joy. He looks almost exhausted after that series of constant pushes. And we can see there, I don't believe that is the bracket. That's so we can see Forever YOLO there going through against Tobliat. I believe, was it
Red Ram is... No, I do believe this might be a little bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I think Bart did go through in the previous series, and Paja has qualified as well. So that isn't quite correct, I don't believe. But our final bracket now for the day is up, and it is going to be one heck of a set of semi-finals going in there. So it's going to be interesting to see how that progresses. Paja really did look exhausted there after a long series. And against a good friend, against someone he knows very well and will have prepped against repeatedly. So it was interesting to see how that went.
Alright, and we are ready here with the interview. Let's see what Pajable's thoughts are.
Hey, Payawal, how are you? You look tired, man. Is it because of the time?
Yeah, hello. It's pretty late. Yeah, I've been waiting for this series for a long time, so yeah, I'm a bit tired.
It was a super interesting match. The ender was a nail biter, you could say. How do you feel after this match, after this best of 3, and how do you feel going against your opponent tomorrow?
I feel a bit bad for Gravesh because that last game he missed his Masquerade Ball, which had a huge influence on the game. Kind of wanted to bleed that game, but I didn't really have a hand for it, so I thought I'm in a bad spot. But he missed his Masquerade Ball, and also just feels bad to eliminate my teammate. But I guess I guess I got the win in the end.
Yeah, I was previously talking to Bart, and he really wanted to play against you tomorrow. So how do you feel about that?
Bart is definitely gonna be a tough opponent. But I feel like I might be slightly favored against him. Just because he's kind of targeting Nilfgaard with his strategy, and I don't have Nilfgaard, so that's something that is going for me here in this series.
What's your take on the Skellige Ace finisher that you just play? Should it be nerfed or should it stay in the game? Like, what do you think?
I think Ace is definitely a bit too good right now, but when he gets the nerf, there should be some buffs to compensate it, because Skellige might have some troubles if Ice gets nerfed too hard, I think.
Okay. If you had to name one card that won you this whole series, what would it be? Favorite one?
Favorite one, probably Cleaver.
Okay.
Cleaver in game 3 was quite clutch in the last round.
True that. And also a lot of Cleaver's muscles there. Fireball, I won't take any more of your time. Thank you for this interview, and let's go back to the casters.
Thank you.
And we can see there the correct bracket is now there, so we can see the semi-finals tomorrow. It is Forever YOLO taking on Tobliat, and also Bart taking on Fireball. That is quite the semi-final series, Tia.
Oh yes, I'm extremely excited to cast our semi-final tomorrow, and we are the last quarter-final list of the day. It has been extremely fun to cast the first open. I myself am heading into midnight here in South Africa. It has been a long day, but my goodness, have we witnessed some fun games. You could see on Pajabul's face though that he felt bad for his teammate who didn't draw all of his cards, though it was still a good match, and Gravesh showed us how to play even though you don't necessarily always have the optimal cards in hand.
Most definitely, as Paja said there, it was a difficult spot because he wanted to bleed. You normally bleed in that situation and couldn't. But then Gravesh also doesn't find his cards, and you can see, obviously eliminating a teammate's never nice, but played very well himself, and it was a really, really fun series to watch for sure. I'm sure once the dust settles and they review it, they will, so most of the things that they'll be sad about are draws rather than the lines they took, which is somewhat satisfying. And we can take a final look for the day at the prize pool to see where the players sit, and you can see that the players who've gone out, they have taken more than the original match stake, a match stake of over $1,000. Everybody going home with a little something. Gravesh has taken over $1,000 for this. Paja with a 3-1 takes a bigger cut of that matchup. And going into tomorrow, all of those semi-finalists are about to add another big wedge of money to themselves. So they will be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, Pajabul taking a large chunk there. That is a lot of Gwenty scraps he can go and buy after this is all done and settled. That's if he doesn't already have all of those after winning his Masters tournament back in the day. Well, this is the end of today's lineup, guys. It has been extremely fun and a great honor casting for you for the first time. Really hope you enjoyed it as well. We want to thank CDPR as always for hosting this sort of community. We want to thank you for spending your entire day of us, and we want to thank the players for showing us how it's supposed to be done.
So very true. It has been a wonderful day, and tomorrow there is more from 4 CEST. We will all be back for the semi-finals and the finals, so if you haven't quite got all of your drops yet, Don't worry, it's concurrent viewership, and it will all be there for you tomorrow. That is us for today. Thank you very much for joining us, and we hope we see you again tomorrow. Bye, guys.
Bye, guys. Have a good night.